This novel was requested by Titus of More Clan. It's sudden, but I came to another world !! _05, PT2. It is bitter enough to bring you to tears. Don't push yourself. It is okay, no da. I have to remember this bitterness. Ruko-sama experienced something even more bitter, no da. Nora. There's no need to worry about Nora anymore. There's rarely any girl as strong as her. It will be hard for her mindset to change. I doubt she will be stepping on the wrong path, as she is. Good grief, be more childish. Even if you were to eat today, you would just be vomiting it. So I will treat you to some good food tomorrow. Ruka has already woken up and has been told the developments from yesterday from the person that was on standby by her side. I knocked on the door of the room, but there's no response. There's a presence inside, but there's no signs of them moving. I open the door and enter Ruko's room. There's several small potted plants in Ruko's room. They are all plants with some peculiar trait to them, and there's even some which I have tried to challenge raising before but ended up dying. No. Let's leave that aside for now. Ruka raised her body from the bed in her pajamas, but her knees were bent and she was burying her head deeply in them. I walked towards her and it seemed like she finally noticed my presence. She directed her gaze at me. Why, Your Majesty? Why? Ruko. I came here to check your state, but there was no response even when I knocked on the door. Sorry for the lack of manners. Marito. No, I should be the one to say that with this attire of mine. Ruko. That's the correct attire to have. If there's any person who would force someone who has to rest in bed to wear maid clothes, I would get angry. Marito. Right, that's true. Ruko. It is the usual Ruko as far as the conversation has gone, but considering her state when I entered the room, the burden in her mind and body is unquestionable. How's your body feeling? Marito. I think it is fine. Your Majesty. Things ended up like this despite the custody of Nora-chan being left to me. I am truly sorry that I couldn't meet Inspector Ruko. I pull the head of Ruko and gently hug her into my chest. I was sure Ruko would say something like that, but I didn't want her to say anything more than that. Your Majesty. Ruko, don't apologize for anything. You faced the demon lord that's stronger than any knight and had fearsome strength, yet didn't take one step back. I can't let you apologize when you showed the most courage out of anyone. Marito. But if I had stopped him, such a young girl wouldn't have. Ruko. That goes for you too. You were exposed to unbearable fear. Even so, you still fulfilled your duty. Don't shoulder any fault right now. I will shoulder it all. That's why, just let all of those fears out for now. Marito. Yuan. Ruko trembled and cried in my chest. Ruko has not had combat training at all. She has pledged her loyalty to Taizu, but her heart is frail compared to those who have been forged in that path. She bravely faced that adversity while the fear of death was eating away at her heart. But the price was incredibly big. Ruko, you will be remembering the fear of yesterday night from here on. Imagining the fear of not knowing when you will die while being ravaged by nightmares. But I won't allow that. I don't plan on letting that be. I shall clear away all the threats etched in your heart. I will continue granting you happiness so that you are not haunted by nightmares. I will protect your future in the name of Marito Taizu. Marito. Ruko must have cried herself into exhaustion after a while. She fell asleep. I laid her down in the bed gently and brushed her forehead before leaving the room. My friend and Lady Ratzel. Whether when I turned the corner. Could it be that you were waiting the whole time here? Marito. Kinda. I had trouble calculating how long it would take you to console her, so it was hard to approach the room. Thus, here we are, killing time, huh? Marito. Inside the crossed legs of Lady Ratzel, who was making an awkward face. Those entertainment games that knights would play while drinking as they gamble. They are simple games that prioritize psychological battles instead of smarts. Looks like my friend is crushing it here. Well, gambling is impossible for Lady Ratzel after all. That was faster than I thought. She must have still been exhausted. She fell asleep like a log after crying her eyes out. Marito. As for Nora, she will be groaning the whole day. But there's no issue. Groan? What did you do? Marito. Nora bit on the larvae. Marito. The resolve of children is way too reckless. I can't scold her too harshly with this. Maybe I should experience it once to reflect in the future. My friend did it too, and it is important to share experiences. By the way, I didn't force her to, okay? I feel like it is something you would pull at the times when you are merciless though. Marito, depends on the person. There was no need for Nora. I pity the ones who you will need to. Marito, please call Ruko once she has calmed down. I would like to talk about what we will be doing from here on. Got it. But what do you plan on doing? Marito, depending on the situation. Get kicked. Nora will continue doing her best. But Ruko, well, I will talk about that stuff in detail later on. Considering the personality of Ruko, she will ask to stay, but that will put a burden on her. But forcefully pushing her away could also end up taking away from her. I am sure my friend wouldn't mistake which one to choose in those scenarios. I promised to protect her future. Please do your best, okay? Marito, what, you proposed to her? I didn't go that far, Marito. But I feel like it wouldn't be strange for it to sound like that. That said, with the personality of Ruko, I can see her going nah. There's no way and deny it though. What's the matter? I just began thinking that it might not be a bad idea to close the distance like this. Marito, taking advantage of the situation, how impure. I was already aiming to do that before all of this happened, so it should be fine, right? As long as Ruko doesn't have the intention to approach herself, I have to do the approaching. Marito, you are the type that likes to enjoy the process after all. He really does poke where it hurts. Could it be that he has used that technique of his on me too? Well, that would make me happy in its own way though. If you are going to be leaving now, how about a bit of a night drink with me? Marito, there's still bitterness left in my mouth, so I am gonna go to sleep for today. That's a shame. Are you going to return to your information gathering in Shunate tomorrow? Marito, yeah. Things are progressing without issues on that front. I would like to say that's as expected, but Lady Ratzel is looking at him with blank eyes, so it makes him look miserable at a glance. Considering past accounts, he is most likely repeating miscellaneous work and slowly gaining trust. Despite all that, my friend is always setting up a strategy somewhere. Let's just wait in anticipation. I will wait for the good news. And so, how much did you swindle from Lady Ratzel? Marito, Ilias. I have secured the meal expenses to Dog's Bone until next week. Keep the squeezing of gold from the straight-laced nights week to gambling to a moderate degree, okay? Marito, the meals you eat with the money of someone else have a different spice to them, you know? I am curious about that. Maybe I should try challenging Lord Ragudo to one game. Marito, oh, confiscating by force. Huh. What a terrible way of putting it. Most of the jobs the guild members of Ryodo undertake involve battling. On the surface, they are things like working as mercenaries, bodyguards, and securing rare materials from dangerous zones. In the shadows, it is information gathering and extraction, and there's times when even assassination requests come in. Of course, if you request a crime, you will be taking the risk of Ryodo holding that fact in their hands. Ryodo serves as the middleman and only tells the details of the request to the adventurer as they progress matters in secret. They have accumulated a large amount of gold in intermediary fees. The requester showing their face and negotiating like in the case of Ray Atara. He changed his body, but his presence stood out from that one point already. That must be why it was relatively easy for Gyrista to learn about the information of adventurers that have had direct contact with him. Right now we are trying to draw out information from the adventurers that are in the list of Gyrista, the people that are suspected of having made contact with him. The list has the name of the adventurers, their features, and the location and day they made contact. This one is a dud too. I checked the people that had direct contact to him by using magic, but they were simply controlled, so there's no way there would be information left. Even though we finally found the location, it is harsh that the chances of ending in pointless effort are so terribly high. No hits in terms of the adventurers. There certainly were people who met him directly, but it was just confirming the price of each respective adventurer. From within 10 of them, I used magic in a slightly violent manner on 4 of them to check them thoroughly, but I didn't get any information. Wolf showed up with grocery bags while I was preparing to tinker with his memories, basically, the preparations to free them. Wolf is back. Wolf, sorry for leaving the shopping to you. I have also finished up here. Let's eat. Egdoik. Okay. By the way, how was it on your side, Egdoik-san? Wolf, no good. It felt off, but there wasn't a single piece of concrete information. Egdoik, felt off? Wolf, yeah, The ones that made contact with them were consulting with them about the level of requests they would be able to accept. The way they spoke in all of them was the same. It should be safe to assume it was Ray 8 possessing that body and standing as a client. Ekdoik. That's right. Even if his body has changed, the inside is still the same. That's why the way they speak and the impression they give off was similar. I have also negotiated with Ray 8 before. That's why there were things I could feel. But there's no other valuable information. Greeted and said bye? Wolf. Yeah, at the very least, I can't see any influence of magic from the adventurers in this list. Ekdoik. But Shizu said this list is important. Wolf. He did. He just said, please investigate with this list as the starting point. Ekdoik. But Comrade didn't say in what way it was important. It is not just that he is being stubborn here. There's most likely a meaning to this. However, if this also holds the meaning of try doing something by your own power for the sake of your future, sorry, but I am out of options here. It hurts that might be possible. I am back. Gyrista, welcome back. Wolf. Oh my. Being welcomed by a cute girl is so wonderful. Gyrista. Gyrista returned from her information gathering and hugged Wolf, who received her. These two seem to be getting along well. It is not bad aside from the fact that Gyrista would sometimes challenge her to a spar and would get instantly defeated. Gyrista, was there any new information? Ekdoik. Questionable. There has been information of events that are similar to that of what's shown in the list every now and then though. Gyrista. In regards to that information, I have investigated the ones that contacted them and the adventurers, but there's barely any clues. Ekdoik. Figures. I have also tried attacking the adventurers that had made contact, but it didn't work. Gyrista. You didn't kill them, right? You can be a battle junkie all you want, but if you are moving under the orders of Comrade, show restraint. Ekdoik. It is okay. It won't develop into a death match unless they are at your level. Gyrista. What's so dangerous about this woman is that she doesn't state clearly that she won't kill. Asking the adventurers their work fee is not that rare. There's also cases where merchants would try to negotiate their fees after all. But the story is different with adventurers with no repute. They don't know about the other party, so they would be wary. It is normally something you would consult about after you have known them to a certain degree. That wouldn't be the case if it is a famous adventurer, but there aren't that many famous ones within the list. In the first place, trying to hire an adventurer without going through the guild would sour your reputation in the guild, and there's the risk of them keeping tabs on you. There might not be any meaning here. Ray 8 might have just done this in order to spread the information that he has made contact with others, which would invite confusion. Just that alone is already effective enough. But it is hard to believe this is just a fake out after seeing that interrogation. Ekdoik. I will be adding some names to the list, so can you lend it to me? Gyrista. Here, please do. Ekdoik. Let's see the names of the adventurers that were contacted. And the information of the one who made contact was someone with the hairstyle of a chicken. Gyrista. What kind of hairstyle is that? Wolf. Oi, you were the one who asked. Wait. How did you make this list? Ekdoik. How, you ask? I just asked around normally, you know. Stuff like people who normally don't get involved with adventurers speaking to adventurers. Gyrista. I see, so that's what it was. Ekdoik. We were conscious of the adventurers and the one that contacted them, but we mistook the place to put our attention on. In the first place, it is strange for the same information to circulate this often. Let's go, Gyrista. Ekdoik. Let's eat first. Gyrista. I am finally seeing signs of progress. In order to get back the time used until now, Ekdoik. When I looked back, Wolf was watching the ingredients she had taken out and lined up as if reluctant to part. I told Wolf to buy what she wanted. There must be her favorites in the ship. Food. Wolf. We are hurrying after we eat. Ekdoik. Okay. Wolf. Aren't you soft with Wolf-chan? Gyrista. Don't say that, Gyrista. I am aware of that, too. Good morning, Ana-san. Nichan. Good morning, Nano-da. Yeah, good morning. I thought about having breakfast at Dog's Bone with Ilias, so I opened the door of the house and was about to leave while yawning. But Truko and Nora were there. What's the matter? Wait, isn't that Truko and Nora? Why are you two here? Ilias. Lady Ratzel. Good morning. I slept the whole time yesterday, so I woke up super early today. That's why I thought I would talk to Unai-san while he is still in Taizu. Ruko. Nora went to Ruko-sama's place first thing in the morning no da. Then she said she would be going to Nichan's place, so I tagged along no da. Nora. Even if Marito followed up, she came the very next day. What kind of mental strength is that? Ruko is acting as if everything is as usual, but her heart doesn't heal so fast. I can tell she is pushing herself here, but it is hard for me to tell her to go back and sleep when she has come this far. I don't mind listening to what you have to say, but, Nora, is the inside of your mouth fine already? I think the aftertaste still remains no da. But it is okay now no da. Nora. Alright, then let's talk. While eating breakfast, I head to Dog's Bone with both of them at a time. Just before it opens, I greeted Gozu lightly and had him prepare breakfast. The food here really is tasty no da. Nora. Speaking of which, you did say that Mix brought you here. You should be fine now if you can find things tasty. I didn't eat anything yesterday, so I was hungry no da. Nora. Then, let's order some extra, please now no da. Nora. The sensation of my tongue is strangely numb, but it is not to a degree where I can't taste things. Well, let's just think positively here. I can concentrate more on talking if I can't enjoy the taste. I will properly taste the food of Gozu next time. As for Ruko, it doesn't seem like she is concentrating on her food. Is she nervous about breaching the main topic here? Ruko, if you have something you want to say, please say so without reservations. Okay. About the magic research matter, can I please continue as it is? Ruko. So she really did choose that. The reason must be Nora. Nora has shown the resolve to continue the magic research. Ruko plans on looking after Nora all the way in her stay in Taizu. Not for the sake of protecting her own life, but for the sake of Nora. You have heard from Marito about my origins, right? Yes. He told me this morning when I met him. Ruko. It seems like there's a slight discrepancy in my distance with Ruko. This is the pattern where I get scolded for information someone got outside my sphere of knowledge. Ruko went immediately to the place of Marito once she woke up to show herself. Since she said she wanted to talk to me while I am still in Taizu, that must mean she has been told pretty much everything. We acted while hiding as much information as possible for the sake of you two's safety. But that in the end came back to bite us and ended up causing this situation. The fault of this is all on us. Sorry. I stand up and lower my head deeply to the two. Marito's share too while at it. No, he might have lowered his head already. Let's sit and continue the conversation. And so, Ruko. I talked with Marito about the same thing yesterday. Our opinions align in that we don't want to put you in a dangerous position any further than this. Ruko. Me and Marito are currently occupied with a different matter, so we don't have the leeway to protect you the whole time. Even so, we can't just abandon you like that. We don't want to repeat the same mistake. I understand that, but Ruko. The only thing I can do is prepare the bare minimum protection. It will be pretty tough to convince Marito with just that. Can you do it? Chuyu, that's Ruko. My policy is to have no words to stop people who seriously want to do something. You just have to convince Marito with that seriousness. Okay. Ruko. If she is serious enough to be able to convince Marito, even if I were to try and stop Ruko, she wouldn't give up. Words that could stop someone like that would be akin to breaking their heart. There's no way I can do something like that to Ruko, and so, I have decided to leave it to Marito. Ruko-sama can continue no da. Ruko. There's still this guy called Marito after all. I would say the hopes are around half. Actually, Marito-sama said something similar. Ruko. What? He said he would give permission if Unai-san accepted it. Ruko. That bastard, he threw it all onto me first. Marito is most likely grinning at the castle right about now. I can easily imagine his look. His Majesty one-upped you there. Ilias. Wait for a bit. I will think of words to convince you. Didn't you say you didn't have words to stop her? Ilias. That's right. You won't go back on your words, right? Ruko. HNGH. Can't be helped. Ruko purposely didn't tell me the details when she brought this up. She was cautious despite feeling bad about it. She got me. But now that it has come to this, there's the need to prepare safety nets. Yay nano da. Nora. But Ruko, you should rest for one more day. I am fine already. Ruko. The way you walk, the way you eat, your intonation, The way you avert your gaze, comparing each one of them to your usual state, I can tell there's anxiety. If you don't treasure your own body, I will try to stop you even if I have to pull underhanded means. Casually speaking, a scary analysis nano DA. Nora, you underhanded means. For example? Ruko. I will report to Marito with perfect acting that you collapsed. You will end up having him watch you for 3 days and 3 nights. There's a limit to being underhanded. Ruko. Also, I have to make arrangements for my safety measures today, so it is not possible to resume the research immediately. That's why, just rest obediently. I am not telling you to sleep. Go for your hobbies or pastime to switch your mood. Refreshing yourself is also part of your job. Ahaha, understood. I will indulge in your offer. Ruko. Nora is fine, but I should do some small attempts at psychiatric care with Ruko. Let's keep an eye on her more than usual for a while. After that, more people, who know about the situation and are more knowledgeable about magic, have joined the research together with Nora and the others. To be more specific, I am talking about Blue and Purple. Both of them have their greatly differing specialties in magic, but their knowledge is without doubt top tier. They will most definitely be a great help. Also, there's no safety greater than being protected by demon lords. The first demon lord Nora and Ruko encountered was Gold, not the colorless demon lord, so their fear towards demon lords wasn't that high. They can separate their fear to just being the colorless demon lord himself. I should be grateful to the friendliness of Gold in that front. I will give her my gratitude only in the corner of my heart. But Blue normally shouts and Diuvileri is near Purple, so them getting along is a different story. Of course, Gold said she was going to join in too. If you have the time, look after Garni too is what I told her, and she answered by saying she doesn't want to be left out. But Marito did a fine play by not giving her permission with pinpoint accuracy, and the demand of Gold was splendidly rejected. Well, in the end, she went. Then I will just go hang out, so she will be showing herself, which isn't that different though. When I heard about the information of the adventurers making contact with a person, I thought the ones that would serve as the key would be the adventurers or the ones who made contact. But if you take one step back, there's a different person involved. That's right. The one that witnessed this and provided the information. Everyone is leaking the same witness information. There must be some sort of underlying scheme with this. Is what I thought. That was an empty shot despite leaving with such confidence. Tilda. If you suspect the one providing the information, you won't get any clues, you know Tilda? Gyrista. Shut up. Egdoik. Gyrista investigated the people that obtained the information. But there wasn't anything strange. Most people simply witnessed it at bars or on the streets. There's even cases where several people witnessed a single adventurer meeting up with someone, so there wasn't the possibility of them circulating false information. But I think that way of thinking is important, Egdoik-san. Wolf. Don't comfort me. Egdoik. I thought I had grasped something here, but it seems like I am still lacking experience. I am glad we finished eating first. I would have most likely felt more pathetic if this sense of defeat were to be overlapped with hunger. Oh, Egdoik Dono. I turned at the person that called me and there was Rakura and Mix standing there. It seems like the two were walking the streets while eating a light meal that they must have bought from food stalls. Mix and Rakura. Huh. How's the progress? Egdoik. None at all. I tried asking the Morgana adventurers in the list of Gyrus to Dono, but they were all the same. I can't see signs of being brainwashed either. Mix. So pretty much the same as us. Egdoik. How did you guys draw the information from the adventurers? Wolf. We had King Zenot to give out a request to investigate the movements of the adventurers affiliated to Morgana with the specified names. After that, we had Rakura Dono asked questions to those adventurers with the pretext that it was on behalf of Morgana. Mix. I see. Morgana is strict when it comes to order after all, so you utilize the advantage that they can't refuse orders from headquarters unless there's a plausible reason to. Egdoik. That said, with a request from King Zenota, they would be given time to make countermeasures if they are allies of Ray 8. No. Your average adventurer wouldn't be able to prepare satisfactory countermeasures against Rakura, who can see through lies, and the smart Mix. Even if there's still time, it is pretty rough when there's not much harvest to this degree. Mix. Yeah, should we try consulting Comrade? Egdoik. Mr. Friend said he will be coming here tomorrow. Desuzo. Mix. So Shiza is coming back. Wolf, even though I told him to leave Kiwama to me. This won't be a good look. Mix. It is good news, but it does feel like we hit the time limit. It would be nice if we were to make some sort of breakthrough before Counselor Sama arrives. Rakura. Yeah. Egdoik. Everyone sighed heavily. It can't be helped. If this were combat, all the people here would be able to compensate for what Comrade lacks. Relying on Comrade for everything is not good as allies acting together. Comrade said please arrange as much of the details as possible. If he is going to return to Kiwama, we should use the remaining time to organize the information we have gathered. But there's way too little information. Should I leave it to Wolf and use my legs to investigate a bit more? No. Wolf and the others must want to do the same. I shouldn't try to steal the march here when I am not even sure. Let's switch up if Comrade is going to be returning. Even if there is not much information to go on, let's concentrate on making documents to show Comrade and prepare for tomorrow. Egdoik. Right. If we were to run around all night and exhaust ourselves, it would hinder our actions when Mr. Friend shows us a compass after all. Mix. For now, let's rely on the power of Comrade to see through the depths of the enemy's hearts. But will a day come when I will be able to see even the intentions of enemies I can't see? I finished discussing the research details of the near future with Ruko and the others, and I finished doing the things I could as a member of Shunaten Taizu. And so, I am flying with Kato again, and land close to the entrance of Kiwama's capital. I return my thick attire to how it originally was. Fuayu. That was cold. But it seems like it will be possible to fly alone if I make a bit more preparations. Master, try not catching cold. Kato, even if you can fly now, my worries would be gone if you were to refrain from flying in itself though. Trying to manage something about that cold with just clothes and your body is just pushing it. Ilias also takes off her Agudo Division supplied coat. This normally can be staved off with cold resistance magic. But after explaining to them that I wanted to do trial and error here, she said then I will also try flying without using cold resistance magic and matched me. It was pretty rough with the two of us trembling as we flew. That said, we are not doing something like putting our bodies together like the scenes where people get stranded in a snowy mountain. If we lower the altitude, the issue of the temperature will be solved to a certain degree, but if humans were to see a devil flying in the sky, there's no doubt there would be misunderstandings. Even if we were to land, if there's no people who can use farsight magic to confirm whether there's people in the surroundings, there's a high chance we will be seen. I had full body armor prepared for Kata in order to not get hit with wind directly, but what's cold is still cold. It could get somewhat better if we were to cut to fall the air, but I could die from lack of oxygen. The fastest way would be for Kata to use magic, but what Kata can do is shapeshift, melt into the shadows, and do the motions of a regular animal. There's the law of mass preservation, so it can't carry a lot of luggage, but being able to hide the bulky stuff inside the stomach of Katu is pretty beneficial. For shapeshifting, I didn't really major in dynamics, so it will be trial and error for the near future. When we arrived at the inn where Mix and the others are, the Egdoik team was already present. You are one busy guy going here and there, boss. Having high traveling speed has its grievances. Gyrista. The more convenient it gets, the more workload you have after all. That's one of the things I have to be careful about when increasing the civilization level of this world. Excessive progress can also cause heavy effects on the people working. The amount of work for each person will increase, but I would like to avoid increasing unemployment. I read the files pertaining to the investigations of Egdoik and Mix in Ryodo and Morgana. Sorry, comrade. There were no issues in joining the guild, but we couldn't get fruitful information. Egdoik. Don't worry. It took me a lot of work just trying to join the guild. You joined a guild too, Mr. Friend? Must have been Morgana, right? Mix. Shunate. Shunate. Mix. It seems like Ray 8 has stretched his hand to Shunate too. That's why I will act together with Ilias most of the time when in Kiwama. Ilias nodded proudly. There's no need to compete with Egdoik that much. I am banned from Ryodo on the surface, so I can accompany you too, boss. Gyrista. If your infamy hasn't spread all the way to Shunate, I would like you to accompany me. Yeah. Probably not possible then. Gyrista. Figures. I am actually surprised she can act normally in Kiwama's capital. Now then, let's read the files. Fume. What? You have gathered pretty fruitful information though. What? I thought the only information we had was what we heard from the adventurers in the list though. Mix is showing a surprised expression here, so. Ah, I see. You geese didn't share information properly, didn't you? We did talk yesterday though. What do you mean by that? Egdoik, try comparing each other's files. You should be able to notice. I say this and give Egdoik the files of Mix and Mix the files of Egdoik. The two of them read that seriously. So that's what it was? This is Mix. Wait, Mix, I would like to notice it by myself too. This is slightly different. But, Egdoik, can Wolf read it too? Wolf, yeah, but please wait even if you notice it. Egdoik. Gyrus managed to discover the people that made contact with the adventurers by asking around. There's a good amount of adventurers that made contact, and Gyrus listed them up. Egdoik's team used that list as reference to check the adventurers of Ryodo, and Mix's team investigated the adventurers of Morgana. It looked like there were a lot of unclear points about the ones making contact, but they have judged there's a high chance they are all people possessed by Ray 8 from their way of acting. The results of their investigation were the same, and the adventurers were consulted about the same thing. But I managed to notice the difference immediately when checking each other's files. It seems like Mix managed to immediately notice the meaning of that difference and even the method Ray 8 used. It is only a matter of time before Egdoik notices it by his own power. Let's think up a plan while he is at it. Egdoik and Wolf also safely reached the answer, and we finally began to act for the solution is what I want to say. But we need to lay the groundwork first. Egdoik is jumping around places for the sake of this. I was a bit free at that time, so I brought Elias and Wolf with me to sightsee the cityscape of Kuama. Because of all that happened, I didn't get a proper look at the city of Kuama, so this is a good opportunity. There's a lot of adventure-looking people compared to Taizu. Moreover, the ratio of demi-humans is on a whole other realm. It is only after seeing these differences that I can understand the reason why Marito said Taizu is an uptight country. Guilds have no influence in Taizu, so there's no workplace that easily accepts demi-humans. Because of that, the demi-humans that are affiliated with Shunate, which is the only one that has spread its roots in Taizu, just pretend to respect Taizu but keep their distance. There's other reasons as to why they would want to avoid Taizu. It is because of the adjoined nether. I have heard demi-humans are daring towards humans, but cowardly towards demon lords. The Megis nether and Taizu nether's danger levels are high even within those, so they may be places that the demi-humans instinctively try to avoid. There's a lot of demi-humans in Kuama. It would be nice if Taizu were to become closer to demi-humans soon. Ilias, Marito and the Black Wolfkins should become a good trigger in those fronts. Right. I am sure His Majesty will be able to accomplish it. Ilias. And so, we arrive at the top centerpiece located in the plaza, the Hero Index. There's a big stone monument in the middle of the undecorated plaza. This must be it, I guess. The letters carved on the stone monument talk in a really long-winded manner about how Yugura appeared in this land in the past, attacked the Nether with breakneck speed, and defeated Blue. I can see the memories of Yugura if I touch this. I try touching it all over, but there's no notable change. You most likely have to touch it while sending your mana to it. Ilias. I don't have mana though. Right. Then, please keep your hand there. Ilias. Ilias puts her hand on top of my hand that's on the stone monument. And then, the moment I felt a faint hot sensation flowing into me, my vision changed from the plaza to a wasteland. What was around us were countless undead. There's even some armed ones. I thought I raised my voice lightly, but no voice came out. No, I should be able to talk, but there's no sound coming out. Wolf, who should have been beside me, is not there, but Ilias is. Maybe it is because it reacted to the same mana. This place is similar to the simulated worlds of gold. No, it is a slightly inferior version. It is apparently possible to move, but there's the possibility of crashing onto Wolf who I can't see. Now then. Ready? When I looked back, there was a single man there. Slightly long black hair, black eyes, and a peaceful and decent face that has Japanese features. Seems to be in the middle of his 20s, and his attire is a comfortable robe that's mainly white. This guy is Yugura Naraya, another worlder from Earth just like me. He looks more like a mage despite being called a hero. Well, his weapon is a sword though. Yugura has already become the White Demon Lord. That must be why he is in white attire. Yugura, Preparations are ready. I hear a familiar voice. It is the colorless bastard. But he was nowhere in sight even when I looked around. He does give the vibe that he hid from the very beginning. I returned my gaze to Yugura and he showed up in all my face. And then, his body phased through my body just like that. I hurriedly looked back and the whole horde of undead were smashed to pieces and flying in the air. The undead corpses turned to dust before reaching the ground. I was watching this and, by the time I noticed, there wasn't a single undead left from the countless there were. It is most likely similar to the wide-range sweeping strike of Ilias, but I didn't see any charging motions. I didn't put on my superhuman glasses, but the result most likely wouldn't have changed even if I did. There's no doubt Yugura has equal or superior strength than the powerhouses of this world. Yugura mumbled something at the end. I wondered what he said for a moment there, but it was a language I am used to hearing. That's right, it was Japanese. The moment I tried to understand the meaning, the scenery returned to that of the plaza. Did you manage to see it? Yeah, that was shocking strength. Ilias. The face of Ilias was telling me clearly that what she witnessed was beyond her imagination. It seems like the strength of Yugura is within a realm worthy of or even for the current Ilias. So it is to the point that even you think that, we may be on the same level in terms of physical strength, but the amount of mana he has and the way he uses it is way too different. Mana strengthening, the wide area shockwave, the addition of purification magic, he did all those in one breath. Ilias. I can tell that sounds impressive, but it doesn't click with me. Would it make more sense if I said he has the physical strength and mana amount of Wolf, the magic casting speed of Rakura, and the ability to cast multiple spells at once like Ekdoik? Ilias. I see. That's a monster. I saw quite the surplus in him. What we saw just now wasn't his full power. Ilias. Even though we are both earthlings, that's not fair. If he can fight that much, just how would things have been in my place? Yugura is strong, isn't he? Wolf must have tried the hero index too and saw that scene. She is very excited here. Most people would have their hearts broken from the difference in strength. But Wolf here is burning with motivation. It is true that he is strong, but that feels like it is of a different kind. Wolf. Yeah, it is different from strength trained with steady effort. You can tell that? Ilias. We are from the same planet, you know. I am aware of the limit of our specs. Athletes, martial artists, soldiers. As someone who has observed people in those professions, the way Yugura carried himself wasn't like that of people who have trained their bodies. If he is a human from around 100 years in the past, he might have military experience from the First World War, but he doesn't give me the impression that he is a true and tried soldier. If a human like that were to move just as he did just now, his name would have remained in history as a legendary sniper. Can you reach that realm if you become a demon or demon lord? Well, I don't want to though. If I were to just get power like that all of a sudden, it would go beyond halving the fun of life. I am the type that doesn't overlevel in games and enjoys the appropriate difficulty. I have also done self-imposed restrictions often. My current situation is pretty restrictive too. If he came to this world in your same state and obtained that much power, that certainly might be the case. By the way, it seemed like he mumbled something at the end. Could it be that that was in your planet's language? Ilias. Yeah. It was Japanese. It seems like Yugura left a message, not only to the adventurers, but also to compatriots that come to this world. What did he say? Ilias. From here onwards, you have to throw away even your humanity. If you want to live in this world, be satisfied with just this is what he said. What does he mean by that? Ilias. The fate of the people that obtain unrivaled power is loneliness. Yugura gave a warning to keep it moderate. Yugura is trying to put a hand on what lies further beyond even what he has shown. Judging from what the colorless demon lord said about him having been killed by a god, there's no doubt about it. I certainly wouldn't want to get involved with a being like that. I don't plan on becoming a mythological being or something, so that's what it was. It must be difficult to even imagine a scenery like that. Ilias. Well, we have been shown a rare mistake, so it was worth coming here. Let's take our time and meet up with Rakura and Mix. Yeah. Ilias. Should we have lunch first, or should we do so after regrouping? Ilias and Wolf don't know much about the stores of Kiwama, so it would be better to rely on Mix. I will ask just in case, but do you two know a good deal about the eateries here? The two of them shake their heads to the sides. In that case, It really would be better to rely on Mix. Her voice gets louder when I rely too much on her, so I would like to keep it moderate, but I just can't give up the allure of the Mix quality, which is comfort and reliability. Excuse me, can you lend me a bit of your time? A girl spoke to us when we were about to leave the plaza. It is the girl that was sitting alone the moment we arrived in the plaza. Her attire is that of a priestess of the Yugara church, just like Rakura. She is around the same age as Rakura. Judging from her face, she is the type of person that overflows with energy. Is something the matter? If you are searching for a place to eat, I have a place I would recommend. Shall I guide you? That's a great invitation. What should we do? Ilias, don't really know what to expect from this, but that would be a great help. Please do. Alright. Forgive the belated introduction. My name is Maseta Noich. I lost completely to Rakura. Rakura made me grovel on the ground, but she yawned as if bored and didn't look at me. Are you telling me that's how much of a difference there was? There must have been. Even archbishops can't readily use the technique of slicing with barriers. Moreover, she pulled that off in an instant. With how nonchalantly I was shown the overwhelming difference in skills, I couldn't even feel the reality of it. With that much talent, I can understand the reason why Yuko-sama recommended her. But it is as if she is completely useless in everything aside from battle. I doubt her continuous failures were an act. There's no way she would cause damage to the Grand Church just for an act. How pathetic. I bite my lips and the taste of blood spreads in my mouth faintly. I lost completely. But I don't want to admit I am inferior to Rakura. The pride that there's more things I win against her continues to bring me shame. The treatment I get in Morgana has not changed one bit. There's no doubt Lishal-sama expected me to lose from the very beginning. I was a prisoner to my own personal emotions and lost without being able to see the difference in skills. He could have lowered my rank there. Even so, he still maintained it like that. So that means Rakura has been acknowledged as someone above that. Rakura is standing beyond the place I have arrived at. That's so mortifying, so mortifying, it is unbearable. But I have no means to clear those grievances on Rakura. There might some if I don't care for the means, but there's Mixed Aizu by her side. There's no one who doesn't know her skills. If you are a rank 2, she is not someone you can make an enemy of even by mistake. I must think of an attack point. I have to learn more about Rakura in order to achieve this. How do I get information about her? I must avoid them getting wary of me. I stood up and was about to leave the plaza, but a group of a man and 2 women entered my vision. The fact that they are by the side of the hero index must mean that they are either tourists that came to Kiwama or adventurers. The man looks extremely weak, but I can tell the other 2 are pretty strong. The night barely has any openings, and the mana I can feel is polished to a level where I would unconsciously get on guard. As for the demi-human, what's with that mana? The only one whom I haven't been able to see the bottom of their mana pool is the Yugara-sama shown in the hero index. She is a face I don't see often in Kiwama. But there's no doubt they are powerhouses from a foreign country. So that's what it was. It must be difficult to even imagine a scenery like that. Well, we have been shown a rare mistake, so it was worth coming here. Let's take our time and meet up with Rakura and Mix. What did they say just now? Rakura and Mix? Are these 3 acquaintances of those 2? This might be a godsend. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to obtain information about Rakura. I spoke to them and introduced them to the place I frequent. There were 2 tables open for pairs and the man that seemed to be their leader ended up sitting with me. The knight at the seat behind him is wary of her surroundings at all times, even in this situation. Even if I were to try to do something to this man, her sword would enter in between us before my hand could reach. Of course, it is not like I would try to harm a complete stranger. This is just an hypothetical. The man is eating with good etiquette. His way of speaking is also gentle and polite. It even makes me wonder whether he is actually an acquaintance of Rakura. Phew, that was tasty. Thank you very much, Masata-san. This is an establishment I frequent, so I am happy you have taken a liking to it. Masata, I see. It feels good to have the thing you like be acknowledged after all. It would be great if I could thank you in some way though. I have been in Kiwama for long. You see, I am satisfied with being able to talk with someone from the outside like this. Masata, it doesn't seem like we have started on the wrong foot here, but how should I open up the topic? If I were to ask in a way too forward manner, they would suspect and shun me. Rakura is a cleric like me. In that case, I just have to lead the conversation to the fact that he has a cleric by his side too. Not bad. Let's go with that method. I decided on my plan, and just when I was about to talk to him, I suddenly felt something off from his eyes. There's something different. Even though I don't feel any change at all in his manner, it is as if my instincts were warning me here. It is about Rakura, isn't it? Masata, you are wearing the same priestess clothes, so you would be able to get that by just thinking about it for a bit. Right. That's exactly right. Me and Rakura are wearing the same priestess clothes of the Ugara church. It wouldn't be strange for him to be able to tell that I am connected to Rakura in some way. Let's stay calm here. He threw the topic to me, so this works just fine for me. I was a classmate of Rakura, so when you mentioned her name just before, I got nostalgic and ended up speaking. Masata. And so you want to learn the weakness of Rakura? What are you saying, Masata? Masata-san's eyes and way of stiffening your shoulders when I mentioned the name of Rakura told me a general idea of the relationship between you two. You must have been the type that didn't put any stops in your efforts. In the eyes of someone like you, Rakura must have been a nice or a lot of times. If you are a classmate of Rakura, you must be burning with jealousy and antagonism because she became a priestess before you. What's with this person? Does he know about me? No, there's no lies at all in the words of this person. The fact that you went out of your way to obtain information at this point in time must mean that you had the opportunity to make contact with her recently, right? In that case, you must be a guild member of Morgana. Masata-san. Are you rank 2? Rakura has once again stepped into the new sanctuary you built up. So your past grudges must have welled up again. Or something like that. Did you hear that from Rakura? Masata. I did hear that Rakura had become a rank 2 of Morgana, but nothing aside from that. I didn't hear a single word about Masata-san from her. He didn't lie there. This man understood me in just this instant. It is not only that, it is exactly because she knows Rakura well that he can compare her to me and theorize. There was an entrance exam in Morgana, right? Rakura prefers actual combat, so you were her opponent? It seems that's the case. Just who in the world are you? Masata. No need to worry about the small details, and no need to put up your guard. Even if I have understood your intention, it is not like I will do something. That's if you don't do anything, that is. I see. Masata. I mistook who to take on. He is not someone I can match. This is not about combat technique or anything like that. He has simply seen through me in the pure sense of the word. Would you be able to see through this much with someone you met for the first time with just the few hints available? No, even if you had the intelligence to pull that off, it wouldn't be possible to see through my feelings as well. I should withdraw here obediently. There's nothing I can get from facing this person. But he continued speaking to me, most likely because he saw through the fact that I wanted to withdraw. Since the opportunity has been presented, let's talk for a bit. Your gripes are simply you seeing Rakura as your enemy by yourself. You arbitrarily saw Rakura as below you, and tasted humiliation for the gap created. Those feelings must have been exacerbated because of the defeat in the recent duel. Arbitrarily, huh? Masata. Rakura is fatally bad when it comes to general duties after all. If you just look at that, you can end up feeling a sense of superiority and bask in it. But that's the mistake you yourself perpetrated. You lost to that sense of superiority, and didn't try to talk or look at Rakura. If you had talked to her, you would have been able to learn that Rakura is also clumsy even in her heart. If you had looked at her, you would have been able to understand the strength of Rakura. Past memories resurfaced in my mind. There's barely any memories of me talking to Rakura or looking at her. What did I do after meeting her for the first time and after I saw her continuous failures? I treated her as if she didn't exist. Defects can become strong points as well. You managed to put effort in a lot of things, but Rakura is clumsy and could only put her efforts in one thing. In the shadows of your unrelenting hard work, there was Rakura working hard on one thing alone. But if you switch your way of seeing this, it also means that Rakura poured her everything in one point. That's a domain you can't reach. It was a foregone conclusion that you would lose to Rakura in battle. You holding a grudge for this is your own arbitrary conclusion, isn't it? Self-deprecation slowly crept up from deep in my heart. I thought I had lived upright as a priestess and as a person, but I certainly did look down on Rakura just as he said. And then, when Rakura got ahead of me and I lost completely to her, I fumed all on my own. I can't argue with anything he said. Masata. But you're a great person, Masata-san. Masata. If we were to see your actions towards Rakura in a vacuum, then yeah, I can't say you are good. But what about the other things? Are you the type of person that is ashamed of every action you have taken? That's Masata. When you look at Rakura without understanding her, she would only look slovenly. If you were to lose to that vision of Rakura you have, it would mean denying the point and worth of all your hard work until now. The antagonism you feel is anger towards the unjust treatment of your hard work and worth. No, this includes even your peers. You are a pure and straightforward person. There's no need to feel shame in that. It is just that your past self was a bit narrow-minded. Because of this, you have been enslaved in your own narrow vision even as of present. Try taking a deep breath and calm down. Do you think you really are below Rakura as a priestess and as an adventurer? Rakura became a priestess before me. She became a rank 2 adventurer more easily than me, but that's just a special case because her battle prowess is beyond outstanding. I am sure I would be able to perform my job as a priestess better than her. I also have far more experience as an adventurer than her. You win against Rakura in almost everything else, so there's no need to go out of your way and concentrate on just the few points that you lose on. The story would be different if Masata-san is a battle junkie that has poured her whole life into combat though. I am not a dangerous person like that. Masata. That's right. You simply jump to conclusions too soon, but I think you are an incredibly appealing individual. He enveloped my hand with both of his. The strange fear I felt before is not there anymore. They are the eyes of a gentle young man. Masata-san, you held a lot of strong points and learned of your own faults. You can put effort and reflect, too. You should walk forward rather than staying in place. I am sure what you want to accomplish is awaiting you in your future, and I am sure you will be able to accomplish it. He saw through my antagonism towards his comrade, and not only did he not chide me, he acknowledged me. I don't remember much about what happened afterwards. By the time I noticed, we had parted ways and I was on my way back. What I can say is that my jealousy and hatred towards Rakura inside my heart had dried and turned seedy. I already have no insistent rage towards Rakura, but I do feel like I want to try understanding Rakura in a different way. I want to believe in his words. That's right, that person. Wait, I didn't get that person's name? Masata. Man, it is good that I managed to prevent trouble before it happened. The woman that reacted when we mentioned the name of Rakura, Masata-san. I thought at first she reacted because she is a fellow student of the Yugara Church, but that distance of hers was that of someone trying to probe here. With the leading I performed using the prior information I had, I ascertained that she is someone that had issues with Rakura, and successfully admonished her calmly for it. I at first thought about eliminating mercilessly since I felt hostility, but I managed to grasp the fact that Masata-san was more inclined toward virtue after analyzing her. Those types of people are sincere and spare no effort, but they tend to easily make themselves the standard. She is someone that you can easily get along with if you talk with her, but her compatibility with Rakura was bad. If she had a bit more elements of hot-blooded friendship, she might have been able to get along better with Rakura, but expecting that much from someone else would just be wrong. I lowered her hate towards Rakura and had her face forward. You could say that was a satisfactory result. I feel as if I was shown the techniques of a scammer. You are one rude person. And yet, Ilias-san looked at me like a criminal. Wolf has a face as if she understood something from this. I am impressed you can throw such words towards a complete stranger you just met. Ilias. She was a priestess of the Yugara Church and an acquaintance of Rakura. On top of that, she made contact with us for a reason. Also, the way she was shaken after talking with her directly. As long as they aren't great at hiding secrets, I can tell pretty much what kind of person they are with that information alone. It simply resonated in the heart of Masata because I said those words from the bottom of my heart. I would have found that sketchy though. Ilias. You would. But the people of the Yugara Church can see through lies. That's why it is easier for them to accept the words they are given straight on. Throwing your true feelings instead of thinking about small tricks brings about more fruitful communication with them. It is because of such things that grandiose lectures from cultists have such great effectiveness if they are words that come from the heart. That is, maybe Yugara considered that stuff too as he gave such a technique to the Yugara Church. If he came from the First World War era, He shouldn't have known about the techniques of Hitler to incite the masses in the Second World War. It is the era where the constitution of the Empire of Japan was the main constituent. Could it be that there was an influential person like that in that era too? Well, it might have been purely a lesson he learned in life. Let's stop thinking too deeply about it. Is that how it is? I personally think this was educational since I saw an unexpected side of you. Ilias. Unexpected, you say? I was always like this in Taizu too, you know. Really? Ilias. Just what kind of face do you think I have when facing the knights and nobles that criticized you? Now that you mention it, you were doing something like that. But I think it is harder to get through knights and nobles with words in comparison to clerics though. Ilias. Knights and nobles have their pride after all. If you tinker with that proficiently, you can instill as much shame and humiliation to those unskilled people. The reality was that most of them were easy to deal with to the point it wasn't even worth mentioning. I have not made them experience things on the level of being traumatic, I think. Ilias is a resident of Taizu after all. I tried to solve this as peacefully as possible. I am scared of asking for the details. Ilias. I have made them stop criticizing you, so please don't ask. That said, when it goes all the way to Knight Captain, it is hard to tinker with their beliefs with just a silver tongue. Lord Lino may look easy, but he is pretty tough in the important spots after all. Him having no deaths within his subordinates after he was posted as a knight captain is not just for show. He is the kind of dangerous superior that can act in an unsightly or shameful manner if it is for the sake of his subordinates. I am sure the life of Ilias would have changed greatly if she was posted to the Lino division instead of the Ragudo division. Well, there wasn't any place that could handle her strength aside from the Ragudo division, so you could say there was no chance though. Maseta-san is the type of person that would leave proper results equal to the amount of work she has put in after all. There's no doubt it would be better for everyone if she were to face forward and walk. You evaluate her awfully highly. Ilias. I told you what I said before came from the heart, right? The balance of her talent is also good, and she doesn't neglect putting in the effort. She is also sociable except in some fronts, has the desire to improve herself, and can reflect. She is pretty much an exemplary student that barely causes trouble, yet burns with passion where it matters. She is a generally likable person if we exclude her narrow view. She certainly does sound appealing when you put it like that. Ilias. She will most likely end up in a far higher post than Rakura at the end. It wouldn't be strange for her to end up as an archbishop in the future. It would be a waste to have someone like that burn their life away because of Rakura. Please fix yourself up quickly. Shizu, was the person just now more appealing than Rakura? Wolf. If it is in terms of a girl that I can find charm in after interacting with her socially, it would be Maseta-san. As for Rakura, she stimulates the paternal instinct to look after her. You are. That's bizarre. Wolf. You as well. Wolf. You have begun to use complicated words. The pensive look of Wolf has begun to feel pretty intellectual. I would like her to make a nicer face though. No, let's not look at her with those eyes yet. Shizu, what about Wolf? Wolf. Complaining is a luxury. But if you want to do so anyways, bring out yourself a bit more. I will do my best. I would like more snacks after a meal. Wolf. That's good progress. But make sure not to become like Rakura. What would Rakura say? Wolf. She would demand booze and have it served. Tilda. Wolf. No, I don't think she would go that far. Ilias. After that, we buy snacks. We also bought the share for Rakura and the others and brought them back, but Rakura said how about having booze together with it? The drinks poured by Councillor Sama taste good, so please do consider it, which made Ilias look baffled and Wolf went in happiness. Of course, I rejected the alcohol. The information about the invasion of the defensive wall by the Blue Demon Lord had been spread to almost everywhere, but the details of the result are almost unknown. According to the information obtained, someone has negotiated with the Blue Demon Lord and established an armistice. The Kiwama King had no intention of accepting this and tried to show unyielding will here, but this led to angering the Blue Demon Lord and destroying the defensive walls. With the impending battlefield being expanded to the nation, he was cornered into having no choice but to accept this armistice. Rai-san disappeared at around the same time. It seems like he has been imprisoned in the Kiwama castle. But we are talking about that person after all. For Rai-san, a body is an expendable that can be switched. The secret technique to move your own soul into others. There's no one that can match Ray-8-san in that field. Moving your soul is powerful. But it is also a double-edged sword that can cause extremely dangerous situations. In the case you possess a living being, you are trying to influence the soul of someone else with a defenseless soul. He is throwing away his body and possessing someone, so he can't defend with mana either. Just thinking about the effects makes me shiver. There's also the compatibility of the bodies. If the body is incompatible, the body stiffening is just the tip of the iceberg. It might even affect your soul at worst. If you want to make it practical, it is necessary to use outstanding amounts of work in order to incapacitate the target's soul. Or at least that's how it is in theory. Ray-8-san is completely ignoring that process and constantly possessing people. Because of this, he freely switches bodies and can act in a variety of places. There's no one who excels in maneuvering in the shadows than him. He can progress his work in the middle of a big nation, so I always think it is great that I didn't make him an enemy. Just what kind of person managed to capture that Ray-8-san? There's the need to show the highest of caution for the time being. Whichever the case, the chances of him abandoning his body and escaping are high despite him having been captured. I continue to act as if I am lounging about at the bar counter and wait for contact to happen. Is it that? A middle-aged civilian talking to a Ryudo adventurer. That attire. Is he a merchant? I use the hearing strengthening spell. I can hear everything inside the bar with this, but the noise is incredibly annoying every time I use this. It really makes me grateful I trained to pick up conversations. If I concentrate, I can tell you are a skilled adventurer. There's something I would like to consult with you about. What? Before that, can I confirm what guild you are from? Ryudo. If you have a request, go through the guild. That's my intention, but I was thinking about confirming the market price of the guild members, you see. Of course, if you cooperate, I could consider making a request that nominates you. Me accepting depends on the details of it. Well, fine. What request do you want to know the market price of? His way of speaking matches. So you really did succeed in breaking out of prison, Ray-8-san. There's a lot of things I would like to ask, but I have to make contact quickly. I will eat all my food in the time he is talking to that adventurer. As for the ale, I don't want to, but let's control myself here. I hurriedly finished my meal and exited the bar beforehand. I moved to a back alley where I can see the entrance of the bar. Now all that's left is to wait for Ray-8-san to come out. Don't move. There's someone behind me. They clearly spoke to me. What should I do? They don't seem to have a weapon ready. Could I escape if I jump into the crowd? Don't hesitate. Run. I throw the magic seal stone I was hiding behind me at the same time as I run. They won't be able to chase me with magic. If they go for a physical approach, I will concentrate on detecting the presence of such and avoiding it. I should be able to deal with the first attack. Probably the one that spoke to me from behind. Judging from the tone of their voice, it was a man, but that man didn't show signs of moving despite seeing me running. Should I look back and confirm his face? No, prioritize escaping. I got hit hard from the front, as if I crashed onto a wall after running at full speed. This is barrier magic? How did this show up when I used a magic seal stone? No, that's not it. He is not alone. There's a woman wearing Yugara church clothes right in front of me. She must have created a wall using barrier magic. This is not the time to be complaining. I will get caught at this rate. I strengthen my firepower with mana strengthening. I can just jump over a barrier. There's no way we would let you escape. What? The moment I landed, I was pulled with enormous strength and was smashed onto the ground. Something is wrapped around my leg. These are chains. Wait. This is Ekdoik. So you know me. It isn't strange if you are a pawn of Ray-8. Ekdoik. This is bad. It is true that the infamy of this guy hasn't spread, but I heard he is on the same level as Gyrusto and Pashuro. With my skills, I should resolve myself. You must not kill yourself, Desuzo. I can't put strength in my whole body. Strength is being sapped out of me. Some sort of knife has been stabbed in me. What should I do? At times like this, I feel like Ray-8-san would abandon me. Captured successfully. It all went as planned. Gotcha. Good work. I left the bar and regrouped with Ekdoik and the others. This guy that has been knocked out with the poisonous knife of Mix is our first new clue. Even if Ray-8 planned on causing chaos by using the adventurers, there's no way he would blabber away in a situation where ears are present. In that case, Why did Ray 8 make contact with adventurers in places where many people would witness it? It is simple if you just think in the perspective of Ray 8. Ray 8 apparently normally uses the special body of a child, but using the body of a child to perform his scheming has its limitations, so he has been switching bodies within his living sphere. It is natural that it is hard to follow his trail. But this isn't exclusive to enemies. His allies can't tell Ray 8 apart from others either. That's why he would take a peculiar conduct and would have specific conversations with adventurers. He would set several allies in places where adventurers frequent like taverns and plazas. He would use certain conversations and ways of speaking to send them the signal Ray 8 is here. On top of that, Ray 8 changed his way of speaking depending on the guild the other party is affiliated to. The report was that they were having the same discussion, but that was solely the fact that it was the same details inside the guild. In the files of Egdoik's team that investigated Ryodo, it was written he asked the market price of the requests, but in the files of Mix's team there was the small difference of asking the reasonable rank of the request. If everything is exactly the same, it is hard to escape the thought that you can see such trends. But if the details are set depending on the guild, it is easy to notice there's a trend there. I can't help but feel like they are cutting corners in those parts. Well, it is not like the guilds are in a relationship where they share each other's information, so there was barely any fear of this being noticed. Let's stop searching for cracks. The reality is that this was something that Egdoik and Mix couldn't notice unless they exchanged information. After all, the rest is simple after noticing it. We just needed a civilian-looking person we had prepared, with acting training, and had them act it out. If there's someone within viewed distance of the changed Ray 8 who reacts to his way of speaking, it will be a bingo. If we were to follow them brazenly afterwards instead of making contact with them, they might end up getting too suspicious, and we might lose sight of them. In that case, we should move away from the place beforehand and keep an eye on the entrance. I set Egdoik and the others there. Then, I confirmed the features of the man and told Egdoik this through his chains, which resulted in this. Rakura and Egdoik, carry this man. Mix, I had Ilias and Wolf capture the men that were keeping an eye, so help them out. The way of speaking being divided by guilds wasn't only to avoid coincidences. When they had business with Ryodo, they would speak in the way of the Ryodo adventurers, and when they had business with Morgana, they would switch in the same manner. This man that reacted to the way of speaking to the Ryodo adventurer is a guild member of Ryodo, and that would mean he is a guide on the Ryodo side. There's the possibility of one person remembering all the guild members, but it would be safer to assume there's respective territories and respective guides for their guilds. And so, I checked the tavern in order to see whether there was anyone who reacted aside from this man. There were two other men who were checking them out, so I had Wolf and Ilias keep an eye on them respectively. The two men remained on standby after noticing that it wasn't the one they were in charge of. I would like to capture them all at once if possible. Now then, what should we do? We succeeded in getting a foothold, but it is also plain obvious that this will bring about a troublesome development. It would mean that Ray 8 is always changing locations for when he meets his allies with such a hassle of a method. Them being able to change their locations to meet means that's just how many places they have secured. Someone who can secure several locations without being suspected. Moreover, from each guild, just how big is the whole picture? We carried the 3 men we captured to the vacant house comrades secured as a base of operation, separated them in their own rooms and locked them there. The male Ryodo adventurer seemed to be able to make composed decisions. This suggested that he was cooperating with Ray 8 by his own will. That's why I thought we might be able to get extremely valuable clues here. But, I am done. You know, it didn't work. It seems like his name was a fake one. The one who came out from one of the rooms was the purple demon lord that we brought from Taizu, and also her bodyguard Diuvilieri. In order to draw out information with as much precision as possible, we might need the stomach of perplexion of Diuvilieri and the enticement of the purple demon lord, so we called them here. He has a small magic seal stone embedded in his head, so mind manipulation magic is erased. I tried taking him in with my stomach of perplexion, but as long as he has resistance to mind manipulation magic, it won't be possible to read them immediately. Diuvilieri. Ray 8 is quite the careful guy. It would be easier if he were to have 1 or 2 holes. Sorry for not being of use though. Purple. Don't worry. I was the one who revealed that you were hiding in Kiwama before. It wouldn't be strange for the Scarlet Demon Lord to form countermeasures through Ray 8. They aren't people who can be threatened. But Comrade doesn't seem to be too bothered by this. Human, it may take time, but you can perform torture far worse than death inside my stomach of perplexion. Wouldn't you be able to make them spill out the information if you corner them to the limit of their mental capacity? Devilery. They may have the resolve, but they are still human after all. I do think there's a possibility there, but how long do you think it will take you? They are decently good, so it will most likely take a few days in order to corner them without breaking their minds. Devilery. That's also fine in the worst case scenario. However, them being freshly captured is the best timing. You know, with the guides missing, there's the possibility the others will tuck away and hide. Let's think of a way to draw out their information as soon as possible. Comrade placed a hand on his chin while sitting on a chair in the living room, looking pensive. The Purple Demon Lord saw that, silently sat by his side, and leaned her body on him. This is distracting though. Oh my, that makes me happy though. But it would be horrible of you to just leave me alone when you called me all the way here, you know? Purple. Even if you tell me that, there's nothing I can do for you right now. That's why I am just staying here by your side without saying anything though. Purple. Me complaining about that is my own selfishness. Huh. You can stay like that. I will think as it is. Thanks. Purple. I feel like the distance between these two has gotten a lot shorter compared to before. Comrade has simply opened himself up a bit to her, but the Purple Demon Lord's expression is clearly gentle. Can someone change that much? No, that could be applied for me, too. I looked at Devilery, and he was watching the two silently from slightly further away. I had an honest question here, so I went to his side, and tried asking in a low voice. Devilery, what do you think of those two? Ekdoik. What do I think? Who knows? My lord said that she would try enticing that human without relying on the power given to her by Yugura. I can't measure how much worth there is to that, but I will just watch over it without getting in the way if that's what my lord wishes. Devilery. What about Comrade? Ekdoik. I haven't seen as much worth in that human as my lord does, but that human is the only one in this world who can bring peace to my lord. I value and acknowledge this fact. Devilery. Are you not going to help them out? Ekdoik. I am the strength of my lord. If my lord so wishes, I plan on offering my everything to answer her. She treats me as a separate being and as someone to support her. I must accept that. Devilery. No independence. Doesn't seem to be the case. Ekdoik. Obviously. I will continue being what my lord wishes me to be by my own will. That's my duty as a monster serving a demon lord, and I wish to do so. Ekdoik. I was trained as a human killing tool by mine father, Biglukt. I thought the words of father were everything. That relationship might have been similar to the Purple Demon Lord and Devilery, but that's only on the surface. There's a difference in the strength of my heart at that time compared to that of Devilery's. Devilery has been given the power to be free and the opportunity to. Even with that, he chose to serve the Purple Demon Lord. That resolve is something that even the current me. Monsters really can have human-like traits, too. There's a lot that can be learned in the world. I asked a foolish question. Ekdoik. I don't mind. If you don't get in my way and understand my way of being, I won't think of this conversation as pointless. Devilery. I see. By the way, can I get your honest opinion on this site? Ekdoik. I actually think that maybe I am being a bother for staring at them. Devilery. Leaving aside the Purple Demon Lord, I feel like Comrade would be overwhelmed. Ekdoik. Could it be that it is my fault that the relationship of the two hasn't progressed? Devilery. I can't deny it, but I don't feel like agreeing either. Ekdoik. Comrade wouldn't be able to feel like it if a monster that stands out even among the unique were to stare at him the whole time. That said, there's even bigger monsters at the side of Comrade, so he must be used to it already. By the way, I have a message from the Blue Demon Lord. Devilery. The Blue Demon Lord asked you to give me a message? Ekdoik. She said if she were to ask this of my lord, her attention might be directed to that human instead and she would forget about the message, so she told it to me. Devilery. I see. That does make sense. The Purple Demon Lord only looks at Comrade at this point. She must have judged that it would be most effective if she were to leave it to Devilery, who is dutiful. So, what's the message? Egdoik, she said she wanted to reconfirm the demonification as soon as possible. She apparently needs to give you mana regularly when your body is still not used to it. Devuleri, I see. But there's no issues as of present. It should be okay to do so after this matter is over. Egdoik, so it seems. I can tell the quality of your mana has changed since the last time I saw you. Devuleri, the Blue Demon Lord is quite the dutiful one too. I became a demon in order to prove to her that I won't betray her, and yet, she even proactively looks after me. Egdoik, you are now a subordinate of the Blue Demon Lord. Maybe she wants to properly teach you that. Devuleri, I see. Makes sense. Egdoik, it is true that I should have a bit more awareness that I have become the subordinate of the Blue Demon Lord. But as long as I don't have the experience of serving someone, it is pretty hard to feel the reality of it. My relationship with father was close to that of control, and the one with comrade is that of working together. But a master-servant relationship doesn't seem bad when I see Devuleri. Being able to have such clear determination would be a sign of great growth for me. That's the end of the message. Devuleri, understood. If I return to Taizu, I will try to head to the Blue Demon Lord's place as soon as possible. Egdoik, that's a conversation that makes me pity Blue. Comrade approached us when our conversation was about to end. Looks like he thought of a plan. Have you thought of a plan? Egdoik, yeah. Devuleri, I would like to borrow your strength for a bit. Me? I will help out as much as possible, but I can't separate for a certain amount of distance of my lord, you know? Devuleri, it is okay. I will have you move within the sphere of this house. Comrade, what do you mean by you pitying the Blue Demon Lord? Egdoik, it is nothing. I just thought of the reason why she entrusted a message to Devuleri. Isn't it in order for me to gain awareness of my position just as we spoke of before? Egdoik, she can do that in a second by just forcing an order on you. You will be able to understand the reason once you go meet her. Take your time thinking about it, so I will understand once I go meet her. If comrade says so, that must be the case. It doesn't feel too good to make it this cryptic, but this is also in part a problem that I have to resolve, so let's work hard. I opened the door of the private room and checked the state of the man inside. This guy is a Ryodo Guild member. His registered name is Hasa. He doesn't yield even under the threats of Devuleri, so it seems like he has quite the tough mental strength. Hasa saw me entering the room and didn't falter or act tough. He simply looked at me calmly. He must have been trained a decent amount by Ray 8. He leaves nothing to be desired as a spy. Hey there, Hasa. How you feeling? He was gagged so he can't talk, so there's no response from him, but despite not feeling me as a threat, he also doesn't show signs of underestimating me. I gave the sign to Egdoik and he took out the gag. We have checked inside his mouth already, so there's no issue with having him talk. Being able to make it in time even if a person bites off their tongue is one of the scary parts of an Isekai. Sorry, but I have my own position, too. I can't speak. I will thank you if you don't torture me too badly though. Hasa, in that case, the scary guy you met before will have free reign on you though. I will tag along until my heart breaks then. Hasa, he doesn't just stay silent, so he is easy to speak to in a sense. But it seems like he has a pretty strong sense of camaraderie. He might just be purely scared of Ray 8 and the people around him, but there's no need to worry too much about that. I have done a light comprehension on Hasa. I can comprehend the patterns of others' actions and personality when it is with someone like Ray 8 who has done a variety of moves. But there's still too little information in order to do a full power comprehension on Hasa. However, I have grasped the bare minimum traits. That's clear when seeing his reaction in the tavern. If you spit out the name of at least one big shot behind you, I can wrap this up peacefully, though. Well, since we have the opportunity here, I shall introduce you to the one that hired us. I am grateful for that. I think it will only serve as a parting gift for when I croak, but it is better than nothing. Hasa, well, of course he would bite if I were to put it like that. That's my objective though. I place a hand on the doorknob and look back. I then slowly open the door while looking at the face of Hasa. ? The one that showed up at the other side of the door is a single demi-human man. His attire is decently sharp, but what stands out the most is his strict atmosphere. His nasty eyes remind me of a mafia boss. And the face of Hasa was flustered to an incomparable degree from before when he saw this man. I was planning on doing the same to the remaining two, But there's no room for doubt with this surprise. Might as well strengthen my grounds with his words. Of course you would be surprised. Since we have been hired by the same person! A fake? Hasa, you noticed fast. But your reaction was worth 1,000 words. It is okay now, Duvalieri. Hearing this, the demi-human expanded and retracted in a disgusting manner, and returned to his butler Duvalieri appearance. This is a combination of stomach of perplexion and back of misperception. First, we had Duvalieri take in Mix, who knows a lot about the people of Kuama, with his stomach of perplexion. And then, he read the appearance of the perpetrator with the memories of Mix and created the statue of it inside the space. After that, he used the back of misperception on that statue, changing perfectly into the perpetrator. Mix was hit lightly with the mind tinkering, but she was happy about having gotten a rare experience, so I decided to not worry too much about it. Comrade, it is true that he showed a shocked expression when he saw Duvalieri, but it is not strange for a member of Ryoldo to know him though. Ekdoik, no issues with that. The reaction of Hasa was clearly that of someone who saw someone that shouldn't be an enemy, someone who should normally be an enemy when you are trying to act secretly in Kuama to take advantage of the invasion of the Scarlet Demon Lord. It seems like Hasa has switched to not showing a single reaction, but it is already too late. He has made the fatal error of allowing me to discover who one of the masterminds in the Ryoldo side are. We have ascertained one of the people Ray 8 has actually made contact with. I am actually displeased by how big the scale is. Right. To think that man would be connected to Ray 8. Ekdoik. After Yuguru defeated the Demon Lords as a hero, he left the management of the land to a few influential people. What was born from this were countries like Taizu and Megis. The influential ones that weren't left with the management pledged their loyalty to the country and became nobles. The influential ones that wanted to try to maintain their authority established the guilds. Ryoldo, Morgana, and Shunate are all the names of the founders. The families of the founders were the ones who held the authority in the guilds in those days, but because of the flow of time, the highest authority of the guild ended up being decided by who was the most capable. Even so, the families of the founders are still the advisors or sponsors, so they are in a position to support the guilds. Duvalieri transformed into one of them. Gestaff Heriadora, a family member of the demi-human that founded Ryoldo, and the advisor of Ryoldo. To think the leader of the guild would be joining hands with Ray 8 to cause chaos. Should we capture him at once? Ekdoik. No. I would like to do the same to the other two first. I got an incredibly bad development popping up in my mind just now. What is it? Ekdoik. The remaining two are affiliated to Morgana and Shunate. After we used the shaking tactic of Duvalieri by having him transform, the two reacted. One even slipped with a "Why are you here?" My bad feeling hit the mark. I wonder what to do while staring into the distance. The advisor of Morgana, Chinese Morganise, advisor of Shunate, Robito Goshunate. These guys are conspiring with Ray 8. All the lead figures of the three great guilds of the world have gathered up and have the intention of antagonizing humanity. It seems like this issue runs deeper than I thought. Haku, are you listening? Yes. No, sorry, I wasn't listening. Haku. I was brought back to reality by the voice of Bro Gestaff, who was sitting beside me. Oh no, it looks like he was talking about something, but nothing entered my brain. Bro must have noticed. He looked baffled at me. No. The other two sitting at the opposite side of the table were also looking at me with judging eyes. Chinyas Morganise and Robito Goshunate, advisors of the three great guilds just like Bro. I have messed up big time in front of those influential people. Directing your attention to the surroundings is part of your duty as a bodyguard, but what are you doing being blind of what's right in front of you? Gestaff. I'm sorry. Haku. Gestaff, it is pretty careless of you to make a bodyguard like that your close aide. Chinyas. That damn hag. Chinyas. I am fine with me being mocked, but to think she would do the same to Bro. I was on the verge of glaring at her, but let's just smile here. What's with that irritating smile? If you want to gain favor with that, you should practice how to smile for 1 hour every day in front of a mirror. Chinyas. Who wants your favor, you idiot? I am trying to endure here to not pick a fight for their sake of Bro. If Bro were to give me the permission, you would be snapped like a twig in a blink. Chinyas does have a point. This meeting is not something that must be known to the public. Careless people are not appropriate in this place. Robito. Even the baldy Robito. No, it is not like he is condemning bro here. Ah, but bro was the one who chose me and brought me here, so damn you, you baldy. If you want to complain about my bodyguard, you should do so after bettering your judgment a bit more. Hakutoku, you were wary of our surroundings anyways, right? Was there an issue? Jestaf, none. There's 5 people of Shunate on top of the roof, 4 in the neighboring hidden room, and there's 2 from ours at the hallway, but they are being stupidly wary. Aside from that, there's 7 servants in this residence as stated, in standby at the kitchen. There's a stray cat on top of the roof. There were 3 rats in the storehouse by the way. Haku. I see. Let me correct myself. I understand now why he chose you. That's splendid detection skills. Robito. Oh, so this baldy can admit his mistakes? Alright, I can rub that sleek head of yours. That said, me using detection magic while they were talking is a point I should reflect on. Alright, reflected. They were not getting to the point, so my usual habit came out. I don't think you can tell the affiliations and jobs with detection magic though. Is it a unique technique? Genius. Something like that. The ones from the Yugara Church can detect lies from the fluctuations of mana, right? I can get a general idea of the person with the flow of their mana in a similar manner. I myself am not too knowledgeable about it. Haku. I see. Well, no one would want to reveal their cards after all. I will just leave it at that. Genius. What's with that patronizing? I will just leave it at that. I am not lying. I can tell by feeling the general information of others with detection magic. Gender, country of birth, affiliated guild, whether you have slept with someone, your estimated strength, and a variety of other things. My intention is to use the normal detection magic, but there's apparently no such effects in the normal one. But this power is extremely handy. I can tell whether someone is an ally, enemy, or neutral, so I can tell if there's a traitor immediately. I have already confirmed that the goals of the baldy and hag in front of my eyes match that of bro, so I at the very least don't think they are trying to set bro in a trap. Also, my detection magic is outstanding in the fact that the other party will find it hard to detect they were hit by it. It might be just that my mana lacks much presence though. I don't plan on blabbering about all that though. Ah, but one of the servants seems to be pregnant. Should I congratulate her? No, it would be creepy for a stranger to congratulate you for that. Huh. You could say there are downsides to this power too. To be blunt, it is the fact that I am an idiot. It takes me time to memorize the information I obtained with my detection magic. On top of that, when I concentrate on that, I immediately end up losing sight of what's in front of me. Well then, let's move to the main topic. Ray 8 is currently imprisoned in the Kiwama castle. Even the spies we have sent don't have a grasp of the current situation. Jestaf. Such useless spies. How about working your pay? Genius. The ones guarding the surroundings of Ray 8 are not soldiers of Kiwama but people who have been influenced by Archbishop Serais. If there's spies of Morgana and Ryodo in the Yugara Church, I would like them to join in. Jestaf. There's no way there would be. Just how much risk would we be shouldering if we were to put someone close to us in a dangerous spot like that? Genius. Makes sense. We are without doubt enemies of the Yugara Church. There's no merit in bringing in believers of the Yugara Church in order to bring down the Yugara Church. The only ones who can sneak into the Yugara Church as a spy when they can easily see through lies are the ones that excel in mind magic. Ray 8 really is impressive. Well, it is not awing like the guide Hasa though. We had Ray 8 move plenty enough. We do have the duty to save him. But we will have enough time to do that once we steal Kiwama. Robito. If he is alive until then, that is. Jestaf. If he dies, then that was his limit. Robito. There's something I would like to confirm about that. The regular reports of one of our members, Hasa, has been cut off. I would like to confirm whether you guys have had contact with Ray 8. Jestaf. None. We have lost one here, too. Robito. One from Morgana, too. A guy that should have been staying at a tavern today has gone missing. Genius. That goes for Hasa, too. Robito, was the one that disappeared from your side also in charge of a tavern? Jestaf. That's right. It seems like all 3 of them were in charge of the tavern and disappeared. Huh. Robito. This is an ominous talk, or more like, Hasa has gone missing? Speak of the devil, but instead of showing up, they disappeared. Moreover, the guides for Morgana and Shunate have disappeared, 2. It doesn't seem like Hasa got caught in just any accident. If one disappears, it could be wrapped up as an accident, or maybe they have been caught up by some sort of eventuality when making contact with Ray 8. But how can it be possible that it happened to 3 people at the same time? Their respective signals are different, so only one of them should be reacting even if Ray 8 were to show up, right? Chennai's. That's right. I judged that Ray 8 had appeared and had disappeared together with Hasa when Hasa was gone. As for the place they would go to, I thought it would be the place of you guys, but it seems like that wasn't the case. Jestaf. That goes for both of us. But with all 3 of them having been confirmed missing, the possibility of someone having noticed our exchanges has been created. Robito. Right. Even if the signals are different, if there's a person that makes contact with an adventurer, they would gather their attention. They would have perked up their ears to confirm which guild Ray 8 has made contact with after all. If there's people who can see through that, then it is possible. Chennai's. If it is a method to make a third party talk and observe this, using mana for detection doesn't work at all. And even if they learn the trick, it is not like the guides are just mindlessly observing and listening in. If it is just detecting one and drawing them into capture, it might be possible. But capturing all 3, is there an expert or something? I don't want to meet them. So, what are you going to do? If they have been captured, there's a slight risk for them to have drawn out their information. Jestaf. You have prepared a pawn that can endure mind manipulation magic and torture, right? Chennai's. I think you always have to assume the worst in everything. Robito. I agree with the opinion of Robito. If someone like Hasa managed to get captured, then the other guides are at risk of being captured. We should stay hidden for now and wait for information about Ray 8 having escaped from the castle. Jestaf. I second that. Even if the 3 that were captured don't talk, the risk of someone speaking increases if they capture more people. If Ray 8 has successfully escaped, he will manage to contact us in a new way. Robito. Got it. I will withdraw my guides, too. Chennai's. We should avoid meeting secretly like this too for a while. You could say the invasion of the Blue Demon Lord on Kiwama failing worked just fine for us. Jestaf. If the Blue Demon Lord had attacked, Kiwama would have already been ours. It is not something to be happy about. Robito. Isn't that fine? If they were to get ahead of us, it would have made it harder for us to move. Chennai's. The meeting ends with this and each one leaves this place at different intervals. Man. As expected of Bro, he wasn't beaten down in the conversation once and held the lead in the conversation about the guides of the 3 guilds. And so, Bro, what are you gonna do after this? Haku. First, I will have a third party do a designated request for Hasa in Ryodo. After that, I will have someone who doesn't know about the situation search for Hasa. Jestaf. I see. If we were to move, the guys that captured Hasa might be watching. Haku. My preparations are mostly done. There's the need to keep an eye on the leader's side, too. Let's avoid any actions that stand out. Jestaf. Roger. Haku. The ability to avoid danger of Bro is on the level of a wild animal. Are all Demi humans like this? No, Bro must be special. I can easily get hard to obtain information, and Bro manages to show incredible insight from that information. Me saying this is impudent, but I think we are a perfect match as superior and subordinate. I don't know who it is, but I won't show any mercy if you are going to get in the way of Bro. I will kick your ass. There's a familiar person and an unfamiliar person walking ahead of us. If I remember correctly, he is the guy that teamed up with Pashuro. His name's Ekdoik. Why is the guy that hasn't shown himself in Kiwama recently showing here again? Let's try checking just in case. I activate detection magic and try to draw out information from the other man too while getting the one of Ekdoik. What's that? Haku. What's the matter, Hakutoku? Jestaf. You see. There's 2 people at the front, right? Haku. Ah, that. One of them is Ekdoik. If I remember correctly, he has had contact with Ray 8 before. Jestaf. Then, is he an ally? Haku. You are overly hasty in thinking that. But it is hard to believe there's no meaning in this. So, what's the reason why you went all dumbstruck there? Jestaf. About that. If my detection magic hasn't gone crazy. Ekdoik is not a human. Haku. What? Jestaf. Also, the man by his side. I can't read anything from him. Haku. My detection magic can read the information of the other party if it touches even a bit of the other party's mana. The result is telling me that Egdoik is not a human. Even though that's enough to make my head go blank, the black-haired man is also weird. I can't read any information at all as if I used detection magic on a corpse. His mana is minuscule, but it is not like he has none. Even if he is hard to read like a child, it shouldn't be impossible to read. We are taking a detour. We will have someone else investigate their actions. Jestaf. Understood? Haku. I made direct eye contact with the man. My instincts are telling me that guy is bad news. This is not about battle power or anything like that. If we were to get involved with that guy, there's no doubt we would be harmed heavily. What should I do? Should I stay here and have bro escape? That's the option. I'm the only one who can deal with Egdoik and I might end up dragging bro if he is here. Bro, please escape. I will keep them? Haku. The moment I thought the man had spoken to Egdoik, he turned around and left just like that. I'm not sure about the reason why, but it seems like I won't need to deal with both at once. Are you okay, Hakutoku? That's some abnormal amount of sweat, you know? Jestaf. I wiped my forehead when bro told me this. There's disgusting sweat sticking onto my palm. Just what in the world was that man? At the time when I was guiding Comrade around the city of Kuama, we found Jestaf Heriadoro, who is most likely an ally of Ray 8. The trigger to noticing this was that I felt a strange mana. It was after concentrating that I noticed that it was a type of detection magic, but if it weren't for the fact that I am constantly on guard, I wouldn't have been able to detect it. That's how outstandingly stealthy it was. It is also fortunate that my senses in those fronts have gotten sharper after becoming a demon. And then, when I told Comrade that we were hit by detection magic, Comrade saw the person that most likely used the detection magic and Jestaf. Comrade said he would be going back at the same time as his bodyguard was about to take on the fighting stance. After that, we returned to the base, regrouped with everyone, and shared our information. But was that okay? I think it would have been possible for me to capture the two. Egdoik. You saw the face of the bodyguard, right? That was the face of someone resolved to remain there and fight. It would have turned into a free-for-all. Without doubt. We have been left with choosing the means by King Zenata, but if we were to begin a fighting in the main street, casualties would happen, and their impression of us would worsen in a variety of ways. That's true, but they must have used detection magic because they know about my relationship with Ray 8. If they have gotten wary of us with that premise, wouldn't it hamper our actions in the future? Egdoik. It will, but Purple, please station devils in the surroundings of the capital of Kuama for surveillance. We can manage somehow as long as they don't escape. I don't mind that. But if we were to set devils inside too, they could discover our location, you know? Purple. It hasn't been long since the matter of Blue. If devils were to be found, bad rumors could spread fast. I would like to leave the stationing of devils inside as a last measure. The countless devils that are the subordinates of the Purple Demon Lord can be freely deployed with just her willing it. Their individual strength is on the level where even a normal adventurer could win against them, but their numbers can only be described as a threat. But it seems like Comrade doesn't plan on relying that much on her power. I could guess the personality of Jestaf to a certain degree from the transformed appearance of Diuvileri, but seeing Jestaf in person was big. He is a mafioso, a troublesome type to deal with. Mafioso? Egdoik. The type that work their wiles to obtain wealth. Like bandits. Egdoik. Their base is more established than that. I would like to see the faces of Chinyas and Robito too if possible. Being able to understand their habits from looking at their faces is quite the scary technique. Just how much did he have to observe people in order to learn this? Moreover, to this degree of effectiveness, leaving aside whether they are sly or not, Jestaf and the bodyguard are most likely not that big of a deal when it comes to battle. If we are just careful of the detection magic of the bodyguard, most of the people here would be able to deal with them without issues if we were to be careful. Egdoik. Egdoik, I will give you a warning. As of present, the bodyguard at that time is my biggest worry. But Egdoik. The face of Comrade is more serious than before. He is not joking here. Comrade is seriously being wary of that man. I had trouble in what to say and Ilias raised her hand to join in. It is rare to see you this blatantly wary of someone. Can I ask for the reason? Ilias. The reason why Egdoik noticed them was because he used detection magic towards us. Detection magic is the ability to detect the mana of someone, right? Yeah, you can locate someone by detecting the amount of mana in the surroundings. Ilias. In that case, the very first thing he should have detected should have been the mana of Ekdoik. There might have been a reason why he used the detection magic despite being right in front of us aside from the size of our mana, as if trying to read more information out of us. I don't know how much that is, but there's the possibility he knows Ekdoik is a demon. That's certainly problematic. Ilias. My amount of mana is not the only thing that changed after becoming a demon. The quality of it has changed greatly, too. Even the traditional mana detection can tell the difference in the quality of mana. If it is ascertained that I am a demon, the wariness of the other party would shoot up. Ekdoik, you are probably thinking their wariness would increase if they discovered you are a demon, but that's not it. It feels as if my heart is being read. But is that not it? Ekdoik. Yeah. The moment I made eye contact with the bodyguard, he raised his guard while looking at me. Do you understand the meaning of this? That's Ekdoik. The amount of mana Comrade has is pretty low. Even if they were to use detection magic, the chances of not reacting are higher. And even if they were to detect the feeble mana of Comrade, they felt some sort of danger on you that surpassed my peculiarities. Ekdoik. That's right. This is nothing to brag about, but I have such low mana it doesn't even get caught in detection magic. Even if you were to detect me with quite the outstanding skills, it is on a degree where you would go and what of it? Moreover, there was a pretty big irregular factor of a demon being by my side. Despite all those factors, he showed more wariness towards me instead of Ekdoik. If he is measuring just pure battle power, I would without doubt be far superior. But that man compared me and Comrade, yet he managed to feel more of a threat from Comrade. In other words, he managed to feel the strength of Comrade that we know full well from experience. Is the strength of Comrade something that can be felt with detection magic? Ekdoik. I don't think it is. If I had to put it in words, it would be the same method as me. He must have been able to tell by instinct just what kind of person I am from my face, my way of carrying myself, and my atmosphere. It means that he is far better at detecting danger than anyone here who has underestimated me once. Everyone here aside from Ilias and Wolf averted their gazes. I also saw Comrade as just riffraff that's full of openings. The first time I saw him, I only understood how dangerous he was after I fell in his trap once with my own body. Yet, he managed to see through that in his first look, and managed to judge that he was more dangerous than me, a demon. I see. I understand why Comrade judged him as dangerous. I understand it pretty well now. I shall show the utmost care against that guy. Ekdoik. The fact that he resolved himself to fight despite feeling with his skin. The strength of Ekdoik means that he has a decent degree of strength. Just think of him as a me who can fight. I would have no choice but to be wary of that. If battle power were to be added to the discerning eye of Comrade that can see through the cards of the enemy, he would be able to overturn the difference in power. I could tell that I am the one who has higher strength, but let's face him while thinking he is above me. Mr. Friend, how do you plan on moving from here on? Mix. I have an idea of their objective, but it is questionable whether I will be able to get evidence. You can't fake your name if you are the guild's advisor, right? Wouldn't it be easy if I used my enticement then? Purple. Unfortunately, it is not something that can be solved so easily. Even if we were to capture one of them and entice them and publicize that information, how do we explain the method? Even if we were to order them to confess to the public, it wouldn't be strange for them to make the excuse that they were mind-controlled. They are guild advisors. Considering how high their position is, the public would believe them more than us. It is true that no one would believe a confession extracted from the power of a demon lord, huh? But what if we were to entice all three so that they don't cause trouble? Purple. That could solve it if those three are the only masterminds. But if the allies of Ray 8 are not only them, they can just cut off those three and act with other pawns. If that happens, it will turn into chasing a lizard's tail. Ray 8 was already getting involved with the nobles within Kiwama, and was trying to mess up the chain of command. There have been signs of him using mind manipulation magic on them, and we succeeded in making it a failed attempt, but there have been signs of some acting on their own volition. There's no assurance anywhere that this will wrap up with just securing those three advisors, meaning that we need to know the whole picture even if we are to rely on my power in the end? Purple. Yeah, but your power is peerless as a last measure. We can definitely mess up their footing if we were to use it when they move. Just you being an ally brings that much peace of mind. I am grateful for that. Oh my, you don't need to console me just because I don't have a chance to do something here, you know? Purple. In that sense, the one I have to actually console is Gold though. Foo-foo, right? Purple. I apologize for getting in the way while you are all chummy here, but can you tell me your guess about the objective of the guild advisors, Mr. Friend? Mix. I heard the words of Mix and was brought back. Comrade said that he had an idea of their objective despite having almost no information about their objective. Also, he hasn't explained anything about this. The others were also looking at Comrade as if to say they noticed just now, too. Their objective? The reason why Ray 8 made contact with the guild advisors was pretty simple when you think about the timing he was going to make things happen though. Mr. Friend, I honestly would like you to fix your habit of not explaining enough desuzo. Mix. Everyone nodded in unison. Let's nod here too. Comrade scratched his head without really looking apologetic. I run by the dogma of not stating something with confidence until I am certain of it. It would be embarrassing if I were to state something and be wrong. I would like you to put yourself in our shoes as the ones who have to move as your limbs without being able to see anything desuzo. Mix. My bad, my bad. Their objective, a coup d'etat. Coup d'etat? Mix. The soldiers of the nations would have their hands full dealing with the Scarlet Demon Lord's invasion, right? At that time, they will use their respective forces to attack the capitals that are short in hands. I think that was their aim. Everyone was speechless. It isn't rare for crazy things to come out from the mouth of Comrade, but it would obviously take your words away if it goes this far. They planned on stealing away Kurama in such a dire situation? Mix. Not only Kurama. Considering the sites, Garni and Megis would also be within their targets. As for Taizu, a development with adventurers is difficult, so I can't say for sure on that one. The guild advisors were originally influential people who ruled countries before. It is because that pride of theirs remained strongly in them that guilds were born. Ray 8 must have stirred up those points. No, it is not the time to be fighting from the inside when a demon lord is attacking Desuzo. The guild advisors should be able to understand at least that Mix. How about if the spy on the side of the Scarlet Demon Lord Ray 8 were to say, it is true that the army of the Scarlet Demon Lord is powerful, but it should be possible to hold them back with the cooperation of all the forces of the nations? The tone of Comrade just now looked like Ray 8 for an instant. I see. It wouldn't be strange for him to say that and deceive the other parties. The hatred of the humans towards the Demon Lords is still the same as always, but their threat has begun to be numbed with the long passing of time. You would have to feel that threat with your own skin in order to actually understand just how grave it would be. Even if so, I don't think they would trust Ray 8. Mix. They began acting around the time we arrived at Garni, right? He probably convinced them at first like this: the Scarlet Demon Lord and Blue Demon Lord will try to invade, but they will end up fighting each other for their territory. The nations will be able to hold them down if they put their strength together. That's certainly possible. Mix. He must have been using the Purple Demon Lord lately to convince them, too. Oh my, me? Purple. With Purple and Gold having announced their neutrality, it will serve to keep the Scarlet and Blue Demon Lord in check. The threat of the Demon Lord's invasion lowered even more, and their greed to bring down the countries surged even further. The reality is that they managed to block the invasion of Blue with the intrusion of the third faction after all. Also, this information isn't coming just from the mouth of Ray 8, but from several areas through the Ugara Church. It is information that only few can learn, but it should be possible for the guild advisors to obtain this information in some way. It is a hard-to-believe story, but the credibility of it increased more and more. It also explains the reason why Ray 8 didn't move the adventurers immediately once the Blue Demon Lord invaded. The Kurama army was defending the walls, but it didn't turn into a melee. If the capital had been attacked at that time, they would have left the protection of the walls to the armies of the nobles in the area and would have headed to protect the capital. On the other hand, if the walls were destroyed, the battle against the Blue Demon Lord's army would begin in full. And if the command of the nobles were to be shaken on top of that, Kurama at this point would have already been. Do you have a countermeasure? Mix. I have not thought of one as of present. They will be acting when the Scarlet Demon Lord begins his invasion and a melee begins all over the place. They will be staying put until then. But if we were to act once things happen, makes 9 times out of 10, things would have ended by the time the main force returns. There's the choice of leaving a few, but the representatives of the countries know the threat of the demon lords, so there's a limit to that. Comrade stands up while yawning. Even though it should be a situation where there should be no leeway here, he is looking pretty carefree. Are you heading off somewhere? Makes. It is not like they will be moving immediately. In the first place, I am not certain of it yet. I will get some good sleep for now, so my brain can turn without any issues. Can this situation be overturned? Even if we were to be certain of it? Makes. In the end, this is a situation caused by human hands. You can manage somehow if you don't care about the means. I would like to choose the safe path if possible though. Comrade said this and left the room. The expression he showed at the end felt like there was a bit of the comrade of that time mixed in it. After safely sending bro back, I ate food in a tavern and am in the middle of thinking about what to do from here on. The opinion of bro after seeing those two was, I did feel an ominous atmosphere from Egdoik, but I didn't feel much of a threat from the other man. It is true that the weirdness of Egdoik's mana was dangerous, but isn't that most likely what you call a demon? But I felt like that man was more dangerous. I couldn't detect mana with my detection magic, but my instincts were screaming at me. I don't know what to answer if asked what it is. I can only say what's dangerous is dangerous. Can I only say dangerous? But bro only looked at me and said do as you please. It is not like he acted cold here. I thought that at first and made a sad face, so he added afterwards, Hakutoku, your brain may be second-rate, but your ability to detect danger is something that I can even brag about to others in there being no equal to you. The only one who can deal with a threat that only you can smell is you. If you think it is necessary, move as you please. You won't be able to get reckless if moving alone after all. Bro would normally tell me to not do unnecessary things, but that bro has judged that I am itching to do something about this and has passed the baton to me. I just have to tread danger within a range I can allow, and gather enough information to convince bro about how dangerous that man is. I won't be reckless. I just have to throw everything to bro when it comes to solving this. But how should I make contact with them? Haku. It shouldn't be too hard to find them, I think. If we go around asking for the location of Egdoik at Ryodo, I should be able to get to him eventually. But if I do that, there's a high chance for him to notice too and await me. Egdoik is already plenty dangerous by himself after all. I would like to avoid battle as much as possible. But how should I make contact with them even if I were to find them? I have no acting talent. Will I be able to obtain satisfactory information even if I were to make contact with him? No, that would be impossible. Not only would I be unable to deceive that guy, I definitely won't be able to achieve my objective with conventional means. Think. If I don't show my good side to bro, I will just be a chicken. Haku. Excuse me Tilda? Shut up. I am currently thinking. Haku. That man didn't look like he excelled in physical battle. Maybe I should just kidnap him? Using brawns against brain might show a possibility. Hey Tilda, I am telling you to shut your trap. I'm gonna murder you. Haku. Damn it. Who is getting in my way here? I raised my head and looked at the person with a languid voice. Oh my, are you offering to have a fight to the death? Tilda? That makes things faster. Tilda. Burning red short hair, a big claw tattoo on her right eye, and a great sword with swords at her back. Even I know of her despite my bad memory. The adventurer that's moving in the shadows of Ryodo. Gyrista. The loose screws battle junkie who everyone has tacitly agreed not to get close to her, not talk to her, or provoke her. That Gyrista is holding the handle of her great sword and smiling. What brings you here? Haku. Let's kill each other first. Tilda. That would be the faster method. Tilda. Gyrista. It is just your hand coming out faster than your tongue. Haku. I jumped to the side to avoid the swung great sword, and the table and chair were sliced messily in two. This woman came for the kill without hesitation. I heard she was that kind of dangerous woman, but there should be a limit. The surroundings are beginning to get noisy from the attack just now. It would be bad to stay any longer in this tavern. What's bad about this is that my resting places would decrease even more if they were to ban me from here. Talking would be impossible for me. I have no choice but to either run or fight. Now, there's more coming. Tilda. Gyrista. Don't joke around. What are you gonna do if I can't go to this place where I can put it in my tab? Haku. Gyrista was swinging around her great sword, no questions asked. Even though I am in tears here looking at the strewn about food and booze I was having just now. Damn it, I jumped out of the tavern at once. The most important thing right now is to switch locations. There's a good amount of people around. It would be bad to drag civilians into this. You people, get away. If you get caught in this, you will die. Haku. I once again avoid the slash of Gyrista, who blew open the entrance of the tavern. It was a wide swing thanks to her weapon being big, but I can't relax at all, thinking about the possibility of getting hit by this. But the people around have begun to run away from this place after the super flashy entrance just now. If I run away carelessly, I might end up dragging them into it. I have no choice but to face her here. I take out the tonfas on my waist and equip them. I spin them 2-3 times with the flick of my wrist to confirm the length and weight. Oh, is that your weapon, Tilda? That's more plain than I thought, Tilda. Gyrista. That's right. Sorry for being plain. Haku. I don't have the sense to utilize long weapons like swords or spears. I can't maintain my mana strengthening for bare-handed combat either. So stuff like this suits me the most. It was made out of top-tier materials, so its sturdiness alone is outstanding after all. It is also great as a shield. Though that won't bring much confidence. I can tell just how heavy the great sword of Gyrista is to a hateful degree thanks to the sound of her footsteps. I would get sent flying if I were to take her sweeping strike head-on, and I can't try stopping a downward swing even by mistake. I would definitely get crushed. Well, there's no knowing how well you can do this without trying, right? Gyrista. Gyrista held her sword aloft and charged at me. It is not like I can't step in to get a hit in, but if she manages to endure it, I could die immediately with her retaliation. I should first go to the sides and grab. The moment I tried to move to the side with bare minimum movements, Instinct Sama screamed that I would die instantly. So I added a jump. There's no need to understand. If Instinct Sama is telling me, I just obey. I avoid to the back more than necessary. But I managed to understand the danger Instinct Sama told me about. The great sword that should have been swung down in a straight line had become 2 lines. Oh my, you knew about this demonic sword, Tilda? Gyrista. Right, you are a demonic sword user. Haku. The demonic sword is opening and closing. Moreover, it is wriggling around like the mouth of a beast. The fact that it opened the moment she swung it down must mean that it can be closed too. Yuwa, that's such a pain. That's so difficult to avoid. That's not all. The mana I was leaking out to my surroundings is completely gone. It eats mana. It is such a bad match against my style. That said, the battle style of Gyrista revolves mainly around that great sword, so it is still salvageable. I take a deep breath and spin my tonfas vertically and horizontally once. I am happy that you are not getting scared here. It increases my anticipation for this deathmatch, Tilda. Gyrista. Who is killing who? I have no intention to tag along with your madness. I will finish this in one go. Haku. So cold. But I like men that act tough. Gyrista. I see. What I like are graceful women who don't swing around a sword but swing about their courtesy instead. Haku. If it is drawn to a battle of attrition, I would without doubt be the one on a disadvantage. This works perfectly to test out that technique. I will have you become my training partner. Gyrista was gone the moment I took my eyes off her. According to him, there's a high chance she went to test out the man by the side of Jestaf after hearing what he said. Also added that there's no doubt it will turn into a battle if they meet in the middle of the city. And so, we have split up in order to search for Gyrista. Me, Wolf, and Egdoik, who can stop Gyrista by ourselves, were separated into respective groups. I am walking around the city together with him, but now then, where could Gyrista be? Making such a carefree face. How about having a bit more of a sense of danger? If Gyrista were to rampage, we wouldn't be able to avoid standing out badly in a lot of ways, right? Ilias. That may be the case, but could it be that Gyrista rushing off was within your calculations too? Ilias. Ha 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 ha, I don't know what you are talking about. Oi, answer me seriously. Is this some sort of strategy? Ilias. Rather than calling him the usual him, he is closer to the one I don't like. It doesn't seem like he has changed completely. but I can still see a change." He showed a deliberate brooding face and laughed sarcastically. "It is not on the degree of a strategy. It is a small move like throwing a rock in a lake and checking the state of the water's surface." Shouldn't we be acting carefully right now? Ilias, we have captured the guides. The other side must have noticed that someone is trying to sniff them out. That's just the pretext though. Then tell me your true intentions already. I don't want to enjoy a tedious talk with you as you are right now. Ilias, sorry for making you feel uncomfortable, but after judging that I needed to switch, I decided for it to be me. It means that's how problematic that man is. He said that yesterday too, but is he really on that level? I didn't think too much of him when hearing it from Megdoik though. He must have seen through that thought of mine after looking at my face. He raised his index finger as he continued speaking. The meaning of the problematic we have here is different, Ilias. By problematic, you must be imagining someone as intelligent as Marito, but that's not it. The type of people I am referring to are not seen as a threat by many and pull an irreversible move on you from outside your vision. An irregular from outside your vision? Ilias, that's right. They will suddenly place an unrelated piece on the board, but the victory or defeat gets overturned because of that piece. A big pain in the butt, right? But that man definitely has the ability to pull that off. Well, you will find those types of guys every now and then. I can understand he is dangerous just by hearing that. But in that case, do you have a way to deal with it? Ilias, I do, a really simple method. But if we are negligent in that, we are the ones who will be regressing. Let's do this thoroughly. I should be asking for more details here, but I have lost the opportunity to. I heard a loud sound from afar. There's no doubt the one who is rampaging around making so much noise is Gyrista. In that case, it would mean Gyrista is already fighting. Let's hurry. It seems like Gyrista has already begun fighting. Ilias, right. Gyrista might lose, so we have to hurry. Are you saying Gyrista will be one-upped here? Ilias, even if Gyrista is someone who can win 9 out of 10 times, those types are the ones that pick up that one win in their first time. Gyrista is the one at a disadvantage here as long as there's not an absolute difference in strength. We have to hurry if that's the case. I picked him up and rushed towards the direction where we heard the sound. Isn't your way of carrying me more haphazard than usual? Even I have times when I would like to vent my displeasures. Ilias, true. Then, I shall accept this penance. You are going to bite your tongue. Ilias, he won't try to harm me when he is in this state, and yet, my mood has turned this sour, and I am throwing my displeasures at him like this. This must be my own selfishness of wanting him to be the way I wish him to be, but the current him is also him. It is a personality he has. I blamed him for denying his own worth, so would I be allowed to deny the current him? Who are you asking for permission here? Don't talk. Ilias, that made my heart skip a beat. His senses are extremely sharp right now. It is someone that he has to get this serious about. I have to be aware of this. There's a limit to what I can do. In that case, I have to do the best I can. If he is showing an undesirable change for me in front of an enemy, I just have to eliminate the enemy so that he can stay the way I desire him to be. Now then, what should I do about this? I think about what to do as I look at Gyrista who is collapsed on the ground. Maybe it would be better to finish her off. Even if I were to leave this battle junkie alive, she would just burn with vengeance, with logic just flying off the window. I think calmly about the advantages and disadvantages of leaving her alive. If Gyrista were to appear again in the future, there's a high chance she would get in the way of Bro. I have to avoid doing things that will be disadvantageous for Bro because of me. Yeah. Would be better to kill her. In the end, it ended up in a fight to kill each other, so that's just what you wanted, right? Haku. I prepare my tunfus and observe the head of Gyrista. I can crush the head of a human who has lost consciousness and hasn't done mana strengthening without issues. I don't really like killing an unconscious woman, but this is my mistake for not being able to decide to kill her while she was conscious. Let's just accept it as that. I raise my tunfus and swing them down. My tunfus went straight towards the head of Gyrista, but didn't reach her. Who is it? Haku. My attack was stopped by the sword of a woman that suddenly appeared. Judging from her appearance, she is not an adventurer but a knight of some country, or more like, there shouldn't have been anyone around. Just from where did she pop out? She is an acquaintance of mine. I can't allow you to kill her. If you really want to do so, you will have to get through me. Detection magic. The information of this female knight. What's this? The polish of her body and mana are beyond common sense. Egdoik had a danger that I couldn't understand, but this woman has a danger I can understand. She is a human, but not a human. That's the only impression I can get from her. I could fight against Gyrista with resolve, but it would be impossible against this female knight. But it doesn't seem like she is an irrational battle junkie. In that case, it comes to words. You say you will be facing me, but she was the one who came at me, you know. What's so wrong about beating her back? Haku. That's. Oh, this must be that. Don't get hasty. She suddenly came to kill me, yet I can't kill her. Makes no sense, right? Is warping logic what a knight does? First time I have heard of that. Oi. Haku. HNGH. She is troubled. She is troubled. If she is an acquaintance of Gyrista, she should know she is a battle junkie. All of the fault lies on her. If I can manage to explain this away, what should I do? Well, might as well draw out the information of this female knight. She is a woman that I can tell just how much of a powerhouse she is, so there should be a need to know more about her for the sake of bro. Don't speak nonsense like facing me if you want to let her go. Give me something back for it. I am not talking about anything obscene here, I'll have you know. What I mean is that you should give me something of worth. Haku. I don't carry much gold around with me. I am not thinking about solving this with money. Give me some sort of information. Why did Gyrista attack me? Who are you? What kind of relationship do you have with her? Haku. Ooh, she is showing an easy-to-tell awkward expression. It seems like she is a more uptight knight than I thought. Looks like she doesn't have much ground to stand on with her being Gyrista's acquaintance, but I don't plan on loosening here. You know. Allow me to answer that. Who are you? Heh. Haku. I was distracted by the night and didn't notice the presence of the guy that walked to my side. No, I was wary of other people coming in, so I had my detection magic activated, but he didn't get caught on it at all. The one who appeared here was the man by the side of Egdoik yesterday. What? Instinct Sama is going full on haywire here. It hurts. It hurts, I'm telling you. He is somehow different from when I met him yesterday. He is far more dangerous than that time, way too dangerous. There's a lot of things mixed in him, and there's something unbelievably dangerous deep inside. I can't put it in words. Hey, Instinct Sama, please calm down. Don't kick my drumming heart that much. My consciousness. It has been a while since I have experienced someone fainting just from meeting them. So it has happened. I somehow heard voices, but my brain couldn't process them and I fainted due to Instinct Sama. Now then, there were some slightly unexpected developments, but we managed to successfully capture the man that was with Jestaf. But a man that didn't falter even in the face of Ilias lost consciousness the moment he saw my face. Just what kind of reason was behind that? Him seeing through me wouldn't be enough to explain this. There must be some sort of different reason. Wake up. We restrained him in a room of our base just like the other guides and had Ilias smack the cheek of the man. Good morning. Sorry, but I will have you keep that blindfold on. It would just be extra work if he were to lose consciousness again while I am interrogating him, so I wrapped a bandana around the man's eyes. Moreover, I have sneaked in magic seal stones all over his clothes so that he can't use detection magic on his surroundings. Who are you people? What do you plan on doing by capturing me? The man made this question while understanding his current situation. He is trying to gain as much information as possible. He is silently performing his own job. Looks like you can avoid losing consciousness if it is just my voice. So you really are the man from that time. Seriously? Just what in the world are you? This is the first time Instinct Sama has gone this wild. Instinct Sama, you must trust your instincts quite a great deal. It is thanks to this sense that a man like me has been able to survive until now. After all, I will at least show respect. You don't think it is your own talent? Not really. In my opinion, it is talent that's wasted on me. He has sharp instincts and holds faith in it. This type of people are truly troublesome. Getting rid of him at an early stage is a strong option, but this is not the time for that. There's a number of questions I had for you. You see. Questions? Don't you mean interrogation? If you will spit out the information with violent means, we could switch to an interrogation. You think I will say things that will benefit you people? If that's the case, that's hilarious. Let's explain the rules first. We will alternate one question each. You are free to refuse, but when you do that, The right to ask a question will stay on the person. You can understand at least that much, right? Are you even listening to what I am saying? You first. Go ahead and ask one thing. You. The man went silent for a moment and then spoke. Are you the guys that captured Hasa and the others? That's right. Where are they right now? You will have to answer our question first before I answer that. Damn it. What's your full name? Hakutoku. Haku. I am asking for your full name though. I was originally an orphan. I don't remember my dirt old family name. Haku. There's a high chance we can't use Purple's power in this case. I confirmed with the person herself, and the condition to use enticement is to use the name that was given by their parents. It might be possible with someone like Wolf, who was given a name afterwards, but we can't just test that. We have sent Hasa and the others to the Kiwama castle. I see, meaning that you are connected to King Zenota. Huh. Never doing anything decent for his people. Make your next question quick. Haku. Too bad, but I don't have anything more I want to ask out of you. Huh? There should be. Haku. J-Staff, Chineas, Robito, we already know that the guild advisors are trying to take over the nation. Do you know more information than that? What? Haku. The way he is getting surprised here serves just nicely to compare answers. It seems like he is decently airheaded aside from his instincts and battle power. Of course, I had Mix and the others investigate the movements of Chineas and Robito, and we know that both moved to their respective residences from the same direction. If you wish for me to ask questions, let's just ask whatever. What do you like eating? Meat. Did Hasa speak? Haku. No, I simply set him up and he made a very blatant reaction just like you just now. Damn it, I am not in a position that can criticize him. Give me a question. Haku. Hobbies? Practice the flute. Who are you? Haku. Someone who has made contact with Ray 8 and has been asked by King Zenota to do something about all of this when the Scarlet Demon Lord tried to bring chaos with his invasion. So you are the helper that's said to have stopped the invasion of the Blue Demon Lord. How much do you guys know? Haku. I can't think of a question. Come on, you can show more interest in me, right? Haku. He is a pretty fun guy to talk to. I might end up accidentally switching to me. But Ilias is making a dubious look, so let's be serious already. I would like to know the details of why you lost consciousness. I can't answer that, or more like, I can't put it in words. Haku. Try to. We have time. There's a lot of stuff mixed in you, yet it feels like there's a darkish something deep inside of you. I felt like that was unbelievably dangerous. That danger was so dangerous I couldn't maintain my consciousness. Haku. You need to read a dictionary. Shut up. Haku. The something that Hakutoku felt. I may have an idea about it, but I don't have the time to investigate that. It is not a matter that I can do anything about even if I were certain of it after all. Okay. Let's consider that as a question answered. Even if you ask me how much we have a grasp of, you are pretty much just hiding on the surface until the Scarlet Demon Lord moves, right? If you know that Hasa has been captured, you won't be able to do meetings from here on. As for the scale, we would have a pretty decent guess if we were to take into account the private army J-Staff has amassed and the total number of adventurers, right? Now that you mention it, that's true. Damn it, I wasted a question. Haku. That goes for both of us. Well, excuse me. Sorry that my personal information is useless. Good grief. Even though I have been captured, I barely feel any threat to my life. Haku. Yeah, your instincts are right. We plan on throwing you at a random place once the questions are over after all. I am the right arm of Bro J-Staff, you know. Don't you have something else? Haku. If I were J-Staff, I wouldn't tell you anything important. What do you even know about Bro? Haku. Right. If you think it is necessary, move as you please. You won't be able to get reckless if moving alone. After all, I trust him enough to believe he must have told you something similar to this to get your trust and to keep himself out of it. Looks like I was right, but maybe my words were too on the mark. His wariness has shot up. Even so, it is great to see that my analysis of J-Staff is more accurate than I thought. Last question. I am asking this not expecting much, but do you have information of Ray 8 who made contact with Ryodo? And the surroundings of it? I don't. Haku. I knew. You piss me off so much. Haku. In the end, there was barely any point in capturing Hakutoku when it comes to gathering information, but the story is different on other fronts. Hakutoku, The true reason why we captured you was because we wanted you to bring back the information to Jestaf and keep him at bay. If he doesn't move, he would simply be a descendant of the family that has made contributions in history. There may be gratitude here, and there would be no need to become enemies. You saying bro would falter with just that? Haku. It will at least be clear that he will be glared at by King Zenota. If he is resolved to go ahead despite that, I take off the bandana covering the eyes of Hakutoku. The moment we made eye contact, he began to visibly panic. What? HNGH? Haku. At that time, I will become an enemy that will steal away everything from you. If you value the future of Jestaf, you better think your steps. Hakutoku's eyes rolled back and he fainted instead of answering. This happening twice makes it sad, but there's no reason not to use a method that can instill fear. Now then, Ilias, let's go throw him away somewhere random. Is that okay? You are wary of this man, right? Ilias. Of course. If we leave him be, he is the type of man that will surely sniff out our weak point and stab it. I won't go as far as telling you we should kill him. But wouldn't it be better to give him away to King Zenota? Ilias. I already thought of that option. It is true that we would be able to proceed with things if we were to imprison him in the Kiwama castle by distancing ourselves from dangerous factors. But that won't do because Jestaf and his group would be able to move freely, even though it would simply make them wary. Ilias. That's the aim. When I think of Ray 8, I can't help but imagine there's a power hidden elsewhere. We have to create some waves in order to make them show their faces. I find it hard to believe that the entities that are trying to use others to make things happen will show up to the surface if we were to incapacitate Jestaf and the others. That's why, our best move as of present is to leave Jestaf and the others as the main axis of their plans to limit their movements. If they try to pull something, there's a high chance we will be able to detect it through Jestaf and the others. Fine. Then, let's carry him quickly. Ilias. Before that, we have managed to make contact with Hakutoku and managed to make an outline of a plan. I would like to return already. Are you telling me to lend you my face? Ilias. I feel like I would be able to return if I played a prank on the face of Hakutoku. Want to try it out together? I don't know what he felt. But don't bully a guy that lost consciousness from seeing you any further than you have already. Ilias. There's rarely anyone who stimulates my sadistic side, you know. And so, you were freed. Yes, I got caught off guard here. My apologies. I was in a mountain of trash by the time I regained consciousness. That bastard. He threw me away just like he said. I tried using detection magic and they weren't tailing me. They left me be completely. In the end, that man simply gave me all the information and drew almost no information from me. He looked down on me as someone below that. The reality is that that's exactly the case, but it still pisses me off. But what's more important right now is to report to bro, so I came straight to him. This is information I learned from somewhere else. But there's a certain man who has taken in several demon lords and has called themselves a third faction. He is a black-haired and black-eyed man. It is most likely the man we saw that time. Jestaf. Taken in demon lords, you say? Seriously? Haku. No, that's a bit too far-fetched. Or is it? I felt no threat at all from that man in terms of combat power. But he had something else. His appearance also matches the helper that helped out King Zenota in stopping the invasion of the Blue Demon Lord. It should be safe to assume they are the same person. Jestaf. We haven't heard about the Blue Demon Lord having been defeated, right? Then, could it be that he has the Blue Demon Lord under him too? Haku. Even the Blue Demon Lord that destroyed the stupidly big defensive walls. No, he has Egdoik, Gyrista, and even that female knight as comrades. So having demon lords. No. Good grief, your face is like an open book. Jestaf. Bro, that man is bad news. Should we stop? Haku. Don't be hasty. Why do you think they haven't informed King Zenot of us and haven't come to capture us? Jestaf. That's why is it? Haku. At least notice the reason why they simply left it with keeping us at bay despite knowing about the involvement of Chinias and Robito, too. Jestaf. Speaking of which, he did have a question similar to that. Speaking of which, he was probing for information regarding the surroundings of Ray 8. Haku. Figures. He has noticed that we are the people that were stirred up to act. His real aim is the people who stirred us up. Jestaf. Who? Haku. That's something that's not needed inside your brain. Be grateful to him. It is because he understood that you are in that position that he allowed you to live. J-Staff. I can't be grateful to him. Haku. No, you will be. The only one who has drawn out information from him has been you after all. J-Staff. You, what do you mean? Haku. Let's see if they have the power to crush our ambitions. We can decide whether to give up from there, right? J-Staff. Bro smiled boldly. I don't really get it, but there's no doubt Bro has thought up something incredible. When Bro smiles boldly, he is always cool, hard-boiled, and reliable. Bro learned of how much of a threat that man is, yet he is smiling boldly. I am sure it will be fine. It will be, right? No, my role is to make this be fine. Bro, if there's anything I can do, tell me without hesitation. I will do whatever you ask. I'm your right hand after all. Haku. Yeah, go wash yourself first and change clothes. I am not a senile man who doesn't wash his own right hand. J-Staff. Right? Sorry. Haku. I finished warning J-Staff through Hakutoku, but I doubt a man who is trying to topple a country will buckle with just a threat. But they will most likely move exactly as I predict, and so, I decided to make Egdoik and Gyrista keep an eye on what they are doing. Also, I have told Gyrista to refrain from battling for the near future. I had Rakura and Mix continue investigating Morgana as they were. I was thinking about sending Purple to Taizu, but she was persistent about staying, so she is staying together with Tuvuliri. Also, let's proceed with clearing Shunate. Yeah. Wolf. You are the only one who is affiliated with Shunate. Also, if J-Staff learns about you, the other guilds will learn of you too, right? Ilias. I see. It is true that Wolf is a member of Ryodo, and J-Staff himself has seen my appearance. If he has a bit of an information network, he can learn about the matter of Blue and Purple, which would increase their guard. That's what you are trying to say, right? That's right. Wolf stood out to a decent degree when joining Ryodo, and it is not like I am completely unknown in Kyuama. In the first place, my face has been seen by Hakutoku. Ilias. Don't worry. There's no issues as long as we don't stand out. We are a group of 3 whose appearance stands out though. Ilias. A few minutes later, Wolf with light brown hair showed up together with Ilias who was wearing adventurer attire. We used the pigment change spell that Nora developed in Taizu to change their hair and eye colors. Wolf's white fur stood out and Ilias's night armor stood out. In that case, we just have to change that. I wear a scarf that covers the mouth to hide my face, and by changing my hairstyle, I should be able to deceive even acquaintances. Fortunately, the long hair of these 2 gives a strong impression, so this is a pretty fresh feel. Of course, for me, I had Wolf change my hair to blonde and my eyes to blue. My appearance is completely that of a mob character. I am scared of how perfectly safe I am. You feel so much like a civilian it is scary, but why even me? Ilias. You need to disguise yourself if you are going to be acting with me as my bodyguard, right? Also, drop your posture a bit more, your stiffness as a knight is showing. Like this? Ilias. Ilias said this as she bends her waist and knees. From her upright posture, you look more like a drunkard who can't stand straight like that. Looks like you need an acting lesson later. As for Wolf, it may be suffocating, but please do your best to restrain your internal mana so that you look as much of a normal person as possible. Understood? Wolf. Oh my, that's a nostalgic look. It reminds me of the time when I met you, you know? Purple. And that's a pretty rare appearance from you. Purple showed up in an apron. A dress with an apron. She would be way too bored without anything to do in the base, so she accepted to cook the meals. Tuvuliri is making a really complicated expression at the fact that his lord is working like a waitress, but the person herself wishes for it, so it can't be helped. You 3 are like totally different people, you know? But I have a question. Is that okay? Purple. What is it? You look so much like a civilian, you don't even look like an adventurer though? Purple. Everyone nodded. My only traits that make me stand out, my black hair and black eyes, are gone. So you could say that's natural. But that's the point of this. No issues. I will pass off as an intellectual. Intellectual. Purple. Ooh, everyone is making a wondering face. Now, just watch. I grab some hair gel and comb my hair to the back, and then, wear the superhuman glasses that have no mana now. For the last touch, I take out a single book with a difficult-looking title, and fix my posture. Ooh, Shizu, you look intelligent. Wolf. Right. You look a bit more intelligent, I guess. Purple. I have obtained this type of acting proficiency in my daily life. It wasn't just for show that I managed to fake my identity and sneak into the rich people's party. As if there's an adventurer who would carry around a book. Ilias. I may have indeed overdone it with the book. Also, it is an appearance that looks as if you would become your other self. Ilias. Don't worry, I am purposely talking more casually. If I am way too uptight, I would look capable after all. I will act as the easy to interact with guy. What kind of act is that? Ilias. And so, we ate the food Purple made and headed to the headquarters of Shunate. We arrived at the headquarters and spoke to the female receptionist. Hello Tilda, we have been entrusted with a letter from the Taizu branch. Oh, it is not the usual person. I would like to confirm the letter. Yes, it certainly does have the sign of the branch chief. I had business in Kiyama, so we are doing this while here. We are close with the branch chief. So it seems. The referral also specifies to mediate requests for you. I am not that good with physical jobs, but you can leave the grunt work to me. Let's see. If we consider the introduction letter of the branch chief, is there any requests you would like from the ones here? The receptionist brings out several parchments and lines them up. There were many requests I was searching for lined up here. The good ones would be this and this. Let's bring this one too just in case. Then, can we accept these three? With this combination, it shouldn't be a problem to run them concurrently. Do you want to accept a few more? No, I am in a position that can smoothly accept requests thanks to the introduction letter, so I will prioritize answering that arrangement. Understood. Then, your guild card. I took on the requests and left the headquarters. Ilias and Wolf were watching over this silently from behind, but they were making faces as if they didn't understand at all what was happening here, so I showed them the requests I took. See, it is the perfect request to make contact with Robito. This one is to check the surroundings. Wolf. How does that work? Ilias. Why do you think I have been doing miscellaneous work in Taizu? It was all for the sake of this. I was moving with the premise that there were helpers of Ray 8 inside the guild, and the most natural way to make contact with the influential adventurers, central figures of the guild, and important clients is through requests. Shunate is very welcoming of new adventurers, so requests with those kinds of special people are not posted in the public board. They are managed by the receptionists of the guild. About the way to show trust, it is rank in Morgana, but connections in the case of Shunate. I use the chief of the Taizu branch for this one. He is an extremely sincere person and has the motto of, you must earnestly do everything that you are personally involved in. I have been cleaning the guild practically every day, and there were even times when strangers would think I am a janitor. By the way, I was wiping the floor at the day when I joined Shunate in Taizu. I would diligently do requests others normally wouldn't take in order to keep the trust of Shunate. Requests that you would call menial work. That's why I decided to start in a position where I only take miscellaneous work. I would happily take on those jobs regardless of how menial they were, and would earnestly complete them. And then, I would act as if I didn't know he was the branch chief while he was passing by, and would help out in the cleaning. I continued acting in a way that would make it look like a young man that may be weak physically, but it would do everything earnestly. This is how I earned the trust of the branch chief, took on the request to transport a letter to Kiyama, and obtained a referral letter. It would have been great if there were a request that would let me burrow into the lines of Robito, but it is truly lucky that there was a request from the person himself. By the way, it would sound bad if you were to call it using him, but it is an action that fits my nature to begin with. Even if this matter were to end, my relationship with the Chief-san will most likely continue from here on. As expected of Shizu. Wolf. But there weren't any requests that allowed contact with the guild master. Well, if we fulfill the requests that can make connections, we should be able to create opportunities to make contact with him. So all of that was calculated? Ilias. Didn't I say that it was all going according to plan and moving along smoothly? But things will be getting serious from here on. My surroundings are filled with superhumans, so I have to shine in these areas or I wouldn't be a good example. Now then, let's show you my true skills. Man, I am excited. Ilias. Shizu is making an evil face. Wolf. Right. At times like this, he is normally scheming something improper. Ilias. The improper Shizu is also amazing. Wolf. That way of saying it stabs me, so let's not say that anymore. Okay, so bored tilde. Don't complain. Surveillance is also a legitimate job. We are keeping surveillance at the side of Jestaf's residence, but there's no noteworthy movements. If not for the nature of our target, I would have sneaked in chains inside and listened in on their conversations, but as long as there's the man called Hakutoku who excels in detection magic, you could say the safest method is to keep an eye on them from near the edge of the Farsight magic. He managed to defeat Gyrista, so it should be safe to assume he has a decent degree of skills. As for the defeated Gyrista, she simply had slight damage on her viscera, and has already recovered to a degree where she can fight. Egdoik, your Farsight magic's range is higher than mine, so you can at least see something, but for me, the residence looks blurry, you know tilde? Gyrista, the reason why you are together with me is to double as keeping an eye on you, too. I was told that you may have lost, but you might end up challenging him again, so I should properly hold your reins. Egdoik, as expected of boss. He knows me well tilde. Gyrista, I don't mind letting you do as you please as long as Comrade allows it. But if you do something that gets in the way of Comrade, I will show no mercy. Egdoik, I know, I wouldn't want to have a fight to the death with you tilde. Getting killed like Pashiro is a bit. You know tilde. Gyrista, I feel thorns in the way you are saying it. Egdoik, obviously, Pashiro was a whimsical man with strong self-ambitions. He even hung out with a dangerous adventurer like me. Gyrista, it is because Comrade judged Pashiro as solely an enemy that he used me to eliminate Pashiro. But I have spoken with Pashiro to a certain degree before. At the time when I was caught in my desire for vengeance against Dracula and the Great Devils, the only ones who teamed up with me were people like Pashiro and Gyrista. Right. But if I were asked whether I regret it, I would say no. Egdoik, I also don't regret it, you know tilde. If anything, it would be for lingering attachment. It was pretty fun to just talk with Pashiro and take it easy tilde. Gyrista, right, I didn't speak at that time, so your only talking partner was Pashiro. Egdoik, yeah, that's why. Shouldn't it be fine for you to become my talking partner, too tilde? Gyrista, okay, I will talk with you to a degree that doesn't hamper the surveillance. Egdoik, it wouldn't be good to have Gyrista hold dissatisfactions when she doesn't feel that indebted to Comrade. There's no need to go out of our way to create enemies. If things can progress peacefully by being flexible, I shouldn't try to get away just because it is a bit of a hassle. So, what do you think of the Blue Demon Lord, Egdoik tilde? Gyrista, what a sudden question. She has been living life without creating any worth in it. Seeing her wishing for death was something I couldn't forgive. That's why I wanted to give her an opportunity to find that worth, that's all. Egdoik, that's more of an explanation. Don't you have a more relationship kind of response tilde? Gyrista, even if you ask about our relationship, now that we are Demon and Demon Lord, we are in a relationship where I can't go against her anymore. I have accepted this as the payment for fulfilling my selfishness. Egdoik, looks like the Blue Demon Lord has her work cut out for her tilde. Gyrista, what do you mean by that? Egdoik, cause you know, have you done anything for her despite saying all that? Gyrista, I am busy helping Comrade after all, so I haven't done anything worthy of mention. Egdoik, I am sure the discontent is accumulating. You know tilde? Gyrista, discontent. It is true that she might not see it nicely that I am putting her aside despite having pushed my demand. But I have my matter with Comrade. Shouldn't I prioritize the person with the time limit? I want to be of help to Comrade. But it is not like I don't understand that I am bringing discontent to the Blue Demon Lord. What should I do? Egdoik, I think she already knows you are a dutiful man, so isn't it okay to begin from the simple things tilde? Gyrista, simple things? Egdoik, how about praising her looks for now tilde? Gyrista, praise her appearance? Are you telling me her discontent will be cleared with something like that? It is the opposite of mocking, so I doubt it would increase her discontent, but the Blue Demon Lord doesn't look bad. Even if it is not flattery, I would simply be praising the obvious. No, that's why Gyrista said it should be okay to begin with the simple stuff. I haven't done the small things like praising her. So she is basically telling me to at least do something for now. I see. That was eye-opening. Egdoik, oh my, so accepting tilde. Gyrista, you have a lot more experience when it comes to mingling with others. If you are giving me advice for my sake, I should believe you. Egdoik, that feels a bit off, but That's nice in its own way, I guess. I would like to meet a wonderful man too. Gyrista, might as well ask while we are on the topic, but what kind of man do you consider a wonderful man? It is not the type like Comrade, right? Ekdoik, I like Boss as a person, but he is way too feeble as a man. The man from before was also lacking a bite in the hot-blooded department. Gyrista, I see, so I just have to think he would be in the same vein as you. Ekdoik, even if Gyrista were to meet a man like that, it would just evolve into a battle to the death. Would gender even matter at that point? The request he chose of Robito was to investigate the merchants that have come to Kiwama and to summarize the increase and decrease of the products coming into Kiwama. I thought this would be a pretty tough job, but that's a knee slapper, right? I knew you would say that, Robito-san. He is currently in the villa of Robito Goshunate, invited to a meal by Robito himself, and in the middle of chatting with him. We went around a number of places and spoke to some people, and he managed to amass enough information to satisfy Robito. And then, he reported the accomplishment of the request, made contact with Robito, and became well liked by Robito in just a few minutes. I have heard about him getting along with knights like Lord Lino and nobles of Taizu, but this is the first time I see it from up close. How fearsome! Robito is a guild advisor, so he should have had his guard up to a certain degree, and yet, the silver tongue of this man managed to easily break through those walls. Each word he spoke brought a smile to Robito's face. He must have polished this skill of his just like how I polished my swordsmanship. He said that this technique of his wasn't from talent but something he learned through experience. I was having a hard time in my human relationships before meeting him. But even if I were to go through those experiences, I don't think I would be able to learn such skills. Just how much did he need to observe others? Was the world he was in so necessary to know techniques to get other people to your side? Even if I were to think about that stuff, my imagination wouldn't get me far. You are a promising young man, but Poster-kun, is it my imagination that you feel more like a merchant than an adventurer? Robito. By the way, Satya Kairu would be suspicious, so he is currently passing off as Poster. It is true that that's a more natural name, but seeing him acting so perfectly as Poster, it makes me believe as if this is the actual him. No, you are not wrong. I have been building myself up as a merchant after all. Oh. So that really was it. You didn't look like someone strong and you brought about two people that looked like bodyguards, so I did find it strange. Robito. Me and Wolf are in his team. We have explained that we leave the brains to him and we do the physical work. That's usually how it goes with us, so we can maintain a pretty natural relationship here. But the setting is that Wolf and I are silent adventurers, so we try to not talk as much as possible. Leaving aside Wolf, it is mostly because my knightness reeks out if I were to speak. Being like a knight is something to be proud of. I didn't expect the day would come when it would get in the way. We have agreed to split our jobs. I can say with pride that I am the weakest adventurer when it comes to brawns. But I had my dream of living as an adventurer, you see. I am pretty much working on the sidelines here, but I am enjoying it. I see, so you admired adventurers despite having the wits of a merchant. Huh. You managed to find a perfect balance to do both and put it into action. Robito. Requests that require the use of the head are my specialty, so please do send those my way. There's almost no lies in his statements. He was acting like a merchant and it is true that he wanted to try being an adventurer. The chances of Robito being able to use the technique of the Yugara Church to see through lies is extremely low. But even so, he is lying his way with only truths. With all that accounted for, he is still displaying talking skills that lead Robito to like him. It is already at the level where I don't know how impressive it is anymore. Fume. Then, I have a request about another matter. Would you like to take it? Robito. Already? Do I have to answer right now? Is there an issue? Robito. Actually, I have already taken two other requests. They are requests that I got from a referral, so I would like to finish them before there are any problems. So it is that. There's no issue with that. It is an important matter, but not one that must be done at once. I don't mind you prioritizing the requests you took beforehand. It is not only merchants that need trust, it goes the same for adventurers. Robito. Then, allow me to accept. This is how he managed to accept another request from Robito. The request was an investigation of How many adventurers are dissatisfied with the current government of Kiwama? We need to investigate in detail what kind of person they are, what kind of displeasure they hold, and how much displeasure they have. The surface reason is that this is an investigation to improve the treatment of their adventurers in the future. But if you were to know the background of Robito, it is very blatant that he is trying to search for like-minded people to overthrow the nation. In that case, he has already wedged himself into a part of Robito's hidden plans. Looks like things are going well for now. We returned to our base, and he sat on top of the chair and stretched. Even with my trained body, I can't escape the fatigue of talking. When you get to the level of him where you do advanced psychological battles, I can't even begin to imagine just how much fatigue it incurs. Shizu, good job. Wolf, thanks. You geese are also tired, right? We just have to stay behind you without talking, so there's no issues. Ilias, really? That's impressive. Can't even brag about it when shown your work. Ilias, there's no knowing when negotiations would fall. Also, he might have noticed our plans from the beginning. I thought your mental strength was being scraped away while you were thinking that. It is not like I didn't think that at all. But after seeing that state of Robito, I feel like I threw that possibility away. Of course, if something happened, I would have been able to deal with it swiftly, I think. Your face is saying the conciliation of Robito went so well it flew out of your mind. Mew. That's right. Honestly speaking, my attention was directed mostly to your talking skills. Ilias. Wolf too. Wolf. It may be fine for Robito, but be sure to be wary with Chinyas and Jestaf. Robito is the easiest one to deal with within the three. Robito uses the adventurers of Shunate as if they are convenient pawns, so he is generous towards skilled people. By the way, he hates excessive bootlicking, so you can get along better with him if you are a bit impudent. Completing requests in a short period of time to prove you are skilled. Can I ask about the trick to that? Ilias. A merchant needs an identification in order to enter the country. You need to record it at least on those occasions, right? I had the government officials in those areas arrange that information through King Zenota. If they are going to pull something on the country, it wouldn't be pointless to gather the information of that country after all. After that, I meet up with the corresponding officials, have them show me the information, and put them all together. Now that you mention it, that's pretty simple. It is to a degree where I find it strange that Robito doesn't do that. Ilias. He is the guy that's trying to overturn the country after all. He wants to avoid negotiations with the country as much as possible. So he says, but my subjective opinion was that Robito is a person with thick skin. Maybe he brazenly has his subordinates investigate that stuff. Did Robito not look like the careful type? Don't read my mind as if it were the most natural thing. Ilias. If you don't want it to be read, make your thoughts more complicated. Sorry for being simple. Ilias. I actually can relax better with you like that. I like upright personalities like yours. I would have no discontent if that uprightness of mine weren't made fun of. Ilias. I see, so it sounds better when you change the wording of being simple-minded. Let's take everything positively. Actually, your instincts here are not wrong. It is stuff that Robito should be able to investigate if he were to order his subordinates. Then, why? Ilias. Because he is in a situation where he has to be more careful than normal. He is cooperating with Chinyas and Jestaf after all. But that doesn't seem to be the reason. In the eyes of Robito, those two are on the same level. They would be weak factors to restrict the actions of Robito. In that case, it would be Ray 8, but he is currently imprisoned. The matter of Blue should have been leaked, so this should be something Robito should know. 2. The argument between him and King Zenota was heard by the soldiers around too. Even if we were to try to keep them silent, it wouldn't be possible. In other words, the existence of the camp that is affiliated with Ray 8. Ilias. Yeah, there's no need to be this careful with just the double-dealing Ray 8. It should be safe to assume there's something with decent influence backing Ray 8. Do you have an idea? Ilias. If it is in terms of scale, I would say it is either the Yugara Church or some other country. Considering the movements of Ray 8, there's no chance it is the Yugara Church. If we look at the scale of the country, Kiwama has 2 neighboring countries. One of them is Ghani, but it is the territory that Gold is ruling, so there's no worries about it. The remaining neighboring country is Toran in the north. Ilias. Wolf, you took the lessons of Maya-san, so you should remember, right? Yes. Within the 6 major countries, Torin is the northernmost one. Wolf. The places that are called major countries in this world are Taizu, Megis, Gani, Kuama, Torin, and Seren, for a total of 6. Torin was the place where Yugara made Gold Goat to sleep once, right? That's right. Well, it has been passed down in history as Yellow Demon Lord, though. It is said that it is the safest country that has no nether adjoined to it. Ilias. The Torin nether is limited to just the inside of the Gani castle after all. I have not heard about Seren having a nether either. The one in Seren simply has the Megis nether slightly adjoined to it after all. Torin was not threatened by a nether, but that also meant not getting the blessing of Yugara, so it is inferior to other countries in terms of their growth as a nation. It is a country with weak influence despite being safe. Ilias. Gani is in the center of the continent, Taiza is at the east, and Megis is at the west. There's a nether at the southern part of each respective country. Seren is at the west of Megis, Kuama is at the north of Gani, Torin is at the north of Kuama, and at the west there's the Kuama nether connected by land. They sent Ray 8 in order to have the guilds take away the national power. That's overthinking it a little bit. I am troubled in that I can't say for certain that your thoughts are wrong with how my days with you have been. Ilias. Do you hate a stimulating daily life? Depends on the degree. What about you? Ilias. I prefer peace. The people who have gotten used to peace and seek stimulation normally end up wishing for peace at the end. Shizu, you sound like a grandpa. Wolf. I get you. Cough. Anyways, I feel like it isn't that wrong of an idea to turn our eyes to Torin. This is my instincts speaking here, so it is uncertain though. So there are times when you rely on your instincts, huh? Ilias. By instinct, I refer to the reflexive answer I get that was led by my experiences until now. If I have confidence in my own abilities, I can trust in my instincts too after all. True. By the way, where did your name poster come from? Ilias. A paper for publicity. No, it is from the word imposter. Imposter. Is it a word from Earth? Ilias. Yeah, it is a word that means to fake your own self. If I were to use the word as it is, there's the risk of getting caught if they are also from Earth after all. It fits him so well I have no words. It seems like Brogestaff is going to be taking action in his own bro way. However, the policy as of present is to act stealthily without showing on the outside for the near future as long as that man is present. According to Bro, it would be better to avoid actions that will provide them information now that they know about our existence. There's the fear that they might be observing us right now from afar. That certainly is true. I have confidence in the accuracy of my detection magic and my instincts when I see someone. But it is not like my eyesight itself is outstanding. It is not like I can't use farsight magic, but the efficiency is low. It is not like I am training it so I can clearly see a person that I could already see from afar after all. But well, I have nothing to do. What I can do is detect the dangers approaching Bro as soon as possible, and have Bro deal with them. But if I stay cooped inside the house, there won't be any spotlight for my detection skills. The only menial work I can do is cleaning, and so, I am cleaning the house endlessly. Hasn't this house gotten 5 years younger here? The cleaner Hakutoku doesn't sound bad, but if I were to call myself that, it would come as a set with the vexation. This is so vexing, damn it. Haku. I actually want to go the city and do something about that man. But instinct Sama would cut off my consciousness when I meet that man. Even if I managed to meet that man without losing consciousness, his bodyguards are clearly far stronger than me. I managed to do something about Gyrista, but the strength of Egdoik and that female knight are on the level of being unfair. There might be a chance if I were to watch them fight once or twice, but it would still be a bet with bad odds. I was told I can do as I please, but I don't have the guts to gamble my life. I have pledged my life to Brogestaff, but I am not looking for a dog's death. It is fine. I am sure I will have my turn. I just have to shine at that time. For now, let's be satisfied with making this vase shine. Haku. That spirit is good and all, but don't just clean the same vase the whole damn day. Be Bro? Haku. I looked back in surprise and Brogestaff was standing there with a bitter face. That seriously gave me a fright. My heart was about to jump out of my mouth. Wait, there's one more person by the side of Bro who I have not seen before. Rather than saying I have not seen them before, it is more like they are using invisibility magic, so I can't see them, but they are following closely behind Bro. They are not from Ryodo. Just who in the world are they? For now, Let's try using detection magic too. Hakutoku, don't use detection magic on this one. It is someone you don't need to know. Jestaf. Okay, I am sorry. Haku. Bro noticed I was pouring my gaze to the invisible guy, and what he did was predict my next move and stop me. Judging from the tone of Bro, that was a no-joke warning. I have no choice but to obey. Then, I will be talking about the details with this person for a while. They are the pretty nervous type, so they will get distracted if there's someone, so go clean the basement or something. Jestaf. Got it. Oi, I don't know who you are, but make sure not to make a blunder with Bro. Haku. I pick up the cleaning tools and move. Even an idiot like me could tell that is from the same side as Ray 8. There's a decent amount of times when instinct Sama would tell me even without using detection magic. The person there was dangerous in a different meaning from that man. That must be why Bro was making a bitter face. The senses of Bro are sharp on that front after all. It is not like they have animosity, but they only see Bro Jestaf as a means to an end. I could tell that kind of bad feeling vividly. There's no decent people in our allies or enemies. I'm the only one who can support Bro. Gotta perk up here. Hakutoku. Now, just you wait. Dust in the basement. I'm a clean you squeaky clean. In the study of Jestaf Heriadora, all of the furniture is old, but they are looked after carefully. It is a room without much decoration, but you could say it is a space that's ideal for the ones who like silence. Jestaf grabbed a book that was on top of a desk deep in the room and returned it to the bookshelf. The youngster just now seems to have noticed my presence. A synthesized voice that's hard to tell whether it comes from a man or a woman resonated in the study. Jestaf is aware that this spell is used to hide one's identity like the invisibility spell, but his ears that could be said are the symbol of him being a demi-human moved slightly as if showing displeasure towards that sound. The space swayed and a new person showed up in the study. That person was wearing a white robe covering his whole body and was wearing a flat mask that doesn't even have holes to see through. He is my right arm, a guy whose brain doesn't turn much, but he is more reliable than anyone in the places where he is reliable. If you don't want what's below that mask to be seen through, you better not make contact with him carelessly. Jestaf. So it seems. But you don't have any intention of having that right arms of yours hear this? He is not the type that's good at hiding things. Giving unnecessary information to him and even becoming shackles would ruin his worth. Jestaf. That Jestaf Heriadora seems to be pretty attached to one person. Looks like you have picked up something good. That goes for you too. You seem to be pretty interested in that guy. Jestaf. We can worry about that stuff when things have wrapped up. Let's move to the main topic. The expression of Jestaf turns one notch more serious. For him, this plan has been a long-lasting ambition since his ancestors, and it is also his biggest hurdle in life. The people that seize the Blue Demon Lord are apparently cooperating with King Zenotto and investigating inside the guilds. Jestaf. So it seems they have already noticed me, Robito, and Chinias. Why did you tell us that? Jestaf. So they have gotten that far. I see. So it wasn't sheer luck that managed to corner Ray 8 twice, huh? So you won't answer my question? Jestaf slammed his desk hard, but there's no one in this study who would falter at this outrage. Is there any point in telling you? This plan is the long desire of your family. We have been acting with the utmost caution already. I could have at least had Hasa pull back. I am now one man less because of your mistake. Jestaf. It is a necessary sacrifice if we were to consider the possibility of Ray 8 slipping away. Squirming your way out. What are you going to do? At this rate, there's a 90% chance of things reaching the end with our backs spared. Jestaf. Got cold feet? If you are stepping down, I will simply prepare other helpers. Who said is going to step down? Jestaf. Figures. The ambitions of the Heriadora household run deep compared to the Morganise household and Goshunate household. You are the last demi-human royalty bloodline after all. The humans and demi-humans that were fighting each other joined hands at the time when the demon lords appeared. But most of the demi-humans chose to run away at that time. The instincts of the demi-humans who have the blood of animals mixed in them was sharp, so they noticed sooner than the humans that they had no chance of winning. The reality was that it was impossible for the humans and demi-humans to stop the invasion of the demon lords. But the only exception showed up, which was the hero Yugara. Yugara showed the abnormal strength of defeating all demon lords alone and brought peace to the world swiftly. The Heriadora household is the only demi-human royalty that didn't run away, but the evaluation of the humans towards the demi-humans had lowered to a remarkable degree. They were not persecuted compared to the warring era because of Yugara showing up, but they couldn't avoid the cold reception. Yugara gave the people that remained and fought the right to rule the continent and solidified the powers of each nation. The name of the Heriadora household was not mentioned within those. Even so, the Heriadora household did their best to not be buried in the shadows of history. They started a guild and tried to maintain their authority in a different way from a country, but that didn't go well either. A faction war began between other guilds, and Ryodo hasn't been able to grasp hegemony until now. Worse yet, the way of being of the guilds began to change with the flow of time. The tides of power supremacy grew more remarkable, with the stronger ones being the ones that lead the guild, and the family members of the guild founders driven away to being advisors. They will most likely lose even their current position in a few more generations. The heartfelt ambition left by his father, grandfather, my ancestors, and himself have been inheriting that chagrin. I ain't suited to be royalty. No, gone are those days for the Heriadora household. That's exactly why we have to end this cycle. Jestaf, there's the need to leave these regrets for posterity as lineage of demi-human royalty, but causing grief to your own descendants due to this is something that must be avoided. The resurrection of the demon lords is a chance of a lifetime. The chaos of the countries is the opportunity to obtain the past glory. People obtain power through history. The nations should be able to put up a good fight even against demon lords as it is now, but they would come out unscathed. It would also be difficult to provide assistance. They will aim for that opening. Judging from your state, it doesn't look like you will be as pathetic as being the first one to tap out. King Zenata cannot put a hand on us as of present. How can you say that with confidence? Jestaf, if they were to suddenly do something like seizing the guild advisors without any evidence, the public will cast doubts upon King Zenata. Also, in order to intervene in our actions, they would need to publicize the reality that demon lords have resurrected. If they wanted to eliminate the worrying elements, I think sending assassins would work though. Jestaf, that king isn't capable of that. But if King Zenata, no, the nations were to publicize the reality that the demon lords have resurrected, we would have to move to the next step too. That's true. Jestaf, but be careful of the movements of the Yugara Church. King Zenatu is one thing, but Archbishop Serais is not someone we can lower our guard against. Well, that Archbishop is directing his gaze at the resident of Yugara's planet though. The chances of the sparks flying our way is low. So what we will be doing in the end is to maintain the status quo. Jestaf, that's right. Just boldly amass your strength. We will do the preparations to capitulate them. That sounds like an invitation to betray us. Jestaf, it may be possible for us to be disappointed in you guys, but there's no need to betray you. Our objective is to search for people to begin with after all. I still find that reason ridiculous no matter how many times I hear it when we are trying to overthrow nations here. Jestaf, the price for laying the groundwork to steal away the nations for Jestaf and the others was a grand search on the settlements of the humans and demi-humans living in the territories of the nations. But there's a variety of details that haven't been revealed as of present. What kind of people they are searching, the total amount, and the reason for the search. We are not messing around. This is something necessary for us. For all of humanity. It is because that statement of yours is not a lie that makes it even creepier. If you are searching for people, you could just go through the traditional method of negotiating with the rulers of the nations. Jestaf, I have said this before, but the hands of the Yugara Church have been wrapped around the countries as of present. It is a matter that can't be trusted to people who blindly accept Yugara. You seem to hate the hero a lot. Jestaf, I think I have already told you people about the sins of Yugara to a certain degree though. The talk about Yugara being the very person to create demon lords, huh? Jestaf, that's right. That's the undeniable truth. Even if the nations protecting the position of the Yugara Church were to publicize the reality that the demon lords have resurrected, they definitely won't bring out the hidden sin of Yugara. Of course they wouldn't be able to say it. If they did, the Yugara Church itself would be done for. Jestaf, if the reputation of the Yugara Church falls to the ground, it would also lower the trust of the countries that have widely accepted the Yugara Church. If they were to try and eliminate Jestaf and the others forcefully, they would have to be prepared to reveal this. In the case that happens, Even if they managed to restrain Jestaf and the others, a new force would rise to overthrow the nations. They have no choice but to take the defensive. We would just have to bring it to a point where we just need one move to overturn it all. Meaning that they can't put their hands on us carelessly. There's the possibility we are already under their surveillance. I planned on refusing if you were to tell me to move right now anyways. Jestaf, if you draw too much attention, we will be the ones dealing with you guys. We will prepare a new communication method, that's all. After saying this, the one in front of him disappeared from sight with invisibility again. Jestaf saw this off and lit up a cigar. That's how it is. Got it, Hakutoku. Jestaf. That's how it is. Got it, Hakutoku. The mysterious voice and the voice of Bro rang while I was cleaning the basement. I was wondering what kind of joke this was at first, but it seems like it was a conversation between the guy of just now and Bro. You might not understand it just yet, so I will explain it to you. My residence has a number of hidden tricks. One of them activates this when I put back a book I have on my desk back to the bookshelf. It is normally a measure taken to check the state of intruders though. Jestaf. There's a rule in the study of Bro that is, you must not move the location of the books. So that's why, normally, no one is allowed in the basement. So all of that was for the sake of this. That's impressive. I don't understand how it works at all. Man, that's impressive, Bro. Haku. By the way, it is one way. Your voice won't reach here as long as you don't let out a stupidly loud voice. Jestaf. Is that so? Haku. So he can see right through me, as expected of Bro. But why did he do something like that all of a sudden? Your face is saying you want to know the reason. Your ability to detect danger is outstanding. But your ability to process a crisis is garbage. But there's no doubt you are the one who can move at once when push comes to shove. There's a limit to what you can do if you just move at random without knowing the situation. Take in as much information as possible from a step back. If you do that, your instincts will allow you to escape more easily in the correct path. Jestaf. So Bro did this for my sake. Right. Even if I were to rely on instinct-sama without knowing anything, I would just face tragedy just like the time when I met that man. I just have to leave my future to instinct-sama. But Bro is telling me not to just rely on that. He is telling me to do my due diligence in order for instinct-sama to lead me more easily. Understood. I will do my best. Haku. Do the cleaning too. Okay, this will be your spot for the near future when guests show up after all. Jestaf. I heard this and looked around the basement. A dim room with only the light of the candles, stuff packed with dust that hasn't been organized, cobwebs and mouse excrement. This is a shithole. Why is no one cleaning this place up? I didn't open the basement because I didn't want others to know about the hidden mechanism. It is because it was so dirty I didn't feel like cleaning it. Do your best. Jestaf. Thanks for your input. No worries. I just have to clean it bit by bit, and it will eventually be even more comfortable than my room. Haku. Living in a basement is pretty exciting. Well, I don't plan on living here at all though. I would be lower than third rate if I were to make excuses like their information didn't enter my head because the room was too dirty. I roll up my sleeves and hype myself up. Now then, let's do this. First, this dirty cloth seems to be made from a nice material, so let's wash this first. Twist twist. Instinct-sama is reacting. Haku. An avalanche of off-balanced packed boxes attacked me. King Zenota is making an extremely amusing face. I was thinking about reporting to the king already, so I have come to the Kiwama castle. I am explaining to him the fact that the guild advisors are trying to overthrow the countries. This is quite the alarming situation. We can't put a hand on it carelessly. Zenota. They are simply increasing the power of their faction as of present. After all, we can't move without clear evidence. Information from us of the third faction can't be used as proof. If it were to be made public that they have obtained the cooperation of a faction that has 3 demon lords in their camp, the reputation of King Zenota would take a nosedive. There might even be people who would stand with the reason don't forgive a king that allows demon lords. What should we do? Zenota. I am happy that you are relying on us, but the king of Taiza would try to think for a bit more, you know? It would be troubling for me if you were to compare me to the wise king. In the first place, the king of a foreign country is the king of a foreign country. It is natural for there to be differences. Zenota. What a praiseworthy personality this King Zenota has. Did you not consult with Archbishop Serais? He is currently working on a different matter. He is organizing a team in preparation for the invasion of the Scarlet Demon Lord. The Yugara Church is affiliated mainly to mages, but it would be better for the clergy to be in all that nations after all. Zenata. All parties need a healer. No, wait. Has there ever been a healer-like person within the Yugara Church until now? All of them felt more like damage dealers. They can't move until the Scarlet Demon Lord moves anyways. At this rate, they will be taking the initiative whenever they please. If we were to reinforce the defenses of the capital, Zenata, the neighboring settlements would be trampled by the Scarlet Demon Lord. You won't be able to spare any if we consider his army the same level as the one of the Blue Demon Lord. We can't clash Demon Lords with Demon Lords. Zenata, I have had the Blue Demon Lord seal the use of the inhumane necromancy, so her fighting capability has dropped a whole ton. The Purple Demon Lord had her main force wiped out just recently. The Gold Demon Lord has the main force of Ghani and no private army. Purple has a decent amount of devils remaining, but it is most definitely impossible to stop the army of the Scarlet Demon Lord from the front with just low and intermediate rank monsters. What about the strength of the Demon Lords themselves? Zenata. The three of them would lose one-on-one against Ilias here. Ilias nodded. She is looking strangely proud about this. Humanity has gotten strong. Zenata. Hey, don't drift off. We can't put our hands on them, and if they were to take the initiative, it would be trouble. Do you not have any good suggestions? Zenata. If you were to use that splendid sword you have on your waist against the oncoming adventurers, things will be solved wonderfully. That would be one for history. But my sword is for decoration. It looks good, so I have it on my waist, but my back got strained the other day because of it, you see. Zenata. I'm impressed you tried to siege us with that. Well, I thought it was over already. Zenata. I feel like this guy would get along just dandy with Gold, but it would definitely be a greater pain if they were to work together, so I should try to make it so they don't meet each other. First, we should make public the information that the Scarlet Demon Lord has resurrected. Taizu, Megis, and Ghani will make it public sooner or later anyways. Right. The people have gotten pretty uneasy with the invasion of the Blue Demon Lord already. We should give them a bit of information before they begin to speculate blindly. Zenata. Also, talk about the third faction while at it. Is that okay? Zenata. I would like you to refrain from giving my information, but they will most likely have less to worry about if they know that 3 of the Demon Lords are already neutral. Of course, the civilians won't be so foolish as to just swallow this and be relieved with that. Even so, it should be possible to reduce the chances of inviting panic compared to just releasing the information that the Scarlet Demon Lord is trying to attack. Got it. As for the official announcement, I will contact the other kings and decide on a day. And so, any specific suggestions? Zenata. I do, but the idea is pretty out there. Out there? Can you tell me? Zenata. And so, I explain the plan I have thought of to King Zenata. Ilias is also listening by my side. When I finished, the two warped their faces nicely. That's nasty. Are the residents of Yugara's planet always thinking about stuff like that? Zenata. I can't deny that. Yugara was pretty out there too. But it is true that it would be effective. No. Zenata. It is alright, King Zenata. I feel nothing alright about this though. Zenata. No, I am just saying there's no need for you to worry about it since the means have been left to me. Alright, I heard nothing. I have to go do my upright work. Zenata. This old man is in a sense more suitable for politics than Marito. The major countries of Taizu, Megis, Ghani, and Kiwama announced the reality of the resurrection of the Demon Lords to all the people in their respective territories. The Demon Lords that have resurrected are the Yellow Demon Lord, Green Demon Lord, Blue Demon Lord, Scarlet Demon Lord, and Purple Demon Lord. Within those, they have also been informed that the Blue Demon Lord destroyed the defensive walls of Kiwama through the Kiwama Nether, and that the Scarlet Demon Lord is preparing to invade. Not only bad news were told. Someone from the same planet as Hero Yugara has appeared, has been cooperating with 4 major countries, and has made the accomplishment of controlling the Demon Lords. The Gold Demon Lord, Blue Demon Lord, and the Purple Demon Lord are at present neutral parties. This information will most likely echo to the other remaining major countries at a later time. By the way, the details of a certain someone were kept hidden. Information of my appearance will most likely be leaked in the near future, but as long as I am carrying the banner of the weakest, I won't go out of my way to take on the risk of standing out. But Gold, who is making this announcement as the king of Ghani, must be having quite the complicated expression. I would have wanted to see it and tease her about it. I was at our base, reading the copy of what has been announced together with Ekdoik, and thinking about what to do from here on. They haven't told them that the demon lords have joined a side. Ekdoik: makes sense. The Yugara Church can't really announce that we have joined hands with the demon lords after all. Officially announcing that we of the third faction have controlled the demon lords is the safe method to not create unnecessary enemies. Saying that I am a compatriot of Yugara sounds nice after all. There's even the possibility of me being elevated to being the new hero. Calling me a hero, which denotes the bravest of people, when I have a chicken mentality, would just make me feel embarrassed. So I would like to refuse such a title. You have faced the demon lords and have won against them. I would say you have rightly earned your title as a hero though. Ekdoik: the only one I faced properly was purple. You know, there was barely any physical exertion from it after all. We wouldn't have been able to get the result we have now with the gold demon lord and blue demon lord without your smarts, comrade. Talking too much about how you lack skills will sound like excessive modesty, you know? Ekdoik: I could reluctantly accept the title of tactician though. I am aware that my methods resemble those of a swindler, so rather than calling it modesty, it is more like it is hard to brag about it. I don't have the nerves of steel to brag about winning by using dirty means. I can't say, hey, I am the hero. I am threatening others by using demon lords and have cornered the demon lords mentally to defeat them. It is true that you have not used methods that others would be proud of, but at the very least, Wolf respects how amazing you are from the bottom of her heart. Ekdoik: Wolf decides things mostly on logic rather than by using the scale of right or wrong. After all, by learning what's right or wrong, people get the ability to measure things under other means aside from just logic. Wolf didn't learn to differentiate right or wrong since birth, so she can see all things in a flat manner, and can bring about decisions with logic. Putting it like that may sound good, but I can't really dismiss the downside of how hazy her ability of being able to delineate what's okay to do and what's not is. If she gets dyed in the path of evil, it is extremely easy to neglect the good. Even if you end up in the path of evil at the end, you should learn the path of good, too. Is it not good to be logical? Ekdoik: it is not bad. But it isn't good to only be able to make logical decisions. It is not like you interacted with Blue in a logical way, right? I see. That's true. Ekdoik: if he had gone through the logical path, Blue would be our enemy. It would go without saying that the most logical solution would have been to eliminate her. There's also the risk of Blue turning on us, and having her turn into an enemy while she is still being considered an ally. It should be avoided if you can't bring about benefits on all fronts. Even with that, Ekdoik chose to calm Blue. Moreover, for a personal reason. The action that you took wasn't logical but humane. However, you don't regret the decision you made, right? Right. I even feel proud that I made this choice. Ekdoik: if he were to say those words to Blue, that cold attitude of hers could warm up a bit. But let's not say that. It is more amusing this way after all. Nothing bad in there being more standards to make a decision. I would like Wolf to learn from a lot of other places aside from me. You must be grateful of Ilias being by your side in that sense, huh? Ekdoik: yeah. The chivalry of Ilias and the others is strong after all. It might be a bit too stiffening for Wolf, but they should be good role models. She admires me on top of all that, so the chances of Wolf awakening into chivalry are really low. But let's not touch on that. I would also like to contribute to the growth of Wolf in other things aside from technique. Ekdoik: you don't have to worry about that, Ekdoik. The influence you provide is without doubt a good one. I see. It is pretty ticklish to be told that straight to my face. Ekdoik: right? I am always feeling ticklish. It would get even itchier if I were to be told I am a hero. You return the topic so smoothly. Ekdoik: I don't like getting sidetracked too much after all. Now then, the public will have no choice but to have their attention turned onto the invasion of the Scarlet Demon Lord. The representatives of the nations will have to show their skills at manipulating the perception here. It would be great if they were to join as one to fight off the invasion of the Scarlet Demon Lord, but with the distrust towards the nations accumulating, it could even end up giving a justification for the coup d'état of Robito and the others. And so, what will we be doing from here on? Egdoik. Dangerous methods will be the last measure. I plan on matching their stage. Meaning. Egdoik. Stealing a nation is in a sense more troublesome than invading a nation. You have to convince the people that are already living in it after all. They can't just aim for an opening, bring down the castle, and end it there. They need a justified reason that can convince most of the populace. Is it something that can be found so easily? Egdoik. The ones in trouble about that are King Zenotto and Gold. King Zenotto isn't as charismatic compared to other rulers. As for Gold, if it is revealed that she is a demon lord, distrust towards her will shoot up in one go. The Yugara Church also has its issue of their standard being the human scum Yugara Narayu. If Jestaf, Robito, and Chinyas will be targeting their respective countries, Kuama, Ghani, and Megis would be the best targets. I have investigated the internal conditions of Taizu, Torin, and Seren, and it would be a bit hard to create a justified reason. But there's no need to adhere to truths in order to prepare seeds for scandals. Let's be careful about this to a certain degree. When you think of it like that, there's a lot of openings they can poke at. Egdoik. The number one problem would be the unique flavor A8 will bring in his plan to create that justified reason. The result after investigating Jestaf and the others was that they are mainly just securing people and are barely doing anything suspicious. In other words, the ones who will be executing the important plan will be the people on the side of Ray 8. Searching for an invisible opponent is hard. Egdoik. It is not like it is invisible. The experiment before worked, right? Yeah, check this. Egdoik. Egdoik spread out a map of the Kuama region. Detecting enemies with magic won't work as long as there's Hakutoku with them. I warned them directly to begin with. Of course they would be wary about surveillance. Jestaf has shut inside his residence and has not shown up as I thought. But he can't just cut off all communication to the outside. It should be safe to assume he has some sort of contact with them. The first thing I thought of when thinking about methods to make contact with others without showing himself was the sound transmission that is the secret technique of the Yugara Church. But using this would not only turn the Yugara Church hostile, it also has the risk of being intercepted, so it is not a good method. The reality is that Egdoik was also keeping an eye on the mana waves directed to the residents, but there was no reaction. The next thing I thought of was the invisibility magic that the Anbus of the nations use. With this, there's no worries of being caught as long as it doesn't get caught by detection magic. But they wouldn't approach them if we were to use detection magic brazenly, so I squeezed my grey matter a bit here. I had Egdoik bury his chains in a way that it encircles the residence. The mana doesn't leak to the outside, and if there's anyone who is walking around the places where it is buried, you can feel the vibrations as if it were a pressure sensor. I honestly think this versatility is overpowered. If we didn't have Egdoik, I think I would have done this by spreading water or something and inspecting the footprints. It is as you said, comrade. The amount of people coming in and out of the residence don't match the actual numbers. There's no doubt someone who used invisibility magic has come. That person headed in this direction. Egdoik. Egdoik said this and drew an arrow on the map. I would have wanted to chase them and capture them the moment we found them. But we might end up not even getting any info if they are just lackeys. So we have to prioritize pinpointing their base. Over here is the route the invisibility magic user took when discovered by Rakura, who is using the same method to keep in check the residents of Chinyas. We should be able to narrow down the candidates with this. So you made Rakura do this, too? Egdoik. She is not versatile like you, so I had the mana of Rakura sneaked underground, detecting vibrations with mana. I don't think it is impossible. But the vibrations you can feel with mana are so faint that you wouldn't be able to detect anything properly. Egdoik. Yeah, Rakura said that was impossible for her, too, so I tried tearing off a floor tile on a vacant house and buried her body in it with her head out, and she managed somehow. After that, I had her team up with Mix to detect both the mana and visual oscillations to create a pseudo method like yours. You are so casually merciless. Egdoik. No. I had no intention of doing so at first, but she was complaining endlessly about how it was boring to just watch, so I ended up snapping. Rakura can shoot up the precision of something if she concentrates on that one thing. I acted like that because I thought that it might be possible to do so even with an inefficient method as long as we set the environment to concentrate, just like the time when she detected the mana waves the Blue Demon Lord released. It is by no means because Rokura was on the verge of going wild by saying it would be faster to just rush into the House of Genius. Because she was bored of staking out. I buried her on the ground to calm her down while also doubling as a punishment. But she said I might be able to do it, so I went with the flow and said then, counting on you for 3 days and 3 nights. Though it is not like she is buried for 3 days and 3 nights. Mix would dig her out every now and then to eat and go to the bathroom. She apparently sleeps on top of the ground. When the person herself said you seriously planned on abandoning us here for 3 days and 3 nights, without even checking on us once, weren't you? I responded with my business smile. Right now the totally muddied Mix and Rokura are accompanied by Ilias, and having a drinking party at the Kiwama castle as they take a bath in their spacious bathtub. This is the appropriate payment for hard work, and not because my conscience pricked when Mix and Rokura showed results half in tears and Ilias looked at me as if I was an ungrateful brute. Gyrista casually went with them too, but she won't get arrested at the castle, right? The others are having it rough too, huh? Ekdoik, sorry for bringing this up when you are mourning the pains of others, but I would like you to do some more stakeouts. I don't mind that, but is it the place of Robito? Ekdoik, no, it is the location that I am guessing through the information of you and Rokura. There will be more people around, so I would like to ask this of you who can process both visual information and vibrations. Got it. I shall head there at once, but then you won't have any bodyguards. Ekdoik, it hasn't been long since it has hit night, but Wolf is already in resting mode. Being able to make decisions through good or bad is important, but treasuring your living habits is important to protect your most essential asset, that's your body. She is in her growing phase, so I would like to allow her to stay up late a bit, but if staying up late becomes a habit, I feel like Maya-san would reprimand me. I have no plans on going out until Wolf wakes up, so I will stay by the side of Diuvilieri until the others come back. Oh my, I would have preferred you to say you will be staying by my side instead, you know? Purple. I don't know since when Purple was here, but she gently placed her hand on my back. I was on the verge of screaming there, but I bravely endured. Nice job, me. I was apprehensive about saying I would stay by the side of a woman all night. You see, Fufu, you really are a late bloomer, you know? Purple. Also, can you not scare me if possible? My mind is also brittle. Hearing a cute scream would be a nice memory for me though. Purple. Can you respect our efforts a bit here? Even if they are neutral parties now, Purple is a feared demon lord in the eyes of humans. But not only does she seek equality, I think she even feels sad that she is being feared by people. And so, I am trying to interact with her casually at all times. But there's a limit on my resistance to jump scares. I like seeing your gallant figure, but I also like the comical hard work you put in for my sake, you know? Purple. Warped love and hate never leads to any decent results. It is not warped though. I want everything after all. Purple. Might as well just accompany Ekdoik. Wait, Ekdoik is gone. He already left though. I like that he reads the atmosphere when I am alone with you, you know? Purple. I should be praising Ekdoik for having learned how to read the atmosphere, but I would like you to read one more step ahead from that. Maybe I should just go to sleep early like Wolf. No, there's no knowing what Purple will do to me if I were to sleep in a situation where no one is present. I must somehow survive this space of enticement until Ilias and the others come back. Right, I forgot I had something to talk about with Diuvilieri. Really? Can't be helped then. Diuvilieri, come out if you dare. Purple. Ain't that way of putting it unfair? Diuvilieri didn't show up that night. Ha, that brought me back to life. Yeah. A few days after investigating the surroundings of the Genia's residence with Rokura Dono had begun to get bored about there being no noteworthy results, and Mr. Friend showed up and proposed to investigate people who are using invisibility magic. The method taken was to bury Rokura Dono in the basement of a vacant house, which I had to question the sanity of. Mr. Friend put it extremely lightly, saying, "Can't you manage somehow if you fuse with the ground?" But the troubling part is that Rokura Dono could now detect the vibrations of the people walking around. That method was implemented officially as a result, and it was a repeat of days where Rokura Dono was buried for several days. Rokura Dono was doing her work decently seriously the first day, but she began questioning herself, wondering what she was doing on the second day, and by the third day, She began to sob deliberately. I turned invisible and observed the people around on top of the roof, so I managed to not see that pitiful sight of Rakuradono aside from the times when she pleaded to come out. Even if it was only a few times a day, the job of digging out Rakuradono and burying her really got to my heart. Fortunately, we managed to grasp the footsteps of someone using invisibility magic on the third night, and we confirmed the direction they headed to, but I got shivers just imagining this continuing for several days more. Rakura, Mix-sama. Seriously, good job out there. Ilias. Lady Ratzel, those pitying eyes twist the knife on the wound instead. Mix. I would have liked seeing that Tilda. Gyrista, that sight was something that brought tears to the eyes of the ones who saw it. Mix. As for Akira, it seems like she has enjoyed her bath after so long and some booze. It seems like she is concentrating on having regained her way of being instead of how she was treated before. Ha, I can move my limbs Tilda, you. Rakura. Or not. She must be trying to forget. By the way, we went directly to the Kiwama castle and met King Zenota for permission with our bodies covered in mud, but the eyes of pity from King Zenota were filled with kindness. To be more precise, King Zenota even shared the alcohol he recommended. That said, I am impressed that boss implemented such a horrible plan Tilda, even though there must have been some other better method Tilda. Gyrista. Seriously, I did accidentally blurt out I might be able to do it when he buried me on the ground and I felt the precision of the mana vibrations around increase though. Rakura. The decision of Mr. Friend after that was scary fast. Mix. You. Tears are coming out just from remembering the smile of Counselor Sama when he returned. Rakura. You normally don't see a refreshing formal smile of that level after all. Mix. The smile of Mr. Friend that comes from the bottom of his heart is truly wonderful, but it was to the point where I worried whether my memory isn't playing tricks on me. But Mix-chan, is it okay for us to move away from our location? Rakura. Mr. Friend said it was okay, so I think it is, but oh, Lady Ratzel, what's the matter? Mix. Well, you see. Ilias. Lady Ratzel isn't looking too good here. She is making an extremely awkward face. This is the face when she is feeling guilty about something. Should I ask about it? Ilias-san, you are sweating buckets. Rakura. I might have gotten dizzy from staying too long in the bath. Ilias. By the way, boss arranged for devils from the Purple Demon Lords. What was he planning on doing? Gyrista. You idiot. Why are you asking that now? Ilias. Oh, was it inconvenient Tilda? Gyrista. No. Not really. I was simply surprised at the drastic change in topic. Anyways, this drink that King Zenota prepared for us is pretty good. Ilias. What a truly easy to understand reaction. Something to feel guilty about and arranging devils. Lady Ratzel, is it about setting devils around Kiwama to switch with what we were doing? Mix. Cough cough. Ilias. I see. It is possible to set devils deep where detection can't reach, and they can perform monotone work endlessly without issues. Mix-chan, doesn't that mean that our hard work? Rakura. It is okay Desuzo. The one who showed results was you, Rakuradono. It is because you managed to bring about results that Mr. Friend managed to prepare a more efficient method through that process Desuzo. Mix. Right. Rakura. It is true that a more simple method existed, but the one who proved this method worked was Rakuradono. But if I were asked whether it was needed, no, I have to make it look necessary. Right. But it is because boss felt guilty that he arranged things with King Zenota here Tilda. Gyrista. Why yeah, he would at times worry about Mix-sama and Rakura. Ilias-san, your eyes are swimming all over the place. Rakura. That's not. Ilias. Mr. Friend completely forgot about us for 3 days, didn't he? Mix. And then boss said crap this morning. Gyrista, you are doing this on purpose, aren't you? Ilias. Sob. Rakura. The pace of Rakuradono's drinking has doubled from the sadness. Looks like we will have to get an extra reward from Mr. Friend later. But Mr. Friend forgetting about us must mean that's how busy he was with investigating Shunate. Mix. You could say that. He is friends with Robito now. Ilias. What? Makes. Mr. Friend had infiltrated into the bosom of the enemy while we were investigating the surroundings of Chniers. I heard Robito Goshunate is pretty skilled though. That's Mr. Friend for ya. Counselor Sama's conversation skills are impressive after all. How close are they? Rakura. To the point of being asked whether he wanted to marry into the family. Ilias. That much? Rakura. Mr. Friend accepted? Makes. No, he said he has a woman waiting for him at his villa, so he can't take a wife. Robito didn't give up despite that though. Ilias. He is most likely referring to the Purple Demon Lord, but it seems like he managed to deceive him without lying. I can tell from the face of Lady Ratzel that she was shown quite the scene. It would be pretty worrying if he were to marry into their family even if it were for the sake of the operation. That's a relief. Speaking of which, Counselor Sama has mellowed quite a bit recently. Rakura. Mellowed. Ilias. When he was dealing with the Blue Demon Lord San, how to say it? It was like he was always peeking out the scary Counselor Sama, but these few days it feels like he has returned to the Counselor Sama of before. Rakura. You say he has calmed down despite having been buried? Ilias. That's not what I mean though. Rakura. It is true that Mr. Friend has been on edge as of recently, but today's Mr. Friend was pretty easy to get close to. Or like, I can't describe it well. Fume. The only possibility I can think of is the people he has made contact with. I don't think it is Robito, so. Hakutoku. Ilias. Who? Rakura. The right hand of Gestaff Hiriadora. He excels at detection magic. Ilias. I remember him warning Egdoikdono that he is someone to be careful of. The next day, Gyrus Todono challenged him and got defeated. And then, for some reason, they managed to capture him. Sounds possible. Mr. Friend is like a mirror. He changes his way of being depending on the person he concentrates on. He must be someone more likable than Ray 8 by a lot. Makes. Yeah, he didn't look like someone whose head turned that much, but I think he had a straightforward personality. Ilias. He is also pretty strong, you know. Not as strong as Ilias, but depending on the situation, he might even be able to defeat Egdoik Tilda. Gyrusta. Even against Egdoik-san. Rakura. What kind of person is he? Makes. Let's see. I don't think he has power that stands out in battle Tilda, but it feels as if he can match the enemy properly Tilda. Gyrusta. I don't really get it, but does that mean he is stronger than he looks? Seems like I will need to face him as if he were above me if there's ever a time when I fight him. Well, it looks like I will have to be grateful for Hakutoku Dono who has returned Mr. Friend to his easier to interact self. Makes. Sama. The chances of him being an enemy as of present are pretty high. Ilias. We may have to consider him an enemy, but exercising respect towards your enemy is possible. You don't just learn from the enemies in life. Makes. Right. Ilias. By the way, is there any other information about this Hakutoku Dono? Makes. According to the information he has asked, he likes meat and his hobby is to practice the flute. Ilias. Was he having a marriage interview? Makes. I don't remember Mr. Friend asking me those types of questions though. No, we are talking of Mr. Friend. He probably already knows all of that. Mew. I am a bit jealous. In the end, Rakura Dono immediately drank herself unconscious soon after coming out from the bath, and Ilias had to carry her. Mr. Friend was being given a lap pillow by the Purple Demon Lord when we returned to the base. At that time, his face as if saying I have been saved was a real nice one that would enter my top 5. Guess it is about time I get serious. What brought that up all of a sudden? What's it all of a sudden, Counselor Sama? I have gotten close enough to Robito. It is about time to grasp the identity of the invisible enemy, so I muttered this to hype myself up. But Rakura and Ilias retorted together. I would like to at least be allowed to hype myself up. I have a general idea of the unique flavor of Ray 8. We have to get an eye on the actual enemy. Since when? Ilias. I wasn't just buttering up Robito. I have been studying the history of this world. I did gather up books that summarized the history of the nations by Mr. Friend's request, but... Did you get an answer? Makes. It is not certain though. Rakura. Can I get a simple explanation of the Yugara Church's teachings? Me? I don't know them in much detail though. Rakura. Oi, cleric. Yugara Naraya did his exploits as a hero and left a variety of teachings for posterity. Those are the teachings of the Yugara Church. It is pretty much a digested version of Christianity, and there's also a mix of teachings from other religions. There's a God that saved the world, The ones who die are sent to heaven, and there will be times when they are reincarnated into new lives. Depending on the sins you have committed, you will be brought to a place where those will be judged, and you can soften those sins by praying and repenting. The demon lords were presented as absolute evils there, and were made a common enemy. For the technique that sees through lies, he added the Lord sees through all, and it is taught that one of the duties of the clergy is to see through the truth of things as agents of God. That's basically it. Rakura. Well, it is kinda late at this point. It is a pretty intimate topic. I have mixed feelings since it was something Yugura did, but my view of it is that the teachings itself are not bad. Ilias. Maya-san acted as a substitute parent for Ilias, so she must have the teachings of Yugura routed in her too. The reality is that these teachings are a mesh of the easy-to-take-in famous religions in my world, making it ethical and safe. Well, it is on the level where the big shots of religions would click their tongues if they were to hear this though. That way of saying it sounds like these are patched-up teachings. Rakura. It is taking the good parts of the religions that have lasted long in history after all. There's enough factors for them to continue for long in this world too. It is not like they are bad teachings after all. And so, what's the point of confirming information of the Yugura Church this late in time? Ilias. The objective of Ray 8 is the search of the illegitimate. I am not sure what that is, but it should be safe to assume this is the objective of the whole side of Ray 8. Right. And so, they are trying to cause a coup d'etat for the sake of this? Ilias. It feels as if the story doesn't connect all of a sudden. Rakura. That's because you are from the Yugura Church, Rakura. What do you mean by that? Rakura. Let's say the illegitimate refers to a person and there's certain people who are putting their strength into searching for that. If they are going to use the strength in numbers, the organization with the widest influence is the Yugura Church. If you were to search for someone, Rakura, relying on the Yugura Church would be the most efficient method. Right. Rakura. But the group of Ray 8 isn't using the Yugura Church and is trying to indebt the guild advisors to steal the countries. They most likely intend for them to help in the search. Rakura tilted her head while going mew mew mew. The Yugura Church is the strongest religion that has taken root in the whole continent. Their widespread connections must be beyond the scale of a nation, so there's a reason why they can't rely on the Yugura Church? Ilias. That's right. But Ray 8 has infiltrated the Grand Church in Megis before, and controlled Archbishop Ika with mind control magic. That's an ideal environment to search for the illegitimate, right? Archbishop Ika is a person who excels in personal connections even within the Yugura Church. If their presence wasn't made clear because of the matter with Rakura, they would have been able to proceed with their objective. But not only was there no information about Ray 8 using Archbishop Ika to search for this illegitimate, there's not even traces of it. Wasn't it simply because he was prioritizing the return of the books stolen by Dokura? Ilias. There's the possibility. But Ilias, the orders of the Scarlet Demon Lord are like an extra in order to fulfill his original objective. If he can prioritize something, he would have prioritized putting hands on searching for the illegitimate. He didn't want the information to fall into the hands of the Yugura Church by any means. That's the natural conclusion of this. Ray 8 is not the type who overestimates his own skills. I should think of this as him not using the Yugura Church here because he considered the possibility of a crack happening somewhere. Does that mean it is something that he didn't want the Yugura Church alone to not know? That's right. Also, judging from how Ray 8 made that decision, it seems like he has some sort of superior. A superior, like me with Yuko-sama? Rakura. Ray 8 being able to control Archbishop Ika is an unshakable fact and an achievement of his. But, even with it, he placed the risk on a scale and didn't act. Considering the personality of Ray 8 and his personal objective, if he simply had comrades with the same goals, it wouldn't be strange for him to act a bit more. Well, there's no doubt Ray 8 still holds considerable information. He is no underling, but also not the top. So he didn't have the authority to act on his own volition. And those people as a whole find the Yugura Church as dangerous. Ilias. It means that the illegitimate is an existence that the Yugura Church doesn't want others to know about. That's the point to draw attention on. Ray 8's group is putting importance on the illegitimate, and they are a group that can judge that it is not information they can make the Yugura Church agree on. Who do you think are the guys that can reach that conclusion? People who have different ideologies from the teachings of the Yugura Church? Ilias. That's right. People who have a clear difference in standards, people from a different religion. That's what led me to investigate the religions of other nations and their types. It is great that there were less than I expected, but that still shaved away at my sleeping time. You investigated all them? Rakura. Well, there were some religions that I could exclude pretty much immediately. When I read there was a religion about getting drunk and worshipping alcohol that was established by adventurers, I was on the verge of throwing the book. There's even something like that? Ilias. The one I personally wanted to check the sacred grounds of was the Myayapohakuchen Church. What's that? Ilias. No idea. It is apparently amazing. Amazing, huh? Ilias. Try reading it later. Nothing will enter your head, but you will be able to tell there's something amazing about it. It is piquing my interest, but please return to the main topic. Ilias. Man. The teachings and history of the Myayapohakuchen Church were incredible. I feel like a comedian would be able to rise to the top of this religious sect. There were mainly 2 points in the Yugara Church. In the religion that Yugara Naraya created purposely and tinkered with. First is that the demon lords are the enemies of humanity. The one other point is to not touch the forbidden stuff that he created. When I brought to attention the religions that can't accept these points, a number of candidates showed up. The one that was the most influential within those was this one. I throw a single book onto the table. There wasn't a single person who tilted their heads when they saw this. I can tell with this that, even though they are far smaller compared to the Yugara Church, they are not teachings that are not known. The group that reveres nature and natural phenomena, Litas. In their teachings, the demon lords are calamities created from nature, and it is the punishment for humanity who has continued trying to kill each other. Their morals and ethics are not that thorny, but they are an antithesis to the spots that Yugara Naraya has tinkered with. Litas. It is a religion that has a lot of believers within adventurers and people that live in mountains and forests, but that doesn't sound too off. Makes. I doubt Litas as a whole is guilty here, but it is the perfect organization to use as a hideout for someone who knows that Yugara was the one who created the demon lords. Also, the holy grounds of Litas are in Torin, the country you said your instincts were telling you is suspicious. How much do you think the percentage of them being guilty is? Ilias. Around 60%. That's unexpectedly low. Ilias. There's the possibility Litas is simply being utilized too. After all, it is hard to state for certain that Litas is the core of it all. However, I have confidence that we will be able to find footsteps of them. And so, how are we going to move from here on? Ilias. The general modus operandi of the group of Ray 8 that's in Kiwama is mostly in my head already. It is soon going to be a good time. It is almost time to bring down their pawns that are the guild advisors. After we put a hand on the communication means of Robito, Chinias, and Jester for Ray 8, they all toned down their movements and have not taken any actions that stand out. But if we don't wrap up things before the Scarlet Demon Lord moves, it will be hard for the nations to move as one to deal with this. If we move too quickly, they will prepare new pawns. If we are too slow, we will be too late. So we are finally moving. And so, what should I do? Makes. You will be on standby from the near future. Makes. Makes. What about me, Counselor Sama? Rakura. You will be on standby too. That goes for you too, Gyrista. Even though I get to rest, I am not happy for some strange reason. Rakura. Right, Tilda? Gyrista. Even though the other day they were telling me to let them rest. What a demanding bunch. I will have Ilias and Wolf act as my bodyguards as usual. There's no real work I want you to learn. Shizu. In that case, the only one moving would be Egdoik-san. Wolf. I am having Egdoik on standby for another matter. Wait a moment. Does that mean you are going to be the only one making things happen? Ilias. As if. There's no way I can do something about it with just brains. I have properly secured manpower. As for your spotlight, well, it would be in around the third step. I wear the glasses, change my hairstyle, and get myself in the attire of poster. My groundwork is also perfect. Now then, it is scheming time. The first one we are going to bring down is Robito Goshunate. Well, he is not a bad person, so I will be kind. I feel like the kindness of Counselor Sama will only be on the degree of a pebble. Rakura. You really do get me. I have understood Robito pretty well after making contact with him. Honestly speaking, if he weren't the family of a former political influence that's trying to cause a coup d'etat, I would have wanted to get along with him. Let's have him give up quickly before he introduces me to his daughter and future troubles increase. I have my comrades make up for the physical strength I lack, and use my experience and knowledge as a merchant to approach from an unexpected direction. The work of Posta-kun is truly wonderful. There's no doubt he is a rare existence within the adventurers. He does barely any obsequious actions peculiar to merchants, however. He never does boorish actions. He is treating me not as someone from the Goshunate household, but as an individual, as Robito Goshunate. If he were to marry my daughter who has been swallowed by authority and has become a pitiful selfish person, there would have been worth in raising her. I feel bad for him, but I am sure he would be able to rehabilitate my daughter into someone great. Are you thinking of something, Robito-san? Sorry, I have no intention of giving up on you taking my daughter, but I was scheming about how to have you meet my daughter at least. Robito, you plan on taking away my escape routes by saying that, and that doesn't seem to be the case. Is there an issue with your daughter? I am the advisor of Shunate. I have acted as the person who shoulders the Goshunate household, but my daughter got it in her head that she had the same authority when she saw the people lowering their heads at me, you see. Robito, Posta-kun is extremely perceptive. If I were to show some sort of sign, he would without a doubt deduce what I want to say or what I am thinking. My plan would be even more sturdy if we could add him, but I have to endure on that one alone. The Goshunate household is a shadow of what was once the royalty that fought against the demon lords. The disgrace of not having been left land by Yugara was passed on to posterity, even after the times when the Goshunate household were mocked by the other influential families as people who have forgotten our pride as royalty and acted elegantly as nobles were now gone. This grievance still continued. I was also educated from childhood to desire the resurgence of the Goshunate household from the bottom of my heart. But that's about to end with my era. The aristocratic wife that my parents prepared for me in order to protect the purity of the bloodline didn't have a bad personality, but it was someone with no ambition. She lacked nothing as a wife, but I couldn't help but consider her as someone who is not worthy of carrying the emotions of the Goshunate household together with me. As for the daughter that I left my wife to raise, no, I neglected teaching her because she wasn't born a man. There's no point blaming my wife on this. I thought things would end with this, but the last opportunity came to me. This must be the fate of someone who has been born in the Goshunate household. That's why I resolved myself. I will take the country, become the new king, and will open the tied-up life of the Goshunate household. The techniques they have prepared are not all conventional. I will most likely need to dirty my hands. That's why I don't want Posta-kun to join in on this plan. I want him to join the Goshunate household while still clean. I see. You must have it rough. But I think that wouldn't have happened if you had kept a proper eye on her though. That's exactly right. I threw the education of her completely to my wife because she was not a son. I don't feel like acting as a father and reprimanding her at this point in time. Robito, the word at this point in time is just an excuse for yourself. You are still on active duty, Robito-san. I think your daughter is hoping for you to face her from the front, you know. Is that how it works? Robito, I wasn't the eldest son, so there were harsh times before reaching the point I am right now. I see, so Posta-kun had a past like that, so he can say this with confidence. Me who was persistently educated by my parents, and Posta-kun who didn't have the attention of his parents, which one would you say was the happier life? No, it is too soon to be talking about life. I haven't accomplished anything yet after all. I will look back when I have taken the throne. No, when I have left the throne. I shall believe you if you say so. I will try talking with my daughter alone sometime later. Robito, good. I will tag along in talking with your daughter at that time. Ha 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 ha. I would love it if you were to get close to her just like that. Well, let's drink for today. Robito, I slighted my daughter as I thought from the bottom of my heart that if I had a son, would it have been a relationship like the one I have with Posta-kun right now? Would I have been able to interact in the same way with my daughter or son? I am sure I could. I can laugh in such a carefree manner even with a person that I am not blood related with. It should be fine. By the time I woke up, I was on top of a cold stone floor. My whole body hurts. It is not just because I didn't sleep on top of a bed. There's pain here and there in my body as if it received blows. I get up and check my surroundings. This place is a prison cell in the Kiwama castle. Wait, calmly remember what happened yesterday. I drank together with Poster-kun, left the tavern just like that. And I don't remember anything else after that. My clothes are pretty tattered too. Is this blood? I can't remember anything. Oi, is there anyone here? Robito. What? When I raised my voice, the soldier keeping watch poked his head out from his post. A Kiwama soldier. There's no doubt this is the Kiwama castle then. Why am I here? Robito. Don't remember anything? Well, you were pretty drunk, so I can't really say that's not possible though. You crashed onto someone on the street yesterday night and it ended up in a fight. You both were drunk, so that can happen. It is good that there were no casualties, but if the guards didn't make it in time, you would have pummeled him to death, you know? What? Robito. I look at the back of my hand. It is true that my skin is peeled and I can tell there's pain as if I punched something relying on brute force. Is the blood on my clothes from that person? He apparently isn't dead though. Just what in the world am I doing at an important time like this? They have finished treating the person. They don't plan on suing you, so you won't be detained for that long. I should have had company with me. What happened to him? Robito. Ah, that young man? He was caught in the fight and cleanly lost consciousness. He apparently did join in on the fight, so I was thinking about putting him in a cell just like you, but when I checked the possessions of that young man, it turned out that he was a merchant from Taizu. We are in a situation where Kiwama doesn't want to get in trouble with Taizu. We entrusted him to a group that is heading to Taizu and having him be punished by them. No way. Robito. The bodyguard by my side. Right. He said he wanted to drink between us men alone, so I separated from them. He is already outside of Kiwama. How can this be? To think I would drag him in this manner. He did entrust me with a letter. It is just scribblings though. What did he say? Robito. I hurriedly take the letter the soldier gave me and open it. To Robito-san, we both got in some serious trouble. But I only have gratitude towards Robito-san who swung his fist when a drunkard mocked me and called me a weakling. It is a shame that we are parting ways in this manner, but I am thinking of coming back to Kiwama once I have made up for my punishment in Taizu, so let's have a drink again at that time. P.S. You will become a good parent. Treasure your daughter. From Poster. We have been told the details by that young man, too. It will go in your criminal record. But it won't be that big of a sin. The words of the soldier comforting me were not entering my ears. I see, I did that for the sake of protecting the honor of the man that I thought of as a son. But with this, I already can't. No. This might be fate, too. We should be fine with Robito now. I would say there won't be any grief even if we were to lengthen his detention by saying it is a bit busy. I am currently questioning to a worrying degree about whether we are actually allies. After the matter of Robito was over, we took off our disguises and reported to King Zenota. By the way, Robito actually didn't do anything. I laced a slow-acting sedative on his drink at the tavern, and drank together with him. I normally would fall asleep just like him, but most of the drugs in this world work on the mana of the person themselves. Depending on the case, you might not even get affected at all by them. I exited the tavern with the sleeping Robito and put him inside the stomach of perplexion of Diuvilieri who was on standby outside. Diuvilieri transformed into him using the back of misperception. That's how we caused the series of events. After that, we took Diuvilieri to the prison of the Kiwama castle while still in the appearance of Robito, and released Robito inside of the cell. We injured his whole body in a convincing manner and left. As for the pain, there's apparently the ability of the stomach of perplexion to burn the experience in your brain or something. I should ask in more detail later about how that works. Also, the one playing the drunkard was also a disguised devil prepared beforehand by Diuvilieri. We could have used a random drunkard too, but in the case Diuvilieri is someone who can't hold back, Robito would end up being a murderer, so I arranged it in this manner. Most of all, I would feel bad for the drunkard dragged into this. That would have been fine too if we are to do this thoroughly, but I could judge there was no need to go that far. The rumors have already spread in Kiwama. Lower their reputation by causing trouble just before the coup d'etat happens. With this, even if Robito were to talk about a justified reason, the only ones who would share this would be the ones within his faction. The method we used was to capture Robito and the others through methods other than the sin of bringing down the nation. If a candidate were to be arrested in the middle of an election, there's barely any in the populace who would support them. It would be a different story if they were extremely charismatic, But Robito and the others don't have anyone like that. What's important is to announce this crime. If we do that, no matter how much of a groundbreaking justified reason they come out with, it will be harder to make it effective. According to the information I got from the jailer, Robito is waiting for his punishment obediently without resistance. Looks like you have also properly taken away his motivation. How scary. Zenata. Robito wasn't a criminal from the core after all. If we stimulate his conscience to a moderate degree and make it look like this is a branching route in his life, he should flow in a good direction on his own. I don't think reforming the people who are trying to capsize the country is as easy as you make it sound though. Zenata. Robito being so easy to manipulate saved him. If I had judged him a person that's a bit more stubborn, I would have imprisoned him as a murderer. Robito had the weak point of him being aware that taking away the country is evil. The fact that he didn't try to bring me in as an ally because he didn't want me to dirty my hands was telling of the kindness in him that still remained. True, but arresting a citizen with false charges doesn't feel good. Zenata. If he were to be arrested for the crime of causing a coup d'etat, it would be an execution no questions asked. Making him wake up with a light crime is better, a lot better. What should I do if this accepting sensation becomes a habit? Zenata. I think an evil face would fit you the best. Ah really? Like this? Zenata. King Zenata took out a mirror and looked at it with a nihilistic face. He is at an age where he yearns to become an old man with a bad boy face. It would be amusing to just watch like this. But let's progress here. Next would be Chineas and Jestaf. Ah, right. Are you going to act at once? Zenata. I have already finished my preparations with Chineas. She has most likely already been reported and the Kiwama soldiers who know nothing should be causing a riot at her residence. Report? What in the world did you set? Zenata. I heard a scream from the house of Chineas Morganise is the report. Seriously, what did you set? Zenata. A few young boys in unseemly attires. What are you doing? Zenata. To think my heart would flutter by the weird face of an old man. But it is indeed a nice face. But I might end up in prison instead at this rate, so let's reveal the magician's secret. Don't worry, it is just transformed devils. Carrying them in brazenly would be impossible, so I set them in her private room with devils that can sneak in through the openings. And then, when the soldiers come to investigate thoroughly, the devils will transform, and they will be found. By the way, how did it look? Zenata. I made it so it looked as if she bought young boys who were kidnapped from the countryside somewhere, and she was enjoying her fetishes. No, of course the person herself would deny it. Zenata. Actually, Chineas Morganise does have those fetishes. She didn't actually buy young boys, but she has bought tools and indulged in her imagination. When I saw Chineas Morganise once, I got a faint impression that she had such inclinations, and so, when Chineas was away, I had devils sneak into her house, and after checking every nook and cranny, I found numerous wonderful tools. That's when I thought of this method in an instant. But, Zenata, there's traces that Chineas has touched all the tools. Who would believe someone like that when she says I do have that fetish, but I haven't kidnapped children. I am glad my hobby is knitting. Zenata. After that, it is okay to just retrieve the devils with the excuse that it is to safeguard the children. And then, speaking of the devil, the messenger told us that Chineas Morganise has been apprehended. The person herself was claiming she had no idea about the children, but was keeping silent about the tools. The children were taken by the relief team member that caught up afterwards. By the way, that was Steve Ulieri. It seems like he safely retrieved them. The Ugara Church can tell if you are lying after all. But won't that prove that she didn't kidnap the children? Zenata. Yeah, that's why Chineas won't be charged for the crimes in the end. It just means that her inclinations are now brought up to light. Right. Zenata. Even if you are innocent, if there's a crime scene in front of you, you would have to be apprehended to confirm the details of the situation. And then, that will be spread to the public along with your hobbies. The reason why I prepared devils transformed into children was to make the ruckus bigger. It must have been plenty effective. With this, the reputation of Chineas will take a nosedive. I think we will need to observe and see the results for a bit, but considering her personality, she won't be walking out in public out of embarrassment from her hobbies having been revealed. I feel like this is terrible mental damage compared to Robito. Zenata. Chinyas is the type that doesn't mind it if it is just a small issue. But it seems like that wasn't the case for what was hiding inside of herself, so I took this method. I'm impressed. You can stab right in the vitals of someone with such precision. Now all that's left is Jestaf. Zenata. I saw the weak points of Robito being his conscience and Chinyas being her shyness, so I took those methods. But if they don't have weak points, I really wouldn't be able to choose my means. That's right. Like Jestaf. Actually, Jestaf has been pulling some strings on the back. He made it so that the details of Robito and Chinyas were easier to be investigated and created openings on both of them. What? Zenata. I have made contact with the right hand of Jestaf once after all. It should be safe to assume that he didn't share that information and acted in a way so that the other two were easier to aim at. So Robito and Chinyas were in the way? Zenata. If you cause coup d'états in 3 countries, you can reduce their ability to oppose them. Robito and Chinyas must have been allies for Jestaf, too. Then why do something like that? Zenata. Most likely a trade disease. If the reason for the foundation of the guilds has been transmitted all the way until now, Jestaf must have inherited the dislike towards other guilds as well. Dislike? Huh. Zenata. Countries were newly born through Yugara. The Hiriadora household struggled despite not being included in this and founded a guild. They weren't caught up with the categorization of a country, and tried to become the existence with the vastest influence even without territory. The Hiriadora household dreamed of this, so they must not have a good impression of the guilds that came afterwards. True, if the Adventurer Guild was united as one, it wouldn't have lost in influence to the Yugara Church. Zenata. And so, he obtained the opportunity to steal away the country with the contact of Ray 8's group. But the other guilds joined in on this. Jestaf must have felt resentment from this. He would even use his enemies for the sake of this. That's Jestaf Hiriadora. He has shut himself completely at his residence, and isn't allowing me barely any opportunities to get information to read him. Despite that, you can still manage something, right? Zenata. He doesn't have anything resembling a human weak point. Moreover, he has Hakutoku, aforementioned person that excels in detection magic. Huh. Zenata. They are regularly using detection magic on the whole residence because they know we are keeping an eye on them. They are doing it at random intervals, so if they were to detect our people at that time, they would be able to deal with it immediately. The devils being able to infiltrate almost anywhere if there's openings is pretty crazy. But Hakutoku is basically a human security system with his detection skills. As long as we can't grasp the information of Jestaf, we can't prepare effective methods against him. Then, what should we do? Zenata. King Zenata, he is the only one left, so can't you just deal with him even if he were to cause a coup? It is not like I don't have any cards ready, but there's the risk of battles breaking out if we were to use these methods. I would like to throw this back to King Zenata as someone who wants to wrap this up peacefully. It is not like I can't. But it would be while the Scarlet Demon Lord is attacking, right? I think it would be a bit hard. Zenata. Stop peeking at my face with anticipation. Even if you make a face like that, I won't feel compelled to help out. Can't be helped. Looks like I have to use the method that I thought we wouldn't need to use if I were to find an effective method against Jestaf. Ooh, so you have one. Then, I will act as if I know nothing and wait for the good news. Zenata. Too bad. I would like you to work a bit here. What? I have a turn here? I can't improvise, you know. You are going to prepare a script, I hope. Zenata. There's no acting or anything like that. I see. Zenata. King Zenata looked dejected. Are you the type of man that says he doesn't want to go, but you actually do? I see. So Chinyas was also apprehended. They are doing good work. After hearing that the baldy Robito got apprehended by Kiwama soldiers followed by the hag Chinyas, Bro Jestaf grinned as if it went exactly as planned. Bro didn't tell Robito and Chinyas about the existence of the man that was investigating the advisors. Not only that, he was creating openings to make it easier for that man to get rid of Robito and Chinyas. He would spread handy information in places where it would be easier for people who came from outside to gather information, stealthily obstructed the work around Robito and Chinyas, and increased the amount of work for the aforementioned people. The result was that the frequency that those two went outside increased and had no choice but to be active in a variety of facilities. As expected of Bro, he set those two up without taking a single step outside. But Bro, Won't it be rough for us when we are taking away the country if Robito and Chinyas have tapped out? Get this in your head, Hakutoku. Humans hold hands when there's a common enemy, but the moment they know it wouldn't hurt them to let go, they will easily do so. If we were to try and take 3 countries, the other countries would move, too. Dealing with several nations means there will be reinforcements coming. But in the case only a single nation were to be taken away in the middle of the invasion of the Scarlet Demon Lord, the other countries would all say together, do something about your own nation yourself. Jestaf, is that how it works? Haku. Bandits apparently formed an alliance in Taizu and went wild in it, but the neighboring countries showed no sign of helping out. That goes the same for when the Blue Demon Lord attacked the defensive walls. The clerics of the Ugura Church showed up because the Kiwama King gets along with Archbishop Serais, but the neighboring countries that heard the rumors of it stayed silent. Jestaf. Now that you mention it, Haku. It is like this even when a demon lord attacked. It is close to improbable that other countries will get involved with the internal discord of a single foreign country. Also, the people that are preparing the means will concentrate on us. Jestaf. I see. He not only got the better of Shunate and Morgana, who have always been copycats, but thought this far too. I wouldn't be able to imitate that, or more like, I don't even understand it that much. By the way bro, I have heard a lot of suspicious stuff about Genius, but the matter of Robito wasn't a coincidence, right? Haku. From what I heard, the companion of Robito got insulted and he raised his hand against a drunkard. But that drunkard and the companion are not in the country anymore. There's an 80% chance all the people around were playing an act. Jestaf. But a companion that you would go as far as getting angry for when insulted being the instigator is just. Can that happen? Haku. He must have skillfully slipped right into the bosom of Robito. They must have switched to this method from there. It seems they not only have acting skills but also good luck. Jestaf. Just what kind of super flatterer is he if he can make that baldy get that invested in him? No, wait. If that man is involved in this, he might have been able to analyze the likes of Robito, wouldn't he? Bro, that man felt like he excelled in analyzing the other party. Wasn't it skills rather than luck that made him liked? Haku. That man hasn't arrived at Kiwama for long. Even if the person disguised himself to make contact with Robito, it is hard to get someone like you when you haven't met for long. Especially with Robito, who hates people that lower themselves to flatter others. He would have been on guard if they were to interact with him with discretion to check his attitude. Jestaf. That's true. But Haku. So hard to please. Is it your instincts speaking? Jestaf. You could say that. Haku. When bro said the person disguised himself, I imagined that man making contact with Robito. There's a part of me that agrees that man can say things which can lead to Robito liking him from the very beginning. Meaning that that guy is a monster that excels in grasping human nature. Alright, I will believe in your instincts. I will be wary of him as someone with that metal. Jestaf. Why yes. Haku. What I should be the most wary of is to not get dirt that might get me apprehended like Genius. Jestaf. Right? Haku. They acted out an incident when Robito went outside, but bro has been avoiding going out since that day. If they are going for the same methods, they would take the same one they took with the Hagchinias. But well, it should be fine on that front. You are checking the people that have been coming and going from this residence, right? Jestaf. Yes, I am always checking to get a rough idea about what intentions they have come with. Haku. The people who come to this residence have to enter my detection magic, from familiar merchants that bring food to even grannies that have come to deliver letters. I have not missed a single person who holds hostility towards bro. Tell me at once when you find any weird ones. Jestaf. Understood. Also, I have been using detection magic 100 times every hour in the whole residence, so the countermeasures for intruders is perfect, too. Haku. I activate detection magic when I feel like it in the time I am in this residence to the point of being an annoyance. I not only perceive the people that have touched my detection magic, I can also feel the shape of the mana I have deployed. It means that, if I set detection magic on the whole residence, I can even tell the position of the furniture. If things increase, move on their own, or any such weird stuff, instinct Sama would tell me something's off, and so, I won't miss even a single piece of laundry moving by itself. Well, it is pretty sad when I detect the laundry I aired has fallen though. My underwear has fallen on the ground. I have to put it back later. Also, this is a special skill of mine I can't really brag about, but I can use detection magic unconsciously even while sleeping. There's a hassle of a step I have to do before sleeping in order to do this, but it is because I have this ability that I can take all-night turns and still sleep. You were using it that much? I barely felt it. Jestaf. I have excluded only the study where you are in. Even if my detection is hard to perceive, if I use it too much, it would get annoying. Haku. Don't try to bring unnecessary consideration here. Go all out as if you were trying to check my health. Jestaf. Ah, okay. Sorry. Haku. Then, let's do that at once. Bro, there's Kiwama soldiers gathering at the entrance. Haku. What? Do you know what they came here for? Jestaf. It seems like they are trying to investigate this house after receiving an order of some sort. Haku. Do you sense any trap? Jestaf. No, I don't feel such intentions from the Kiwama soldiers. Haku. Has King Zenota gotten hasty and sent soldiers? It is not impossible, but... Fine, we still have no fault they can take advantage of. We just have to drive them away from the front. Jestaf. The moment Bro was about to put a hand on the door of the study, Instinct Sama reacted. This reaction is a familiar one. I immediately grabbed the sleeve of Bro. Please wait. Instinct Sama told me something just now. Haku. What did it tell you? Jestaf. Danger approaching you. Haku. Your instincts told you I am in danger? Jestaf. Yes. It is not often, but it does sometimes work like this. It is the same as that day. Haku. I see. Then I have no choice but to follow that. Jestaf. At the day when Bro picked me up. At the day when Bro decided to pick me up, Instinct Samas gave me this reaction. I lived by digging through trash when I was an orphan. I feel like vomiting whenever I try to remember those days. Well, leaving that aside, I met Bro, who vomited after drinking too much, at the time when I was heading to the back of a tavern to dig through the trash. What's with you, brat? Your appetite will just go away if you watch me vomit, you know? Jestaf. I had business with what lay below where he was vomiting though. I was glaring at him begrudgingly in that fashion and Bro guessed a variety of things from this. He put a hand inside his pocket and threw me a pouch filled with coins. Sorry about that. My puke took away your meal of the day. That's the money I was thinking about using all of today. I have gotten weaker to alcohol with age, so I can't use any more than this. Sorry, but get rid of that money when you've got the chance. Jestaf. I picked up the pouch and simply looked at Bro without even saying a single word of gratitude. Instinct Sama was telling me he is not a dangerous person, but I was excessively wary at the sensation I was feeling for the first time. Now that I think about it, I was a really uncharming brat. Bro snorted with a calm expression and tried to leave the place, but Instinct Sama told me at that time, that person will die at this rate. What should I have said to make it easier? The reality is that intuition simply tells me about it. Basically, it is as if telling me it is not about me, so just do as you please for the rest. However, I unconsciously grabbed the sleeve of Bro after receiving that warning from Instinct Sama. Whoa. What? I have no more money, you know? Jestaf. Bro made a troubled face. But I didn't let go despite that. I only knew that I shouldn't let him go as it is. Me and Bro looked at each other, and time passed by for a bit. It seems like Bro thought my eyes were trying to communicate something to him at first, but after seeing that I wasn't saying anything, he sighed and tried to shake me off. The food I left behind is going to get cold. I want to get back already, so can you please let go? Hey, Jestaf. At that moment, a loud sound rang from the tavern. Drunkards went wild on the second floor, making the floor give out and falling down on a table on the first floor. One of the support beams of the second floor had stabbed right through a chair, the chair that Bro was sitting on. It is because of this day that Bro picked me up. My life changed from a shitty one where everyone alienated me to a life where there's someone who needs me. One of the servants received the guard chief and the many Kiwama soldiers at the study of Jestaf. Jestaf Sama is currently occupied. I have been told to substitute him. Lord Heriadora is in this house, right? I haven't heard of any plans to go out, but he is a busy person, so I don't know where in the house he is. Fine. We had a report about how Lord Heriadora is smuggling weapons in Kiwama, so we have come to investigate that. Weapons? There's several subordinates of Jestaf-sama who use weapons. It is only natural for there to be a decent degree of weapons in this residence in order to supply them. We are of course aware of that. But what was smuggled were weapons provided to the soldiers of Kiyama. According to the testimony of a person checking the armory, a great deal of weapons has been stolen. Are you implying that we are the ones who stole them? It is not in our intention to make assumptions, but that's the information we were provided. Even if it is not certain, we have to confirm just in case. Guide us to your armory. The servant and the soldiers moved to the armory in the residence. There was a decent amount of armor and weapons lined up in the armory, and the soldiers divided to inspect them. All of them seemed to be normal weapons. Of course, there's no reason to go out of our way to steal the weapons from the armory of the nation. They are of good quality, so it is not like there's no reason to. Allow us to have a rough check of the other rooms. The soldiers check around the various rooms together with the servant. They entered the respective rooms, and checked scrupulously below the beds and their drawers. This is the food storage. The inside of this wooden box has fresh vegetables. It is food that was brought here this morning after all. Please don't make too much of a mess, okay? We know. But we have checked the whole residence and we haven't seen Lord Hiriadora. Is he really here? Jestaf-sama himself was the one who left me to receive you all. Wouldn't your comrades at the entrance see him if he were to go out? That's true. What's left is to check this wooden box below here. The guard chief was about to lower the wooden box filled with food, and he stopped moving cleanly. His gaze was directed at the wooden box he was carrying. Is something the matter? I just thought this wooden box is strangely heavy. The vegetables inside of it shouldn't be that heavy. Oi, you guys. Take out the vegetables from inside this wooden box. The soldiers divided the work in taking out the vegetables and moved it to the floor. The inside of the box was emptied and they peeked at the bottom of the wooden box. There's nothing. No, this is. The guard chief drew his sword and swung his sword down at the wooden box. The wooden box was broken and splinters flew. And then, several swords showed up from inside the wooden box. What? This is. Looks like there was a fake bottom. I see. So they had the weapons hidden at the bottom of the wooden boxes for miscellaneous goods. The crest of the Kiyama country is shown there. Check the other boxes too. The soldiers take out the things inside the wooden boxes and check the bottom of those boxes. This time they are not as careful as before when placing the things on the floor and just scattered them haphazardly. Weapons with the crest of the Kiyama nation were showing up one after the other. The gaze of the guard chief was directed at the servant, but the servant shook his head to the sides with a face that says he doesn't know what's going on neither. I know nothing about this. This was carried here by a trustworthy merchant. Looks like we will have to seize this merchant, too. But there's the need to speak in more detail with Lord Hiriadora. All units, search for Lord Hiriadora. We activated the mechanism of the study, and checked the state of the surroundings with or more like, this basement could listen in on the sounds of other rooms, too. No. More importantly, what's the meaning of this? That food was brought in by an acquainted merchant of ours, Sto-san. Could it be that Sto-san set us up? But my detection magic. No, that's impossible. I checked Sto-san with my detection magic when he brought the food this morning. I couldn't feel a shred of animosity or evil intent from him at that time. In the first place, that old man is not someone who can smuggle weapons. Calm down, Hakutoku. There wasn't any reaction from your detection magic when you used it on Sto, right? That's right. I see, so that's how it is. Jestaf. What does it mean? Sto has nothing to do with this. They used Sto and messed with the wooden boxes. Sto makes the boxes feel lighter with magic when carrying them. The weight of just 10 weapons increasing in the wooden box would just be around the weight of a single dog that would just be brushed off as a small variable. Jestaf. I see. Sto-san is a merchant that delves in transportation of goods. One that even offers the service of delivering your purchase to your residence as one of his services. But it is not like Sto-san is toned. He always uses magic in order to reduce the weight of the big deliveries so it is easier to carry. That man investigated this, finished tinkering with the goods to be delivered, and made the completely oblivious Sto-san carry it here. My detection magic can't investigate completely if the bottom of the wooden box is completely airtight. It doesn't have such a function like detecting double bottoms. Oi, won't Sto-san be apprehended afterwards? He was talking about how happy he was to be able to see the face of his grandchild recently. You know, isn't that man way too inhumane? What should we do, bro? We are going to be arrested at this rate. But it was simply brought here, so we might be able to explain it away. Haku, don't get hasty. Now that proof has shown up, we can't avoid being apprehended even if we manage to explain it. We will most likely be kept in a cell until the fight against the Scarlet Demon Lord finishes. Jestaf. Then, what should we do? Haku, I told you not to get hasty. We are running away. Our public reputation will worsen. But we should be able to manage somehow as long as we can still move. Jestaf. Alright. Then, let's rue. No good. The soldiers have the house completely surrounded. Haku, I expanded the detection magic to not only the whole residence, but also the surroundings of it, and there were around 120 soldiers. Moreover, there's even Ekdoik and Garista. Calm down. Explain the situation briefly. Jestaf, there's 20 people in the house, 20 at the entrance, and 120 surrounding the outside of the house. Ekdoik and Garista are mixed in that group. Also, there's a female cleric of the Yugara church. Haku, you are not being clear at all. Jestaf, it is as if she has weird mixed mana. Is it similar to Ekdoik? She is most likely strong. Haku, I see. Are those all their numbers? Jestaf, number. When I expanded it even further, it made contact with a magic seal stone and it was dispelled. However, judging from the faint mana I could feel at that time, there's most likely the female knight that was by the side of that man. Haku. So it is not that human in question. Is there anyone in our group who can fight? Jestaf. That won't work. They would all be defeated in a second. But I can last 1 minute. Haku. I would most likely break into tears at the end and be sliced down though. Speaking of which, that man is not here. I should use detection magic again just in case. If I remember correctly, that woman had a magic seal stone embedded on her sword. If the scabbard is at that position, the location I should put outside the range is around here. Alright, I activate detection magic. The female knight certainly is there. Looks like she is observing the situation while watching the Kiwama soldiers trying to rush in. By her side was that man. It really was his fault. I knew it, even though he should only feel like a weakling from the result of the detection magic. What is instinct Sama feeling so much danger for? And deeper in, what's this? Oi, what's the matter? Hakutoku. Jestaf. Yeah, I am okay. Haku. You don't look okay. That man showed up? Jestaf. He is indeed there, but I am okay as long as I don't look directly at him. However, Yugara is behind the female knight. Haku. Did you go crazy? Jestaf. No, The outward appearance is that of a female demi-human, but the quality of the mana is without doubt the same as the one I saw in the Hero Index. Haku. The Hero Index in Kiwama is something that was prepared to let a portion of Yugara's strength be known for posterity. Anyone who learns how to fight has touched this stone monument and has been reminded of how high the peak is. There was a time when I aimed to become the strongest in the world. I have grown frustrated about it a long time ago though. To think there was someone like this in the present. The world is coming to its end. Looks like they are targeting us seriously. Jestaf. There's also one more who was holding magic seal stones. She seems to be an adventurer, but she is strangely well-mannered, or like giving the vibes of royalty. Haku. I have an idea of who this woman is. An adventurer of Morgana, mixed Taizu. Jestaf. No way. Haku. I also know that name. Gyrastu is decently famous with the people of Ryodo. But it is harder to find an adventurer in Morgana who doesn't know mixed Taizu. She is the related party in that incident after all. There's 45 of our people excluding us within the residence. They will resist on their own if the Kiwama soldiers move. There were a number of people at the side of the entrance here. Call them here first. Jestaf. What's the point of gathering them in the basement? We are barricading ourselves? Haku. You idiot. I told you we are running. This house has other tricks too. Jestaf. Pro said this and grabbed a candlestick set on the wall, and placed his weight on it. Wait, if you do that, the candlestick will break. Is what I thought, but the candlestick went down as if it were a lever, and a part of the wall in the basement opened to the sides. There's a tunnel leading deeper in, the magic stones set on the tunnel lit up one after the other, illuminating the path. So cool. Haku, right? I myself used it several times and was smacked by my dad. This leads to the basement of a vacant house we own. We are escaping through here. Jestaf. If this weren't an emergency, this secret escape route would be exhilarating. But right now's not the time for that. I send the mana of detection magic into the open tunnel. There's quite a good amount of distance. It is also pretty wide. We should be able to escape with this. As expected of Bro, he can escape even in this despairing situation. The Kiwama soldiers surrounding the residence of Jestaf received a report just recently that they have found the weapons supplied to the Kiwama soldiers that were stolen from the armory. It goes without saying who was the one who set that up. There's real nasty people out there. Huh. You really set up Jestaf in a trap as naturally as breathing. It makes you question the character of Counselor Sama, when he shows such smoothness. Ilias and Rakura were watching as if they were looking at a terrible sight. They seem to be muttering something, but ignore them. I have strung up a plan inside my mind after hearing the reports of Egdoik and Gyrasta who are staking out this residence. All units, fortify the perimeter and seize Lord Heriadora. The one who raised his voice ahead of me was King Zenata. I asked him to command the soldiers here. Jestaf is not the kind of man who would give up just because his reputation has fallen a bit. Not only that, he would escape and regain his footing. And so, I had King Zenata rouse the army like this as if he were trying to capture a big fish. Now then, if my read is correct, it should be about time. Counselor Sama, we have confirmed the use of detection magic around the residence. It seems to have been nullified with the magic seal stone that's embedded in the sword of Ilias-san. Rakura, the one who can use such wide area detection magic in this situation is without doubt Hakutoku. Ilias, don't move from there. It will most likely come again. Rakura and Egdoik, narrow the direction. The bandits that were rampaging in Taizu were also using detection magic while avoiding the magic seal stones that they had stored. If Hakutoku excels in detection magic, he will avoid Ilias this time around and will be thorough about the detection of her surroundings. Here it is. Rakura, rather than avoid me, he avoided my sword when he used it. What fearsome precision. Ilias. It seems like it has been erased by the magic seal stone embedded in my knife this time around though. Considering our position, it would mean that almost everyone here has been detected with the second detection magic. By the way, they are all reacting the moment the detection magic touches them, but I don't feel anything at all. What about the direction? Our direction. Ilias. But it feels like it is being emitted from a strangely low position. Rakura. Mew. Now that you mention it, that might be the case. In that case, Hakutoku is in the basement. They should have a basement or two with how big this place is. It should be safe to assume Jestaf is with him. A basement, huh? But won't there be the chance that they will end up being unable to escape if they were to shut themselves underground? Ilias. I find it hard to believe they are trying to turn this into a siege battle. If they are trying to hide, I doubt Jestaf would make Hakutoku use detection magic. In that case, they are underground for the sake of running away. When I reached this thought, King Zenata came here with a smile on his face. Looks like it went well. We will be able to seize Jestaf safely with this. Zenata. No, Jestaf is currently in the basement. He most likely has an escape route that leads to the outside from there. What? See, can you not predict in what direction he will run to? Zenata. It would be one thing if Jestaf was the one choosing the route, but it must be a tunnel that was made in the past. It is not like I can read the mind of a person from the past. If I could easily do that, I would have chosen the path of an archaeologist. The face of King Zenata was visibly turning troubled. He is a person with a busy face. I brought out the map I had prepared and spread it on the floor. Then what should we do? Zenata. This is an amplified map of the house's surroundings. The basement is probably around here, below one of the normal rooms. I find it hard to believe the underground tunnel connects all the way to the outside of the capital. It should lead to one of the houses that is within the area of the Heriadora family and is still in the possession of Jestaf. And it just so happens that they are branched in every direction. In other words, it is one of the residences around the house. Which one? Zenata. No idea, so we will search in all directions. Ilias will go north, Wolf south, Rakura east, and Egdoik west. Please dig the ground outside the houses. We are going to begin digging now? Rakura. There's no need to be clean while digging. Go all out. The north and south have alleys, but the east and west have neighboring houses. Rakura, I am sorry for the residents, but get everything along with the buildings. King Zenotto will pay. Why yeah, I will. Zenotto. These four can dig, have the means to blow up the ground. If we can't see the underground passage, just dig. Sorry for the people around. Gyrusto and Mix will investigate the house and head to the basement. Once you find it, have Gyrusto destroy the walls in all directions. Report to me once Gyrusto finds it. Mix, lead to a degree where it won't turn into a battle, and chase after the whereabouts of Jestaf. Now then, everyone, mobilize. I will act together with Ilias. I am off. Mix, got it. Wolf, you, I get it. I will do my best. Rakura, they all rush off respectively. I then call Ekdoik only and give him extra instructions. Now then, I have to begin acting with Ilias too. Wait, oi, Ilias. What? We are in a hurry, right? Ilias. Yeah, but can you at least carry me gently when in the public eye? An adult man is being carried on the shoulder of Ilias. So it ended up like this. Huh. King Zenotto was looking over here with a face as if saying are you serious? If I carry you with both hands, I wouldn't be able to use my hands, right? Ilias. Yeah, but... forget it. Let's hurry. 6 comrades are coming along with us underground. There's not enough time to gather more than that. That's why I left a message to the ones that remained and stepped into the underground passage. Let's hurry. Wait. After we have closed the entrance, they should be able to arrive at the basement quickly. You used detection magic after all. True. I am sorry. Haku. It was necessary. Don't worry. If I push this brick inside the passage. Jestaf. Bro pushed a path of the wall and a clack sound was made as the door we came in from closed. That's impressive. If I ever get a house of my own, I will definitely put in a mechanism like this one. I use detection magic. It is okay. There's no holes here, so the mana won't leak. The detection magic from outside won't be reaching here either. Things will be fine with this then. Haku. Don't be relieved just yet. Not lowering your guard until everything is over is the trick to surviving. Jestaf. Yes. Haku. Even if the tunnel has the light of the magic stones, the footing is unreliable to a degree where we can't run at our max. We walk with hurried steps while keeping our voice down. The tension is killing me. We ordered the people that remained in the mansion to pose a bit of resistance, but Bro reiterated that there's no need to push it too far and die here. That said, the strength of the Kiwama soldiers and our private army is around the same. Telling them to surrender when it gets dicey is a hard request. A number of them will die, but we will be the winners here if Bro Jestaf escapes. There's a number of nobles around the capital of Kiwama that support Bro. If we can regroup with them, we can still recover. Bro, stop. Haku? I grab the clothes of Bro and pull him back with all my strength. The others also react swiftly to my action and move back. The moment I did this, the ceiling exploded, and rubble and earth rained down. That was close. Thanks, Instinct-sama. Or more like, what's going on here? Pursuers, right? But we are underground. There they are. Went a bit too fast. But it seems like this was the right one. The one above the piled up rubble was a Yugara church cleric, a woman, moreover. One that seems to lack energy. Pursuer. But that goes without saying. This is an underground tunnel though? Haku. I dug. This direction should have had residences. Haku. Dug them along too. I have properly apologized. This is beyond unreasonable. Haku. I think so too. This woman is the type that gets impossible tasks thrown at her by that man. I pity her a bit. I confirm the surroundings. The ceiling of the tunnel has collapsed, but only a bit of light is peeking inside. Above here is probably the house of someone which she blew the floor of, and she found this tunnel after digging the earth out. What's fortunate is that the earth above is not blocking the tunnel completely. I should consider using earth magic or something to move the earth from inside the house. It is still possible to move forward, but I am a bit worried about the method she used to destroy the stone ceiling. What I could faintly confirm was sharp slicing, but that woman is not holding a weapon. Wind magic? It would be pretty problematic to have that shot at us in this narrow passage, but I feel like that's not the case. The result of the detection magic I activated has shown up. There's no doubt it is the cleric with the weird mana that was near that man. There's only her around, meaning that Ekdoik and the others separated to dig out the other locations. The residents that were caught up in this, the The new information I found out from using detection magic thoroughly was that the polish of her mana is on an insane level. The mana of the ones that excel in magic is soft, but her mana is practically water. Her speed between casting and activation must be abnormal. Her digging out the ground in a short period of time and reaching all the way here wasn't just sheer luck. My comrades stepped forward while I was judging the situation. We are currently 5 versus 1. We will let Bro make a head start once we begin the fight, and if I act as the rear. Wait, this is bad. Everyone, jump. Haku. I carry Bro and jump to the point of sticking to the ceiling. The others tried to jump the same, but didn't make it in time. What I saw were both legs of my 5 comrades being sliced off, and them having no choice but to follow gravity to the ground. The situation I saw as advantageous had instantly been died away into a hellscape. I thought you wouldn't be able to escape if I were to slice off both legs though. I made eye contact with the woman. I jump off the ceiling, jump the wall, and return to the ground while taking distance from the woman and putting down Bro on the ground. It is impossible to let Bro go ahead by taking advantage of an opening in the battle. If that woman aims for Bro, his legs will be gone in an instant. Bro, I am sorry, but please be wary solely on the back. Haku. Can you do this? Jestaf. Well, I will try. Haku. We can't move ahead without defeating that woman. In that case, I have no choice but to do this. Honestly speaking, the other party is quite skilled. There's no doubt she has more experience than me, but I at least know the trick of her attack now. Instinct Sama has been silent for a while now. In other words, she is someone who I can just barely defeat. Probably. I take a deep breath and spin my tanfas vertically and horizontally once. This is a ritual I do before battle, a motion I perform for the sake of concentration. Oi, woman, why did you not follow up on your attack? Haku. If I do a one-on-one with you, and I win that, I can safely capture Jestaf-san, right? If I fight while protecting Bro, you would have been able to defeat me more easily though. Haku. I think it would be impossible to capture Jestaf-san without any injuries while fighting you. I see, thanks. Haku. This woman has the intention of capturing Bro, but isn't thinking about killing him. She wants to capture him without any injuries if possible. She also understands that this can be achieved if she defeats me. She is confident that she won't lose to me in a one-on-one, but that's a fair judgment. There's no need to feel insulted by this. Swallow the shame, me. I am not in a position to be thanked. Even if so, you have agreed to a scenario where we still have hope. I am grateful for that. Haku. Jestaf-san, can you move a bit further away? I would feel bad for him if I were to accidentally drag you into it. Bro moved a few steps away from me at her words. So even this distance would drag him into the range. Figures. I already understand that that's the kind of technique she employs. I jumped lightly to check my state today. It is before lunch, so I am hungry. Well, that brings out more strength in the stomach though. I use detection magic and grasp the whole battle stage. I am Hakutoku. Haku. My name is Rakura-self. Rakura. The seriousness in the gaze of the woman that introduced herself as Rakura was honestly spine-chilling. The comrades currently on the ground were opponents she had the leeway to not kill. That's why she managed to deal with them indifferently. But this woman evaluates me slightly higher. She is not thinking about fighting me without killing me. At most, she won't go out of her way to deal the finishing blow if she defeats me. I can't waste too much time here. I don't know if I can even defeat Rakura after all. If Egdoik and that female knight were to join in, I wouldn't be able to do anything by myself. I will swiftly finish this woman. The person that Counselor Sama told Egdoik-san to be wary of, that person Hakutoku-san is right in front of me. I wanted to slice off the legs of everyone, so I used my fastest barrier slicing. But Hakutoku-san alone avoided that attack. Moreover, while carrying someone, he clearly avoided before the barrier activated. He can avoid my fastest attack. That alone has told me that I can't be lenient with him. But the movements themselves can be followed with the eye. He is several times slower than Diuvilieri-san who I fought before. If one attack is avoided, then go for the second one, and if that doesn't work, go for a third one, which should be enough to get him. Probably. Here I come. Hakutoku-san stomps the ground and dashes my way. It is pretty fast, but it is within human realm. I aim for the middle of his body to make it hard to avoid and create a horizontal barrier. He dropped his body heavily forward to avoid this attack, but he can't move fast from that posture. I will create an horizontal barrier from an even lower position, and, as if I will let you. Haku. The moment I tried to deploy it, he obstructed me. Moreover, he jumped in just like that and swung his tonfus! I deploy a defensive barrier and block the attack. I immediately undo it, jump to the back, and shoot wind magic. Hakutoku-san deflects it with his tonfus carefully. So it really was like that. Rakura, right? It seems like your specialty is barrier magic. Your defense leaves nothing to be desired, and by making full use of your casting speed, you can shoot them as if they were slashes. You can activate defensive magic on the spot, so it poses no issues. When you are doing long-range attacks, it seems that you need to spread your mana widely. Haku. It won't reach if I don't do that after all. Rakura. It is honestly impressive that you can deploy a barrier at the same speed even at long range. But the mana you have spread is just mere mana. If you strike it with some other mana, it will waver. For example, my detection magic. Haku. That's right. When I tried to do my second attack, he activated the detection magic he usually uses in a denser manner, and pushed my mana away with his mana. I can't deploy a barrier in a place where there's no mana. That's why I couldn't do a follow-up attack. I needed to approach an enemy that excels physically in order to attack them with barrier magic. I tried using wind magic to test, but he managed to easily knock that away. He is someone who can accurately detect barriers and wind, which are hard to see. This is extremely bad. Now that it has come to this, I have no choice but to use that. It is pretty burdening on my eyes, so I can't just use it over and over. But the eye of blindness. What's the matter? Shocked silent because your special technique was evaded. It is not like you are done with Wa? Haku. No way. Rakura. The mana that exists inside my own eyes, and the barrier that's formed from that mana, the barrier that only I can see and can interfere with. This attack can't be detected with even detection magic. And yet, Hakutoku-san once again avoided before it was activated. Don't just suddenly kick me like that. That was scary. Was that just now the so-called hidden trump card? Haku. The fact that you managed to avoid the attack just now means that you avoided it with just your instincts, right? Rakura. Yeah. Instinct Sama has just been watching until now, but it suddenly kicked me. Haku. This is not the first time this attack has been avoided. Ryuvyuri-san also had his instincts that evade death, and he would avoid fatal injuries by letting his body reflexively avoid it. The reaction of Hakutoku-san was the same as the time with Ryuvyuri-san. No, it was beyond that. Ryuvyuri-san's reaction was at the same time as the activation, but his instincts worked before the activation. It is as if he was seeing the future. No, this isn't the time to be thinking about that. Hakutoku-san can avoid the attacks of the A's of blindness with his instincts, but he can't detect the mana that's spread. In that case, if I use it consecutively like this, I can go beyond his physical limits and I will be able to land a hit. I can tell my eyes are growing hot. The veins in my eyes are pulsing and it feels as if they could pop at any moment. But I have to spread it even more, in order to make sure the second attack can hit for certain. It is about time to settle this. Rakura. That's my line. You showed me your hidden trump card, so I will settle this in the move that goes after the next move. Haku. Hakutoku-san rushes here without hesitation. I used a barrier from the A's of blindness and he lowered his body to avoid it like before. That attack is seriously scary. Haku. But the next one? Rakura. I matched the next action of Hakutoku-san who avoided, and had plenty enough time to get a second attack in. But the action of Hakutoku-san made me unable to activate my barrier. Hakutoku-san lowered his body further as if parallel to the ground. What was around him were his comrades that had their legs severed and couldn't move. If I were to cast a barrier horizontally or vertically, I would drag them in. This. Knew it. Even if you have resolved yourself to kill me, you can't drag the people who you have injured and can't fight back. The follow-up of just before was at a height that just barely avoided them after all. Haku. His eyes looked at me as if he had seen through my heart like Counselor Sama. I didn't have time to move and Hakutoku-san dashed all the way to my front, confirming the swung tonfus and deploying a defensive barrier. His attack power shouldn't be able to break through this barrier. Once I block the attack, I will undo the barrier and counterattack. Sorry, but this barrier can't block my hidden trump card. Haku-kon. A light sound rang. The tonfus of Hakutoku-san simply touched my barrier lightly. A feint? I will get ready for the next attack without undoing my barrier and... A? Rakura. The barrier broke. My vision went black and I felt a strong impact on my abdomen. I feel my body floating. What happened? No, more importantly. I might be done for. Pain came in after feeling my body hitting the ground over and over, but I lost consciousness before I could register the pain of it. I closely investigate the mana leaking from Rakura with detection magic. She has lost consciousness completely. If it were a normal Yugara church cleric, that would have blown up both the barrier and the body though. It is surprising that she is still alive despite having been hit directly. So there's differences even in a single barrier. Did you finish her? Jestaf. No, the barrier was several times stronger than normal, so she has only lost consciousness. Haku. I spin my tonfus and check the state of my wrists. They sting, but can still go on for further battles. Now then, considering the future, I should end her here at once. But, bro, let's help the people on the ground stop their bleeding before finishing her. Haku. Oh okay. Jestaf. It is not like all of them have lost consciousness. They have stopped their bleeding with mana strengthening, but they haven't been able to get proper treatment. We can only abandon them in our current situation, but it is clear that they will die from blood loss once they run out of strength. After giving rough treatment to the wounds of our comrades, we drag them to the corner. We also cooled down the severed legs so they don't rot. I have only learned the bare minimum common spells, so the legs might turn useless if left be for too long, but let's give up on them being unlucky once that happens. You can't resist, so let the Kiwama soldiers capture you obediently and get treated by them. Haku. Sorry. Hakutoku. We were only a hindrance. Don't worry. We just had a bad opponent. Sleep for a bit. Haku. I said this and my comrades closed their eyes, returning to their job of enduring the pain. Considering the personality of the Kiwama soldiers that intruded, they won't do something like abandoning people that are on the verge of dying. I don't know when they will come help them, but well, they will eventually do so. Hakutoku, can you keep on? Jestaf. Bro, sorry. Can you go ahead? Haku. Pursue us? Jestaf. Yes. At this rate, your legs will stay planted. I will stay behind as your wall. Haku. It is an enemy you can defeat, right? Jestaf. Questionable. But if I am on the verge of dying, I would like to run away, so please go ahead of me, bro. Haku. Treating me like a hindrance. You've gotten pretty high and mighty there. Jestaf. TTT. That's not true. Haku. It is a joke. Don't die, Hakutoku. Don't let an elderly live the remainder of his life without a hand. Jestaf. Yeah, I will return in the blink of an eye and work the share of 2 hands. Haku. Are you trying to turn me into a monster? Jestaf. Bro. Jestaf laughed boldly and ran ahead. That's how it should be. With this, bro will at least not have to worry about the enemy coming next blocking his path. It is fine now. Come out, Ekdoik. Haku. When I raised my voice, a single man jumped down from the area Akura had destroyed. It goes without saying that it is Ekdoik. This is the first time I detected him from the very front like this. There's not a shred of leniency in his expression. So you really did notice. Ekdoik. It was pretty obvious you were peeking at the battle just now in the middle of it. Haku. Ekdoik appeared not long after my battle with Rakura began. I was wondering what to do when the detection magic reacted to him, but he didn't look like he was going to help her out. But the moment Rakura was defeated, he began to do preparations to attack me, bro, and my comrades at the same time. I could tell he was going to pull the trigger the moment I tried to finish Rakura, so I instead used that opportunity. I helped out my comrades while always keeping my eyes on bro. I managed to safely let bro go ahead. Ekdoik continued to just watch as I thought. I thought you weren't finishing Rakura because you were a softie, so it was because you were careful of me. Ekdoik. She is not dead, but I could tell she won't be waking up for a while after all. I should be more wary about the one that can move rather than the one that can't, and so, you not jumping in the middle was because you underestimated me, or was it the order of that man? Haku. Comrade told me that in the case Hakutoku and Rakura battle, attack the nearby Jestaf to a degree where he doesn't die. Ekdoik. Seriously? That would have been bad. If bro were to be gravely injured, I don't think we would be able to escape from here. Also, I wouldn't have had the confidence to protect bro while concentrating on Rakura. That man really is merciless. No, more importantly. Then, this was your own decision? Haku. That's right. I could tell from the situation that Rakura brought this to a one-on-one with you. I felt apprehensive about getting in the way of it. Things ending up like this is my own mistake. Egdoik. You are like a general. But thanks. Haku. I shall offset that thanks to the fact that you didn't try to finish Rakura. Egdoik. So, are we going to fight here? Haku. There's the immobile Rakura and my comrades nearby. It is not like I am well versed in the battle style of Egdoik, but those chains should be able to attack in wide areas. It wouldn't be good to fight in a situation where we both have hostages. Right. I would like to move elsewhere if possible. Egdoik. Then, follow me deeper in. Haku. Got it. Egdoik. We begin moving a little deeper in. Egdoik controlled part of his chains in that time and carried Rakura above the hole she opened. He must have been wary about my comrades doing something to her. Well, it wouldn't be strange for them to try to pull something on the woman that sliced off their legs after all. I would have wanted to finish her. I don't feel like I will be able to defeat her with the same method. We stopped walking after moving a satisfactory degree and I face Egdoik. Is this place good enough? Haku. Don't ask me. Egdoik. I don't know your attack range. I would like to go deeper if it can reach my comrades. Haku. No need to worry about that. I wouldn't have dragged them in it even if we had fought at that place. Egdoik. Moving was a waste of time. Haku. Not really. If there's points of worry in our vision, we both wouldn't be able to concentrate on the powerful opponent before us, right? Egdoik. Powerful opponent, huh? Their initial evaluation of me is awfully high, including Rakura. I could have taken so much advantage if they were to look down on me like Gyrista. I have pretty much finished measuring the specs of Egdoik. He really has stopped being human. The mana I can feel is pretty similar to the one I felt in the Kiwama Nether. By the way, it is super dense. He is closer to a monster than a human. No, even more than that. If we are just talking about proficiency in magic, he would be below Rakura. But all the specs of Rakura aside from that one were pretty low. This is just a possibility, but she most likely couldn't use several spells at once. There were a lot of moves I can't make sense of unless that's the case. Compared to that, all skills of Egdoik are dense and have good balance. Honestly speaking, there's way too few points I can win against him on. This is bad. But as long as I am calling myself the right hand of bro, I have to do this. Then, let's fight. Okay? Haku. After taking a few steps, I jumped from the ground, the wall, and the ceiling, closing the distance in one go. He should be able to at least set chains inexhaustibly. In that case, I have to defeat him before that or I will have a hard time. Egdoik didn't move one step and still had his arms hanging down. The chains wrapped around his arm are flowing down to the ground. I can tell he is pouring mana into the chains. If I approach a certain distance, those chains will be attacking me in one go, right? That's way too obvious. I add a feint at the last step only to shift my position. Once I avoid the chains, I will attack just like that. Here I go. Hakutoku. Instinct Sama warned me to stop. I planned on avoiding it, but is that not good? Not good, huh? I turn on the brakes at the last step and make a sudden stop. I jumped back at full force at the same time as I did that. The magic imbued in the chains of Egdoik activated right after. Their mass increased in an instant and filled up the tunnel. That was close. That's way over the level of avoiding. That guy did an attack that didn't even leave an opening in the tunnel. I kick away the approaching chains and land even further back. It is weird coming from me who suddenly tried to go for the finisher, but aren't you a bit too hurried here? He must have sensed that the attack missed. The chains were visibly getting smaller. I saw Egdoik from the other side of the mountain of chains, but his expression hasn't changed much. I see, so the timing for the warning of your instincts is around this much, huh? It should be safe to assume cheap tricks won't work. Egdoik. You bastard. Don't try appraising instinct Sama. Haku. That attack just now wasn't to finish me. That Egdoik was trying to measure the capabilities of instinct Sama. He really is hard to deal with. Oi. This is honestly a worse situation than before. I could feel the mana flow of Rakura's attacks, so I somehow managed to avoid it. The slashes that came at me at the same time were scary fast, but it was fortunate that they were simple. but being shown that attack just now makes me not want to get close to him. I look at the walls of the passage that were filled with chains just now. All sides were cracked, and I doubt they will work properly as footing. It means I will have to enter that space at least once in order to get a blow in against Ekdoik. That's impossible. I will definitely trip. Now then, what should I do? Instinct Sama doesn't tell me anything at times like this. But Instinct Sama isn't telling me to run away, so he is someone I can win against. Geez, think. The defensive power of Ekdoik should be lower than the barriers of Rakura. Then, the chances of me being able to win if my hidden trump card hits are high. But as long as those chains are present, I can see myself getting counterattacked if I just rush in carelessly. No, wait. If reaching that place is impossible, then alright. Oi, Ekdoik, allow me to test whether you have been able to properly appraise Instinct Sama. I am going to turn it up a notch. Haku. You must be aiming for something else. Ekdoik, crap. He noticed. I suck way too much at bluffing. No, that doesn't matter. He won't lower his guard. There's no point in bluffing. That's why there's no issue. I hop a few times in place and take one deep step in one go. Let's push myself a bit here and go a bit hard on the mana strengthening. It will burden my body, but it can't be helped. Ekdoik is doing the same motions. That technique serves as an offensive and defensive move in this narrow tunnel after all. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. It is about time for Instinct Sama to warn me. Here. Instinct Sama told me to stop at a location a bit further away from before. The magic imbued in the chains of Ekdoik activated at the same time as this happened. They are swelling in the same way as before, but the speed at which they are coming at me is pretty fast this time around. He has tinkered it. Nice. Instinct Sama doesn't recommend that I stay in this place. I know that, and so, I brace myself and jump right above. Ekdoik was steadily being hidden by the swelling chains, but I saw a peek of him being surprised by my jump. By the way, Instinct Sama is warning me even stronger than before. Well, if I were to jump in place, I wouldn't be able to evade after all, but that's fine. Haku. I spin my tanfus and stick to the ceiling. Instinct Sama noticed what I was trying to do here and stopped ringing. Thanks for the approval. I ignored the approaching chains and smashed my hidden trump card onto the ceiling. He was rushing in just like before, but it is faster. In that case, I will restrict the direction of the swelling and smash the chains faster than before. Thinking this, I tried to counterattack, but he stopped quite a long way before that. It seems like his instincts can react to my adjustments. But I was unable to hide my surprise at the next action he took. He didn't avoid, but instead jumped in place towards the ceiling. He barely managed to avoid the attack of before by jumping back after suddenly stopping. He should avoid the attack in the same way this time around or the chains will land. What is he aiming for? An explosive sound rang just before the chains landed. And then, I felt the chains crashing. But this is... I hurriedly undid the swelling of the chains and returned them to their original state. When I did, the answer came to me soon after. So that's what it was. Ekdoik. The aim of Hakutoku was the ceiling. He must have smashed the ceiling with the powerful blow that he used to defeat Rakura. Rakura had moved the earth on the tunnel to a certain degree with earth magic when she went down this place, but Hakutoku simply broke it open. The earth above the ceiling obviously began to fall with the shockwave of that attack. The result is that the wall of earth blocked the attack of the chains. Not only that, a wall being created between me and him means that there's no need to fight him anymore. I deploy my chains and scrape away the wall of earth in front of me. I also use earth magic at the same time and move the piled up earth to the back. I compress the earth on the ceiling once again and harden it. I harden a part of the chains and use them as support. There's no worries of it crumbling again with this. I have to get rid of this wall quick. Considering the speed of Jestaf, he is soon going to escape to a safe distance. If he were to regroup with Hakutoku on top of that, the plan this time around will mostly be wasted. Damn it. Ekdoik. A complaint leaked out from my mouth. This came about from my own pathetic shallowness. Comrade told me that Hakutoku should be able to defeat Rakura with strength to spare, that we should fight him 2-on-1 without caring about appearances. The moment I caught up, Rakura was already fighting Hakutoku. I was going to assist immediately, but I ended up stopping myself. Is that Rakura really going to lose? That's what I ended up thinking. From what I could tell, Rakura's battle power far surpassed that of Hakutoku. Even if he had danger detection that surpassed that of a human, his physical strength isn't that high. But the reality was that Rakura was defeated. She luckily didn't die, but she might have lost her life because of the decision I took. I was shaken by that reality and concentrated too much on protecting Rakura. Hakutoku read that and I ended up letting Jestaf run away. And now, even Hakutoku. I destroyed the wall of earth and the tunnel deeper and came into sight. But Hakutoku is obviously not there anymore. I have to hurry and chase after him. I should be able to catch up to him with my speed. Ekdoik. The moment I tried to take a step, a part of the earth I brought down exploded. Inside of it was Hakutoku covered in mud. He is smiling. Are you telling me he purposely got swallowed by the falling earth? And then, once I dug it out, he would aim for when I got too close. He has taken the last step needed. In other words, I am within his range. Defend. No, he has the attack that blew away the barrier of Rakura. I would get pierced even if I were to defend with all the chains I have deployed. Then, got ya, Ekdoik. Haku. As if I will let you. Ekdoik. What? Haku. I activate a single spell through the chains. I didn't cast multiple spells or made a complicated construction. It was a simple order. I ordered the chains to self-destruct. All the chains I had deployed exploded right then and there. I haven't prepared any means to completely block the impact of this. I tried to use the bare minimum physical strengthening, but the countless scorching fragments were piercing my body mercilessly. Also, it was an explosion in a cramped space. That shockwave assailed both of us mercilessly. My body was blown away, and in the time I was rolling on the ground, I grit my teeth and endure pain. Hakutoku defended with both of his arms the moment the chains exploded. In other words, there's the chance his wounds are shallower than mine, meaning that I have to get up quickly. Or he will get to move first. Gwa. I ignore the pain going through my whole body and try to get up forcefully in a situation where I don't even know where the ground even is. But there was no ground in the direction where I guessed, and my hand waved about in empty space. I fumbled just like that until I found the ground and forcefully get up. I stand ground to straighten my unsteady body and support myself by smacking the wall. I hurriedly recovered from my hazy vision, juice up my brain, grasped the situation. What was reflected in my vision was Hakutoku, who was standing up as mangled as me, but different from me, who is supporting myself on the wall. He has already readied his weapon and walking here. He is saying something, but I can't hear it. Looks like my eardrums were damaged from the point-blank explosion. I'm using healing magic on my body and hearing, but the recovery is slow. At this rate, he will get close to me without me even being able to defend, and I will be done for. The method to stop him. I have one. I still have my chains. I activate the eyes of blindness. I deploy perfect invisible chains between him and me. I sent them not as a defense but an attack. When I did, he avoided it while looking surprised. He managed to avoid the barrier of Rakura when she used the true eyes of blindness, so he obviously could detect this one too. You can use the same technique as Rakura. No, it is the opposite. That power, the strange mana flowing in you, must be the cause. Haku. My sense of hearing must have recovered. I heard his voice. My body will take a bit more time. In that case, I shall imitate the specialty of Comrade. So you really managed to avoid it. That's some insane detection skills. Ekdoik. You are the one that's insane. You crushed my Shurikill plan by self-destructing. Your decision to self-destruct was way too fast. At least hesitate about avoiding it for a bit. Did you not learn that life has to be treasured? Haku. Unfortunately, I was raised by a devil. Ekdoik. Seriously? I was an orphan, but I pity you. Haku. But from what I see of the damage that explosion did, it looks like your instincts are not all-powerful. Ekdoik. Don't be stupid. Instincts armor is all-powerful. But I am the one who has to move after hearing that warning. I would have been able to react better to the self-destruct if I had read it. Haku. So that's how it was. His danger detection ability is beyond imagination, but moving after detecting it depends on the will of Hakutoku. I should be taking advantage of that. My body still hurts, but it has recovered to a degree where it can move satisfactorily. I should still be able to fight. If you don't have chains, what comes from here on will be a fight within my favored distance. Can't do anything about your invisible attack, but that technique puts a lot of burden on your eyes, right? Haku. You have analyzed it well. Ekdoik. He has also read the weak point of the true eyes of blindness. Even if it is invisible, as long as it can be detected, it lacks the decisive power. If I overuse it, I will just wear out my vision and that will be the end. I don't really want to, but I only have one method left. I fix my breathing and slowly take a battle stance. I mana strengthen myself with both arms and legs as the main targets, and face Hakutoku. Oi, are you going to switch to a hand-to-hand battle at this point? It is because you don't like such battles that you use chains, right? Haku. Yeah. I would rather not be fighting within the range of my enemy at all times. But the only thing I can use right now are my limbs. Ekdoik. Well, I don't hate people that don't give up though. Haku. Hakutoku jumps in. He must have charged in after noticing that I have no intention of using the true eyes of blindness. The reality is that I wouldn't make it in time even if I were to use it now. I can only do close-range combat. The Tunfus rush towards me. Even if it is not the hidden trump card of the sky, the power behind it is still a matter to worry about. I resolve myself and sharpen my concentration. The trajectory reflected in my eyes, the pressure I can feel with my skin, the danger I can feel with my instincts. By unifying them, I decide by reflex on the action that I should take, and execute it. I take a step forward, matching the blow that was directed at the left side of my head, and drill my left fist into the inner side of my opponent's elbow. I could feel the sensation of the bones of my opponent creaking through my left arm. The impact of this punch was bigger than normal because of the momentum of both sides. The pain stopped the attack of Hakutoku, and he swayed back just like that. But he immediately stood his ground, lowered his waist deeply, and counterattacked with his left arm. But his attacking stops. The left punch I nailed on him had mana imbued which activated lightning magic with a delay. The power is subdued and it is only to the degree where the body stiffens for an instant. But that's enough. I grab the stopped left arm of Hakutoku with my right hand, and pull it down. I then fix in place the head of Hakutoku that was going down with it, and smash it with my knee at full power. Hakutoku was sent flying. But I didn't chase after him. I won't perform any rash actions as long as his eyes are burning. Hakutoku stomped the ground, but didn't fall. His fighting spirit is not showing signs of lowering. You don't suck at martial arts. Haku. I did admit not liking it, but I don't remember saying I sucked at it. Ekdoik. You were clearly way too experienced in it with the flow just now. There's no way you can just pull off adding magic into hand-to-hand combat with your first try. Haku. Obviously, I wasn't given a single day to rest by the great devil Bigligged, and was raised to be a murder machine. Do you think a devil would teach me a fighting style that uses weapons? Ekdoik. Devils fight with body and magic that surpass humans. I was given weapons of all sorts because I am a human, and I was ordered to learn how to use them all, but most of the fighting styles I was taught by Bigligged were hand-to-hand combat. So it wasn't the chains. It doesn't look like a weapon a human uses. Haku. Chains are my preference. Problem? Ekdoik. Not bad. On the contrary, it is cool. Haku. I see. I think your Tunfus are also nice. I will try learning them next time. Ekdoik. Gee, thanks. Haku. The martial arts skills of Hakutoku are high, but it is not to the degree where they are outstanding. In terms of technique alone, the quality is lower than the disciple of Gradona, Pashuro. In other words, I would be at an advantage as someone who has defeated Pashuro barehanded at this distance. He has high danger detection skills. It is most likely something that increases in precision the more danger it poses to his life. That's why I will use small techniques and just deal damage steadily without using big moves. I fend off the attacks of Hakutoku with the least amount of movement, and accumulate the damage with the returning blows. Damn it. It is close combat, so we should be taking turns hitting each other. Haku. My mind is worn out more than usual, so we are even. Ekdoik. Even my butt. Haku. It seems like this method is indeed effective. I am wearing out the stamina of Hakutoku with the accumulating counters and misses of his attacks. I analyze the heaving Hakutoku and learn something. Hakutoku has no talent. His standard in close combat is high, but I don't feel innate talent from any of it. Without his danger detection, he would just be on the level of a decently skilled adventurer. Most of the time in his life was taken away to train in how to best choose the way to precise danger detection of his. Even if so, I won't do something like look down on him. Hakutoku defeated Rakura, who I was completely defeated by. Despite being mediocre, he managed to surpass innate talent with unrelenting hard work. That's not solely thanks to his danger detection ability. He skillfully made use of the mentality of Rakura and created an opening. It is because he was ordinary that he learned the ways to win against the strong. That way of being is similar to Comrade. Hakutoku is a dangerous individual that can be comparable to Comrade. Even without strength, he can think up of ways to defeat the ones that do. It is something that he has learned not through talent but experience. Hakutoku is trying to shake my actions with his irregular moves. I must not match this. I must not be taken advantage of. I will simply deal with it calmly. I must not let him do any weird moves. I can't let him pull anything on me. I must not lose these favorable conditions. Whenever I feel anything strange being cooked up, I throw in a light blow to keep him in check and immediately take distance. I definitely won't let him pull a big move on me. He is definitely weakened. The bleeding from the explosion just now has not stopped. He most likely doesn't have the skills to use healing magic in the middle of combat. On the other hand, most of the damage in my whole body has recovered. I am in a state that's almost no different from before the battle. What must be admired here is the strength of this guy. His fighting spirit has not waned one bit. No, on the contrary, it has increased. You must have a reason that pushes you to go this far. What did you say? You being able to fight this much is not just because of your own stamina. It is because there's something rousing you to not lose. I am honestly on the verge of being pushed back by that spirit of yours. I see, if you think so. Let me get a hit in at least. I refuse. I smash a light blow to his throat to match the large swing of him. It is a hit that doesn't matter whether he avoids or defends. Due to this, the strength of it is low. However, this is enough to shake the breathing of Hakutoku, whose mana strengthening is weakening. I avoid the retaliation by moving back and taking distance. This is how it should be. If I can maintain this, I can win. No, don't think about winning. I just have to wait until Ilias and the others arrive. If he goes against Ilias and Wolf, the danger detection of Hakutoku will be useless with that physical strength of his. Maintain the status quo, just concentrate on that. I resolved myself to do this and fix my posture. Hakutoku stopped moving when I did this. He slowly exhaled and put his breathing in order. He noticed there's no movement from me and is aiming to recover. You have no intention of winning, do you? I do plan on winning in the end. I see, so you are waiting for the help of those monster-like people. You are awfully careful against someone like me. Yeah, I have acknowledged you as that dangerous of an individual. Even though Rakura was aiming to win to the very end. What of it? You are siblings, right? A bad feeling prickled me, but I can't just get hasty here and jump in. I'm impressed that you could tell. The wavelengths of your mana were similar after all. It is a trait often found in people that are blood-related. While on the topic, you feel a sense of inferiority towards Rakura, don't you? No need to answer me. You didn't try to help out when Rakura was fighting me. If you were confident you are stronger than Rakura and evaluated me this highly, you would have definitely helped out after all. But you kept watching. You believed that Rakura would be able to win. You believe that your little sister who is stronger than you can win. I can't deny those words. Those are without doubt my real feelings. That's why I am being careful when fighting Hakutoku, who defeated Rakura. This is something I can say after fighting you both. But you are honestly stronger. However, I can understand why you feel inferior to Rakura. I felt like telling you the reason why. Let's hear it. Just before Rakura lost consciousness, she was aware that her barrier was destroyed and that she would lose consciousness. But what was within that fading consciousness was the strong will of trying to accomplish something by herself. That's what you lack. That might be true. And you are currently wasting the opportunity right in front of you, the chance to overcome your little sister. Hakutoku has a point. But I must not be lured by that provocation. That's the trap of Hakutoku. He is the same type as Comrade in that he sees through someone's heart and invites unrest. I will just accept the words. However, I won't change the current state of things. Well, it can't be helped if you don't have the drive to do it. I will just swing until I hit. I am the type that gets one big jackpot after a streak of bad luck. I would say that jackpot is coming soon. Haku. Silent treatment, huh? So I hit the mark, but you don't want to accept my invitation. Suit yourself. Hakutoku jumps in. He must be squeezing out the last of his strength. There's almost no difference in his speed compared to when the fight began. But even if that's the case, it doesn't overturn this gap in technique. I avoid the large swing and land a blow. Hakutoku has been trying to divert the impact until now to a certain degree, but he has even abandoned such small tricks. You. Haku. The sound of grinding teeth I could hear from all the way here, and a large swing with all his strength. Even if that attack were to hit, the situation wouldn't shift here. I deflected that attack as usual and the body of Hakutoku shook heavily. I saw clearly at that moment. The light in the eyes of Hakutoku disappeared. He swayed and his movements grew duller. He is completely unconscious now. He can't do anything in this situation. If I land a blow now, he will fall. What surfaced in my mind at that moment were the words he told me before, surpass Rakura. That chance is right in front of my eyes. But is this not a trap? That's right, there's no doubt this is a trap. If I were to make a big move here, he would definitely react. If I am going to defeat him, it must be with small counterattacks. I just need a light attack. Keep calm. I smash a sharp left jab onto the head of Hakutoku. I will move back after landing that hit and, ? Thief. This is where I made a wrong read. I thought his instincts reacted stronger depending on how life-threatening the attacks were. But that wasn't it. It can react just fine to weak attacks if he has been weakened. There's no doubt Hakutoku had lost consciousness. But at the time when he was about to completely collapse from my attack, his instincts woke him up. He had predicted the attack I would do beforehand. He didn't obey his instincts and bit my fist. I feel a sharp pain on my left hand. My skin has been torn and his teeth have reached all the way to the bone. I can still recover from this. I can give you my left hand. If you won't let go of your bite, break together with my left fist. Hakutoku grabs my left arm. I read this and raise my knee, aiming for his chin. Hey, you really did get riled up. Haku. What? Ekdoik. The moment my knee landed, I heard his words. It means that he let go of his bite before my knee hit. The only sensation I felt from my knee was scraping a bit of skin. He moved back slightly and avoided my knee. And then, he pushed his forehead against my knee and tried to push down my body. The moment I tried to stand my ground, my leg slipped in a bad way. This led to increased momentum in the fall, and my back smashed the ground. What I saw for a moment on my foot was the blood of Hakutoku. There's clearly a lot on it. I see. He purposely got hit when he did that large swing. I tried to get up, but Hakutoku swiftly straddled me. Didn't I tell you? Jackpot. Haku! I am superior in terms of brute strength. I should be able to shake him off if I turn up the mana strengthening, as if I will give you the time. Hakutoku swings down his tonfus. This was clearly different from the attacks until now. It is the one he used when he defeated Rakura and destroyed the ceiling. The attack of the tonfus carrying all of his power was smashed onto my chest. The point I gave my attention to was that he made his chains explode without hesitation when I tried to land a surprise attack on him. I can understand that he did this because he was wary of my trump card that defeated Rakura in one hit. But even if so, he pulled the trigger way too easily. That's when I noticed. Ekdoik is the type of guy that sacrifices his own body without hesitation when he falls into a fatal situation. I didn't feel like I would be able to hit my attacks no matter what I did. That's why I needed to catch his attacks. I repeated large swings that pointlessly exhausted me and received a direct hit in full. And then, I showed a moment where my consciousness was on the verge of flying away and invited carelessness. I understood that Ekdoik isn't the type of guy to pull a big move despite that. But I did know that his heart was shaking with a sense of inferiority towards Rakura. In the end, Ekdoik attacked in the timing when Instinct Sama reacted. Thanks to that, I managed to catch the fist with my mouth just when Instinct Sama woke me up. And then, he launched his knee with the intent of throwing away his arm just as I hoped for. If I get two attacks I knew would be coming, it would of course be easy. I don't have super pretty close combat skills, but in terms of wrestling, I am leaps and bounds above him. I managed to make Egdoik fall and was going to smash my trump card onto his defenseless chest. He must have tried to fight back. Despite that, instinct Sama told me to be careful. But that warning was not to the degree of threatening my life. I was going to accept some wounds on me, so I didn't stop my hands and hit. Gwah. And yet, why am I the one in pain? My body was squealing in pain and I rolled on the ground. An unbelievable pain was assailing my right arm. I opened my teary eyes in order to get a grasp of the situation and look at my arm. But I couldn't see my own right arm. My right arm was cleanly blown up from the shoulder down. No wonder it hurts. Also, this situation is bad. Even if I try to gather my mana onto my shoulder with mana strengthening to stop the bleeding, I can't gather it. The mana channels around my shoulder have been completely blasted. My mana is not stabilizing at all. Even an idiot like me can tell the reason as to why this happened. This is what you should be cursing, is the fact that you used the technique too much in front of my eyes. Your hidden trump card is to compress mana densely in a single point and have it explode. People who specialize in physical combat would normally do dense mana strengthening on their whole body. They would also always clad their weapon and the area around the arm just in case when attacking. Egdoik stood up at some point in time and looked down at me. Egdoik should have been hit directly by my hidden trump card, and yet, his chest was simply a bit gouged. Also, his appearance has changed slightly. His skin was wheat color as if it had been exposed to the sun for a long time, and his long hair was shining blue. You bastard, Haku. Even though I wanted to throw him words, screams of pain came out more than words. It is pain that can take away my consciousness, and yet, that pain itself was forcing me awake. But that attack of yours concentrates the power only on the tip of it, creating a way too unstable state on purpose. If someone were to pull an attack like that, it would normally end up with both sides falling. But you created a minuscule barrier behind the compressed mana, shaped like a bucket that the mana compressed into a ball can enter just right. You made it so the shockwave at the time of the mana exploding would concentrate on the front. Egdoik. He is explaining my hidden trump card as if rubbing it on my face that he has seen through it. He is not wrong. Even if I were to use mana strengthening on my body, I didn't have the body to endure strengthening or the sufficient amount to perform it. What I thought of was a method to concentrate all of it in one attack. The method of, it is fine as long as I smash my enemy with stupidly compressed mana. But if I did that, there's no doubt I would self-destruct. That's why I decided to concentrate on 2 spots instead of just one. The mana that I will make explode and the small barrier to protect myself. I won't aim to protect my body or my fists. Instead, just at the time when it explodes, I will make a barrier in a way so that it doesn't face me. In theory, you can achieve high power with low mana, but the risk goes without saying. The moment the barrier protecting yourself stops working in a satisfactory manner, the destructive power will bounce back at you. And what you want to know right now is, why did I mess up even though I did the appropriate steps? Egdoik. That's right. I didn't mess up. I properly adjusted the barrier until the very moment the attack hit. The answer is this: the eyes of blindness. The technique of a devil that creates illusions. Egdoik. The pupils of Egdoik that he showed by brushing away his bangs were not round but square-shaped. What's with those eyes? Are you a goat? Hakutoku. You have been placing the mana compression at a set location. You must be able to do so even with your eyes closed. But the barrier you created to protect your body, you adjusted the coordinates of it by using your eyes, right? At the time when you were doing the surprise attack on the earth, I didn't miss the fact that your gaze wasn't directed at me but at the end of your right arm. Egdoik. Your instincts might have been working even when you lost consciousness. But your detection magic was undone at that moment. I tinkered with your vision before you used your trump card. It was a really small change. One that made it look like the area around your fist feels slightly further away. You must have thought you placed a barrier behind the mana you were igniting, but the reality is that you put it in front. Also, I concentrated the defense on my chest. But it makes sense I wouldn't come out unscathed. Egdoik, so that's why my trump card went the completely opposite direction? Of course my right arm would be blown up cleanly if such power were to be smashed onto it, but I can't accept it even with that. I am the one that brought the situation there. I shook the heart of Egdoik and led it to that conclusion. Are you telling me he had the leeway to pull off such a move even when cornered? It is hard for people to move immediately when their mind has been taken advantage of. But I have already had an experience like this before. I was shaken in a far slyer manner than yours. That's why I have been prepared to get caught in a snare of yours the moment you were talking about Rakura. It is good that your shaking was easy to tell. That said, it is your win just by the fact that I got caught in it though. Egdoik. I could tell immediately who Egdoik was talking about. It is that man, that black-haired guy, as if I would be able to take the being more than one of that abomination of a guy. You really were strong, Hakutoku. I pay my utmost respects to your strength. Egdoik. Don't joke around. Acting as if you have already won. Haku. My molars broke. Even so, I don't stop gritting my teeth. I forcefully pour mana onto my right arm, screaming in intense pain. I can still stand up. It is true that my trump card has been bested. My right arm has been blown clean off, but that's all it is. I still have my left arm. I still have both legs. Hell, I even have my teeth. I have not lost yet. It is not over yet. I jump towards Egdoik and swing my left arm. Pointless. Egdoik easily avoided my attack and grabbed my left shoulder. And then, a cracking sound rang. Yaga. Haku. It hurt, but it is nothing compared to the pain of losing my right arm. In that case, there's no issue at all. Even if a bone or two are broken, it won't move. My left arm is just hanging and not reacting one bit. I dislocated your joint. I know that you won't stop with just pain alone after all. Did your instincts warn you? Even if it were, you already can't do movements that can follow it. Egdoik. Who cares if my arm can't move? Haku. I opened my jaw and rushed towards the neck of Egdoik, but Egdoik kicked both of my legs with the slightest of movements and made me fall. I tried to get up, but I have no right arm and my left arm can't move. Even if I put strength on my head to get up, I was slipping from my own blood and couldn't get up. I kicked the floor a whole lot, leaned against the wall, and forcefully got up. Stop it already. There's no point in further battle. Egdoik. Don't just end it as you please. I can still fight. It is not over yet. Haku. No, your battle has ended. Hakutoku. Chills. Instinct Sama reacted. The voice I heard from behind. There's no way I would hear it wrong. That man was standing there when I looked back. The female knight was by his side. Instinct Sama was going haywire and was on the verge of taking away my consciousness, but the pain of my right arm was barely blocking me from fainting. You. Haku. Oh, not fainting this time around? Looks like you are fine when adrenaline is pumping. Rather, I'm impressed that you can move with those wounds. The man looked at my appearance and made a pained expression. I feel like his atmosphere is strangely different from before. Not only that, Instinct Sama is strangely meek. No, it is still kicking me as usual though. It is simply a difference between constant high kicks to constant low kicks. Both hurt. Sorry, comrade. Egdoik. Let's talk about that later. Mix has already secured Rakura. It seems like a number of ribs were broken, but there's no risk to her life. Ain't that great? I see. Egdoik. And so, Hakutoku, give up already. There's no point in you fighting here anymore. As I said, don't just decide. Haku. We have already secured Gestaff Hiriadora. What? Haku. Bro, as if that's possible. Bro ran ahead of me and should already be. Your face says you don't believe me. Wolf has. Oh, there they are. Someone ran here from ahead of the tunnel. The white-haired human girl that made me think of Yugura. And by her side there's Bro. Haku. Shizu, I have brought him with me. Wolf. Bro had both arms and legs restrained. His mouth is wrapped with a cloth, but his eyes are open. He doesn't seem to be injured either. You can believe me with this, right? Oi, let go of Bro. Just how? Hakutoku, my biggest worry was you. It is not that your battle prowess was scary. I'll have you know. Your type ends up making a mess in these scenarios the most. I felt that cornering Gestaff the normal way had the chance of being flipped over because of you. There really are those types of people sometimes. The type whose instincts worked strangely well in situations like this. That's why I decided to have you do a whole lot of work at a different location. The man was making a face as if finding this a true hassle. Did he have a bitter experience with a guy like me before? Not like that's any of my business though. Are you telling me you pulled me and bro apart on purpose? Ekdoik and Rakura didn't show signs of that, Haku. I set it up so that's what would happen. I kept reminding them to be wary of you, and made it so they prioritized dealing with you. I knew that you would eventually decide to stay behind to protect the rear. What? So you didn't instruct your comrades? Haku. People do a better job when led naturally to that decision instead of just outright giving the order. You guys are misunderstanding the premise to begin with. You took the underground route because the residence was surrounded. You thought you would be able to escape with that. I wasn't certain whether you had an underground passage, but it is natural to assume you have one or two methods to escape the house, right? That's Haku. I spread out around 100 soldiers in the perimeter of the house, but I actually dispatched soldiers on the whole Kiwama capital. The moment Rakura found the underground passage, she sent a signal to us. That's why I immediately knew that you were running east, so I gathered the soldiers east and secured the area around the exit. By the time Jestaf came out from the exit, he was completely surrounded by Kiwama soldiers. These guys were cutting off the escape route of Bro Jestaf while I was fighting Rakura. Also, this would become a reading between me and Jestaf if you are not present. If it is an opponent that's just a few notches sharper than Robito and Chanias, there's no issue. There's no shred of a bluff in the words of the man. He is seriously confident that he can win in a reading battle against Bro Jestaf. I assumed all the houses that Jestaf owned in the eastern side had exits, so I went through the arrangements of the soldiers, and crushed the routes that he could go to one by one. He was alone, so it was easy to seize him. I came here ahead of them, and had Wolf carry Jestaf here in a relatively gentle way. That's basically how it went. If there's any questions, I'm all ears. Every route, one by one. In such a short period of time. Haku. Do you have any idea how long you have been fighting Ekdoik? I realized after being told this. How many times have I been punched by him once we switched to fisticuffs? My sense of time is still dulled because of the pain in my body. You didn't think Rakura and Ekdoik would lose? Haku. I read that there was a high chance Rakura would lose. That's why I had Ekdoik come at once. But I knew that Ekdoik would take the fighting style that buys time regardless of if he won or lost. It is our win if we secure Jestaf. I simply utilized our time effectively. It wouldn't take much time against Jestaf who doesn't have his right hand after all. This battle was a battle to see whether Bro could escape or not. That's why this man was thorough. And sealed the wild card that was Instinct Sama. He took away the miraculous warning of Instinct Sama, and cornered him with no hesitation. I was made to believe I was helping out by defeating Rakura and fighting Ekdoik. He moved with the confidence that he would be able to win as long as he did something about me. Wolf, let Jestaf speak. Yes. Excuse me. Wolf. The demi-human girl takes off the cloth around the mouth of Bro. Bro coughed for a bit and fixed his breathing. Hakutoku, we lost. It is okay now. Jestaf, I don't want to hear such pathetic words from the mouth of Bro. Bro would always smile boldly, and would achieve things that I wouldn't even dream of being able to. It is because I couldn't be of help to Bro. It is because I am like this that it is all this guy's fault. I glare at the man. The female knight was about to grab her sword, but the man stopped her. Bring it on. You think I can't raise a hand at you? Hakutoku, stop it. Are you planning on throwing away your life? Jestaf, I am. The right hand of Bro. Of Jestaf Hiriadora. Bro is not the type of person to end here. My duty is to protect Bro. As long as this guy is gone, Bro can still. Haku, stop it. I simply picked you up because I thought your instincts could be useful. Because I thought you could become a convenient tool. I would have used you like a sacrificial pawn if necessary. Doing that much for a man like that is just, Jestaf. Even if so, you still needed me. Haku? I detected danger faster than anyone, was more of a scaredy cat than anyone, would bawl my lungs out, and was unhandy. I was thrown away by my parents because of this power rooted in me. I had no allies, was alienated because I was creepy, would draw animosity, and within that hellish life, the one who acknowledged me and said I was useful that I had worth was bro. I don't mind being an object. You gave me a reason to live, worth, meaning. If I go through with it, I wouldn't have anything left. Haku. I knew that bro was using me for instinct Sama in order to protect himself. I knew a long time ago that he raised me all the way to his right hand and kept me by his side because of this. But on the day my parents threw me away, at the day when I was cut off as unnecessary and had lost myself, the one who found me, who picked me up was bro. Even an idiot like me knows how troublesome it is to take over a country. Even so, you still said it, bro, that you wanted to make a country where people like me can find a place to be. Even if that was just a pipe dream, it was an utopia that I wanted to obtain even if it meant crushing Kyama. Haku. Hakutoku. Jestaf. Bro. Please don't lower yourself. It may be true that you picked me up because you wanted to use me, but I know that you treasured me a great deal in places I can't think of. You are a truly warm person. I am sure you will be able to create the best ideal country. Haku. I was satisfied with being used at first, but bro thought of me as a true son. That was really comfortable. That's why if it is for the sake of bro, this man alone, I have to do something about this man at the very least. This man alone who is threatening the future of bro. I am surrounded by monsters. Any careless move will be immediately crushed. But it is not like I have no cards. In this position. Ha! Are you an idiot? There's no way a country without you could become the ideal country of Jestaf! Exclamation mark. He went as far as trying to push you away in order to stop you. You know, even an idiot should be able to tell that he treasures you, right? Even if so. If I can kill you with my sacrifice, bro will certainly be able to get closer to his ideals. I am certain that you are someone that I must get rid of, just like you were sure I was dangerous. Haku. If you kill me, there's no doubt someone from here will kill you and Jestaf too. But threatening you like that would lack class. So I will break your heart with words. Even if Jestaf were to overthrow Kyama and create a country from the dredges, what would happen to the people who didn't agree to this? That's Haku. It may not go as far as slaughtering everyone, but they will most likely be exiled from the country. Those people will have trouble feeding themselves, and once the rations run low, there will be times when the children will be culled to reduce the mouths to feed. It will be even more tragic than your situation. They will have no choice but to throw away people they value, not because they want, but because they have to. You understand that taking over a country troubles people, so you must have thought about the skeletons that follow along, right? Well, we are talking about you here. So you might separate them as necessary sacrifices. You might have given up on it and called it the fate of the people that go against the ideals of Jestaf. Do you want to see Jestaf ruling over a fake utopia that was created from compromise? Were you looking for a path where Jestaf was led into a stupid machination without aiming for the place he truly wanted and getting eaten in the process? Shut up. All of that is necessary in order to obtain the country. Haku. He has valid points. He is showing me all those things I was averting my gaze from and shoving them in my face. I see, so you would do anything for the sake of Jestaf obtaining a country. That's right. For the sake of that, you, Haku. Then, I shall give you a country. Huh? Haku. What did this guy say just now? Give a country? The people around were also dumbstruck by this. What are you dumbfounded for? You don't care whatever the result is as long as Jestaf can obtain a country. Right? Then, you don't care if it is through my strings? And no, there's no way you can do that. Haku. What? You can trust in Ray 8 and his fishy group, and yet, you don't believe in my words? I don't feel a single sign of lies from this guy. But if he is seriously saying that, my brain will seriously blow up. You think we can trust you? Haku. Well, it would be impossible for you to understand with your brain. What an utterly rude guy. Haku. Jestaf. You have heard about how many demon lords have joined hands with me, right? Yellow demon lord, purple demon lord, and blue demon lord, right? Jestaf. That's right. But call the yellow demon lord as the gold demon lord. The demon lords can control the monsters that exist in the nether that they created. The devils in the Magus nether of the purple demon lord have already been calmed, and the nether is being purified at a speed unheard of. You know that much, right? Yeah. I have heard that through the Ugara church. Jestaf. The Magus nether is difficult since it is entangled in a complicated manner inside Magus, but I can give you the other nether. You should be able to found a nation if you have land, right? Don't joke around, as if you can found a nation inside a nether. Haku, a nether becomes land that people can live in after you finish purifying it. It is not possible to purify the nethers adjoined with Kiwama and Gani. Even if it is purified, monsters would be around, so you wouldn't be able to manage this land properly. But I can provide my support. How? Haku, the Gani nether was created by the Scarlet Demon Lord after all. I can't eliminate the danger of monsters completely, but we could use the monsters of the Purple Demon Lord that have to retreat from the Magus Nether as bodyguards to help reclaim the land. That would be after driving away the Scarlet Demon Lord though. As for the Kiwama Nether, the Blue Demon Lord herself is present. You should be able to use the monsters as good manpower. You are talking about using monsters. Haku, my head is currently in chaos. What is this guy saying? Speaking madness that even an idiot like me can't keep up with. But can he do it? Seriously? But if the Gani Nether and Kiwama Nether are purified, Gani and Kiwama would say it is their territory. Haku, I don't know about Kiwama. It would depend on how well the negotiation with King Zenata goes, you know. What about Gani? Haku, there's no issues with Gani. I will shut them up. What kind of power relationship do you have? Haku, are you serious? Jestaf, bro, he is saying it from the heart, but this is not something you can believe in. Haku, we are calling ourselves the third faction, but the only thing resembling territory is the villa in Taizu. That's still our wonderful territory though. The female knight butted in without delay. Ah, this woman is a knight of Taizu. Makes sense. I do hear often that the knights there are nuts, and so, the three demon lords are currently freeloaders in the territory of a nation. There's the need for a place to leave the monsters of the Magus Nether and Kiwama Nether that will be purified eventually. I would like to manage the Nether there after securing it. We will decide the general policies, but I would like to leave the management of the internal affairs in the country to you, Jestaf. Why me? Jestaf, if it is about a suitable person for the role, there's other people. I do think Robito and Chinyas aren't bad options either. But that faithful dog of yours is pushing you so hard, so I just thought it would be fine to raise you to first place candidate. Ain't it great that Rakura came out fine, founding a new nation in a land where monsters obey? I don't think it will shape up in a satisfying form in the time I am alive. Jestaf, we probably won't be able to gather people properly at first either. But it is the founding of a nation that you can get involved in from step one. Bro closed his eyes and delved in his thoughts. There's no doubt he is imagining the scenery of the nation with an unknown future. And then, he slowly opened his eyes. There's not a single shred of hesitation in his eyes. They are straightforward eyes fitting of Bro. Got it. I shall get on this sketchy ride. Jestaf, bro. Haku. Alright. And so, Hakutoku, Jestaf has joined our side. What will you do? There's nothing to do. I am the right hand of Bro. Of course I will follow Bro. Haku. The right hand has no right hand though. Leave me be. Ah, my body. Haku. The kicks of instinct Sama began to ring in my brain along with the pain when I relaxed. Ah, no good. I am gonna lose consciousness. Plop. Each nation officially announced the resurrection of the Demon Lords and the invasion of the Scarlet Demon Lord. The Pope Sama of the Yugara Church and the archbishops vouched for the credibility of this, and many people had no choice but to accept it. There's no way the humans wouldn't be surprised by the resurrection of their natural enemy, the Demon Lords, who created monsters. But there wasn't a big change in the cityscape. The only ones currently are the ones who hold the authority in the nations. I am not given any particular orders as a priestess, but I will most likely be called in the near future with the pretext of forming a unit. I have experienced fighting monsters a number of times. They are stronger than beasts, and they show no hesitation in attacking humans. But magic works on them and there's no need to fear them as long as they are not uniques in terms of their individual strength. That's what I thought. In the invasion of the Blue Demon Lord, there were not only Kiwama soldiers, but also many clerics from the Yugara Church dispatched. At that time, I was at the back as a reserve. That's when I saw it. A giant undead that could easily surpass the defensive walls. It would regenerate endlessly despite being hit with purification magic, and was destroying the defensive walls. If that's the card of a demon lord, it would be better to think the threat of a demon lord is unknown. But it is not all doom and gloom. There have been results that proved well enough that humans also have the power to fight against them. There's someone who has come from the homeland of Hero Yugara, He has successfully seized 3 demon lords including the blue demon lord. I couldn't see it because of the angle, but there was someone who matched the giant undead in power. I am sure it is that person. The resurrection of the demon lords and the arrival of a new hero. It is the sign of a new era. I will simply do what I can do. That person's words cleared away the wicked thoughts in my mind. That's why. Masato-san. Have you? I ended up letting out a weird yelp at the voice that rang suddenly at my back. I wouldn't react like this just because I was called. The reason is simple. When I looked back, that person was standing there. The female knight is by his side just like before. But the demi-human girl is not with him. Did I scare you? No, sorry. To be honest, you did scare me a bit. I was thinking about something, you see. Masato. It would be pointless to hide things from him. It would be better to not act tough just for the sake of it. Right, name. I have to ask his name. You are, Masato. Right, you are just in time. Are you free right now? I would like you to accompany me for a bit if you are. Yes. It is okay. And so, your name, Masato. That's great. Then, let's go at once. Come on, Ilias. You too. He grabbed my hand and we entered the Morgana Guild. Was he from Morgana? I don't remember seeing him. Is he coming here to make a request? Let's ask for his name once he is done with his business. I can't waste the opportunity I was given. I showed the parchment I prepared to the receptionist and enter the guild without issues. And then, once I arrive in front of a single door, I wait to get a response from inside. Come in. It seems like the owner of the room is there. In that case, I opened the door without reservation. This is the private room of Morgana's guildmaster, Rishel's entry. It goes without saying that the person inside was Rishel himself. This is my first time meeting him like this. I exchange gazes with Rishel, who is not showing any signs of fluster. So he really is that type. Makes sense. Who are you? Would be rude to think you would come here yourself. Rishel. Nice to meet you, Rishel-san. It seems like you know me well. Yes, it is in part because of your appearance, but my eyes are also telling me so. You are the one that has been the talk of the city. The person that has come from the same homeland as Yugura, right? Rishel. It is great to see that you are fast on the uptake. Masato at my back is surprised. Speaking of which, I think I haven't introduced myself to her. Oh well. When Rishel saw Masato-san, he reacted faintly. It was really faint indeed, but it was an extremely easy to understand reaction for me. And so, what brings you here? Rishel. There's something I would like to ask you regarding the request of King Zenata. It is about Chinyas Morganais. If it is about that, I have heard of it. It wasn't good news. It might affect the reputation of Morgana. What is it you want to ask? Rishel. There's something I would like to ask bluntly. Go ahead. Rishel. You are affiliated with Letus, conspired with Ray A to overthrow the nations with Gestaff Heriadora, Robito Goshunate, and Chinyas Morganais, didn't you? The expression of Rishel didn't change. The only thing I could tell is that Masato-san froze at the back. That's right. I came here with the certainty that Rishel's entry is the collaborator of Ray 8. Bringing Masato-san with me was in order to pressure him a bit. If there's a priestess of the Yugura Church that can see through lies, he can't use lies to get out of this. What an outrageous claim. It is true that I am affiliated with Letus, but I wouldn't do something that would hamper the prosperity of the people. Rishel. That's the view of Letus though. It is impressive that you have the talking skills to try to scurry away in the moment without lying, but that won't get you through this one. I'll have you say it straight up. I have no correlation with the attempt to overthrow the nations. You are coming at me pretty strongly though. Do you have any proof? Rishel. If you want something aside from confirmation from your own mouth, I can bring Hakutoku with me. He detected you while you were using invisibility magic. We will know in one go if we compare the mana. Hakutoku, the right hand of Gestaff Heriadora, was it? I don't think there's any credibility to the pawn of a criminal though. Rishel. Criminal? What are you talking about? There's no need to play the fool here. I heard that Kiwama soldiers surrounded the house of Gestaff Heriadora the other day. It is truly saddening that all 3 guild advisors have been caught in scandals. Rishel. If it is about that, it had been deemed that it was a misunderstanding, and Gestaff had been freed. Oh, is that so? Rishel. Hey, how about stopping the pointless debate? You can't say anything that can prove your innocence anyways. Also, you know, right? Just what kind of person I am. Right. I did hear you were a troublesome individual from Ray 8, but I didn't expect you to be cut from the same cloth as me. Rishal. I understood immediately after meeting him. This guy is the collaborator of Ray 8. You often hear about how martial art masters can see through hidden potential just from looking at the person. I have no intention of getting conceited here and calling myself a master, but I can tell with experience. He is a pro at deceiving people. There's no way a person in a serious position like a guild master would be letting out a smell like this. Rishal laughed quietly. Even if he doesn't know the details, he can tell that I have the cards to prove that he is guilty here. No. It would be safe to assume that he got an idea of it once he heard me say using invisibility. The actions of the contact that I had Ekdoik and Rakuro investigate. That person used invisibility magic to hide himself, but the direction he headed to was the direction of the Morgana Guild. Ekdoik buried chains around the guild and did the same stakeout he did before, and he really did confirm someone coming in and out with invisibility. After that, there were no signs of anyone using invisibility to come out until it closed, so they must have gone back from the front without the use of such. It was easy to pinpoint who it was. We staked out the guild from morning to night and confirmed all the people that came in and out of the guild normally, and also used detection magic to check the inside of the guild where the perpetrator is not in once it has been confirmed that they have moved with invisibility. What showed up with this was Rishal's entry. I don't want you to put me in the same vein as you. I don't blindly accept things, you know. Oh. Are you saying I blindly accept things? Rishal. The illegitimate, obviously. Fume. Allow me to inquire whether this is a bluff. Do you know what's an illegitimate? Rishal. As if. But I do have a rough idea. Then, let's compare the answers. I would also like to know just how much you guys are aware of after all. Rishal. It is about the people born with a special talent which occurs abruptly and as an outbreak, right? What makes you say so? Rishal. In the first place, this world doesn't have an official meaning for illegitimate, but in my world, it refers to the illegitimate children born from influential people outside of their legal spouse. But in this world where polygamy is okay and is pushed to get as many children as you want, there's no opportunity to use this word. Well, it might happen if you get a prostitute pregnant or something though. In other words, the one who told you of this word was someone outside of this world. Yugura Naraya. The one who showed me this clear-off sensation was King Zenata. When I asked him about an illegitimate child, he asked what is an illegitimate child. If the term existed, the correct question would have been who is the illegitimate child you are referring to? I investigated just in case and managed to confirm the existence of the term illegitimate child, but the way of expressing illegitimate child was not settled in any country. It was a term that Yugura Naraya left, so it would mean the illegitimate children that he himself left. I can already tell that they are not normal at this point in time. Next, Rishal, you were strangely attentive about Hakutoku who was in the residence of Jestaf. It is true that I was surprised by his talent. He detected me without using detection magic despite me using invisibility. But don't you think I simply praised him? Rishal. You, someone who is that careful about information leaking? The only times you would do something like that would be when there's quite the unexpected event, or when there's an illegitimate by the side of the person you are trying to use, right? It is because of points like this that I linked illegitimate to people who have strangely developed talents like Hakutoku. That's quite the leap in logic. Rishal. There were other factors here and there. I at first only thought of the meaning of illegitimate, and thought that maybe it referred to the descendants of Yugura Naraya. But you asking to search for them as a reward for overthrowing the nations denied this possibility. If you were just finding an individual, you would use the outstanding ambush if you wanted to move secretly. Even if you were to spread out your net in 3 nations, there's the possibility of the other party escaping outside the nations. In other words, an illegitimate is actually a term that refers to unknown individuals that can be found by spreading a wide net search. In that case, it is possible to meet them by coincidence. I am impressed that you can tell from that. Rishal. I can only respond to that with, it is because I am from the same world as Yugura, and so, you who can see through this at one glance, the one called the demonic eye. Are also an illegitimate, right? There's a variety of legends of Rishal's entry. But what stands out the most is how he excavated people overflowing with talent one after the other. But having a discerning eye that can judge Hakutoku as an illegitimate just from seeing him is clearly abnormal. In that case, it makes sense that he is also included in that category. Wonderful. I don't know if the residents of Yugura's planet are just outstanding, or simply that you yourself are standing, but I should have met you a bit sooner. Rishal. If we had met sooner, I would have suspected you from the very beginning. True. By the way, I would like to ask one thing, but you being able to deduce with such confidence is because Yugura would have done that? Rishal. There's no benefit in me providing you information. Too bad. But I can somewhat guess. It must be that colorless. Rishal. I can feel the wisdom of an old person in comparison to Ray 8. In the list of the forbidden I was shown before by colorless, there were mostly things that even I would be able to state firmly they are dangerous even on Earth. Touching upon the forbidden through dangerous research of magic would make sense. There was the mention of genetics. From that, I could assume that Yugura Naraya researched things related to genetics, and it was to the degree where it could be judged as forbidden. It is because I know there's forbidden things that I managed to reach this far by process of elimination. It looks like we both hate that colorless. You may hate his personality, but what I hate is the fact that he was a subordinate of Yugura. We of Leaders have no intention of forgiving Yugura after all. Rishal. It does feel like he did a lot of things aside from creating demon lords. Yeah, but even if I were to ask about it here, I doubt the Knight over there is going to let it be. Rishal. Ilyas has been ready to swing her sword at a moment's notice even when we were having this conversation. I don't see any sign of her allowing a single moment of allowance. However, Rishal seems pretty lax despite Ilyas glaring at him this much. Since Masato-san has also heard the situation, I could ask her to cooperate here and… no good. This girl is panicking. I am asking just in case, but do you have any intention of being apprehended? None. Rishal. That's quite the confidence. Rishal's entry. You think you can escape from here? Ilyas. Ilyas took a step and stood by my side. That armor is from a Knight of Taizu. Moreover, from the division of Salvit. Being in that division at such a young age. It reminds me of your father. Rishal. He must have said that while fully aware of Ilyas. But superficial provocation will only anger Ilyas. I doubt Ilyas would get careless with this. If you are trying to shake me here, it is pointless. Ilyas. I am not thinking this would be enough to shake you. However, it is easy to speak words that can shake you up. Rishal. The very moment I felt like Rishal had blurred, an intense clashing sound rang. Ilyas was stopping the sword of Rishal. That speed really does make him worthy of his name as a living legend. Well, to be perfectly honest here, I can't see anything after a certain threshold though. Both were grinding their swords and were at a stalemate. Ilyas managed to stop the surprise attack of Rishal without issues. Judging from the attitude of Ilyas, she should be above him in terms of raw battle power. Dash, 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 dash? Question mark. The moment I thought Rishal had whispered something, the body of Ilyas stiffened to a degree where it was easy to tell. I couldn't hear what he said, but it wasn't magic. However, I could understand that they were words that brought unrest in the heart of Ilyas. See? Shaken. Rishal. Ilyas was sent flying this way. Considering the motions of Rishal, it seems like he kicked Ilyas. Ilyas immediately fixed her posture, but Rishal had already rushed this way. I have understood how much of a threat you are without the need of Ray 8's words. I will end you here. I see, you are truly a small fry when it comes to battle. Rishal. So it showed in my face. Well, I am a novice after all. The sword of Rishal didn't reach me. The reason being that Duvuliri was awaiting him with invisibility magic. Even if rotten, Rishal is still a legendary individual, and the guild master of Morgana. Even if Ilyas were in perfect form, I assume the possibility of him being able to create an opening. That's why I asked Purple and brought Duvuliri with me, the person who has the highest stealth skills in this current state where Ekdoik is injured. Duvuliri grabbed the sword of Rishal with his right hand. It is painful just to look at it, but there doesn't seem to be a scratch on him. He is not a human, and yet, imitating the appearance of a weak human, that's comical, devil. Rishal. This appearance is the appearance that my lord wished. Your words won't reach my heart one bit. Duvuliri. Duvuliri used his right leg of roaring to kick Rishal away. An incredible shockwave spread in the surroundings, or more like, I was sent flying. Ilyas, nice catch. As for Rishal himself, he broke through the window. Duvuliri, At least do it with your left arm. Using your right leg at close range hits pretty hard. That man was trying to pull something. I simply judged it would be best to use my right leg at the distance. Devilery. Damn it, I will tell Purple. Wait, I properly listened to your demand. Devilery. Have more consideration for the weak. Also, Ilias, are you okay? No issues. He simply took distance with a kick. Ilias. That's not what I meant. Rishal instilled something in you, didn't he? Yeah, sorry. Can I tell you later? Ilias. It is rare for Ilias to keep something to herself. If that's the case, it should be related to that. Then, it would be rude to force it out of her. She would most likely want to ask for my opinion even if I leave it be, so I will just wait. As expected of the old and wise. How did it feel, Devilery? I did manage to injure him a bit, but he killed most of the power. I pretty much just helped him escape. Devilery. You seem dissatisfied. I let a troublesome enemy escape. Of course I would be. Devilery. It is fine. Now then, let's finish this. But the illegitimate. Looks like Yuga and Araya left troublesome stuff aside from the Forbidden and the Demon Lords. Wolfie is most likely one of those. I need to ask in more detail about it with Anbu-kun, but I should prioritize this matter first. Let's move. Maseta-san, thanks for tagging along. Maseta-san? She is gone. She has completely spaced out because of the events that happened in front of her. I gave way too much information at once to a serious person. Can't be helped. Let's thank her later. I left Maseta-san be and made my next move. There was no exaggeration in the information Ray told me. Even if the strength of the resident of Yugura's planet was non-existent, his way of being was enough of a threat. That degree of dying at such a young age. Those were the eyes of someone who has peered into the darkness of people by his own will. I don't know why he chose to do that, but I have to see him as being on the same level or above the people who live in the darkness of this world. I enter the premises of a residence that's supposedly vacant. At that place, my brethren who excel in battle even in Letus were awaiting me there with their hoods worn low to avoid being recognized. They are all masters of stealth that don't lose to the ambush of the nations. It is the people we were planning on using to steal away the resistance of the nations at the time when Jestaf and his group were overthrowing the nations. There's 60 of them. These numbers work well enough to move in the shadows. Rishal-sama, we have convened as your urgent call requested. What's the reason behind this? They have discovered my identity. I can't stay in Kiwama any longer. Rishal, I can tell the people around are faintly flustered. I have made a name for myself at a young age as an adventurer. It is because the trust you earn from that isn't shaken easily. But me having to meet Jestaf and the others directly as someone with the A's of truth so that their hearts will stay true ended up biting me back. I am thinking about having everyone drop the faculties of Kiwama in the end. All units. Please eliminate the ones we were planning to eliminate at first. Rishal. But there's still time before the Scarlet Demon Lord moves. Right. But if we weaken them once, we can use that as an excuse to guide new pawns and steer the wills of the other countries. Rishal. If Kiwama is trying to recover on their own, we just have to create an opening. If they try to ask for help from other countries, that would divert their attention, which is a welcome result. Withdrawing the people of Letus that we sneaked in so deeply would just be running away. There will be casualties, but we just have to replenish our numbers. I beckon the messenger. First we have to understand the current situation of Kiwama. How's the state of the person in question? Rishal. About the black-haired man you told us to keep an eye on. He is currently marching towards the southern base with the Kiwama soldiers and his comrades. So he really did sniff that one out. Got to praise him despite being an enemy. Rishal. I left faint traces in the Morgana Guild's headquarters. It was information I purposely left for our decoy base. But in order to not make it too obvious that it is a decoy, you need a good degree of wits to find the place. I have to respect the fact that they have solved it in such a short period of time and are making preparations to encircle the place. But it is too soon to be relieved. Have you confirmed whether the people keeping an eye have had some sort of mind manipulation magic on them? Rishal. We have received the reports of the 3 from differing locations. Pretending to get caught? Doesn't seem to be the case. Rishal. Aren't you being overly cautious? In the first place, I feel like that southern base was a plot way too good to waste as a decoy. The enemy can predict the best location. If this were a military operation, there would be advantages to securing it without regards. But what we are trying to achieve here is a secret revolution. The act itself of standing in the same stage as the enemy is a poor move. It is better to make a decoy look the tastiest. Rishal. That man should be able to consider that this is a decoy. But he has no choice but to make sure of it. It is the truth that that location would be the most troublesome if the enemy were there after all. Once they finish closing the perimeter and discover that the base is an empty shell, they will spread out their forces again and begin searching. We will use that moment to invite chaos and stir the pot up as much as possible. Rishal. Yes, sir. My brethren answer at the same time. I will also act as much as possible, and if the opportunity arises, I will rescue A8 before escaping Kurama. Oh? There's less than I thought. I heard you were planning on overthrowing the country, so I was expecting 10 times more than this though. Almost everyone activated their detection magic the moment this voice echoed. All the people here have been trained to react almost instantly to any anomalies. I am no exception as the person who taught them these techniques. I used detection magic, searched for people outside of my brethren, and my brain stopped for a moment. We are surrounded but not by humans. We have been surrounded by countless monsters. My vision went black the moment I recognized this. This is not magic. This house has been physically isolated from the light of the moon. There's two things I realized. One of them is that the black walls suddenly surrounding this residence are made out of countless monsters created by transforming devils. And the one other thing is that there's two clear enemies within this space. I could tell immediately who one of them was. The unique devil that I encountered at the guild headquarters. And the other one is, I didn't expect you to meet me directly at a place like this, Purple Demon Lord. Rishal. A purple dress with lavish gorgeous jewels decorating it. Then there's her long purple hair that's even more glossy than the dress itself, and her clear white skin creating an exquisite contrast. The demon lord that created the vastest nether in history and has enticed many legendary figures. That's rude, you know. I am his comrade, so there's times when I would also move though. Purple. I thought I had gotten the better of him. Rishal. He already considered the possibility of being observed. That's why he became a decoy, you know. Purple. And so, how did you find me? Rishal. Simple. Just followed your scent. Duvalieri's nose of sniffing can smell out all events. But it is also outstanding as a normal hound, you know? Purple. My lord, I don't know about describing it like that. I wouldn't fall short to a mere dog. Duvalieri. Oh my, are you angry? I don't know other animals with a good sense of smell though. But that's how it is. It seems like you tried to pull some tricks there. But we have chased after you with the most simple method, you know? Purple. I have obviously erased my scent. Being able to sniff me out despite that already puts them out of the animal nose category. It must be a supernatural power like my eyes of truth. That alone is already problematic, but even the plain difference in power is also rough. If I were 20 years younger, maybe I could manage, but no. That's not the only point of regret. I was made to believe the surveillance and the decoy information was working well, and cornered me in this manner. That man must have been aiming for this development from the start. I have no choice but to admit that I was lacking one more move and admit defeat. You all are clearly his enemies, right? Then, it should be okay to murder you all as I please, right? Purple. Contrary to my expectations, the one who came to the front was not the butler devil but the purple demon lord. My eyes are telling me that she can move to a decent degree, but her skills are terribly low in comparison to the devil by her side. Her mana is fiendish, but the total amount is to a degree where it can be calculated. My lord, maybe I really should be the one. Duvalieri, do you want to make me a woman who only waits for the return of her man? Purple. That's not the case. But that man also said he would leave it to me. Duvalieri. Yeah, he is a worrywart after all. I appreciate the sentiment, but I am dissatisfied with just being treasured, you know? Purple. But Duvalieri. I am of course not going to push myself. I will just deal with everyone aside from that old man there. Keep that man in check so that he doesn't do anything, okay? Purple. You are seeing me in quite the highlight. I had confidence in the past as a famed adventurer, but those are already bygone days. Rishal. I don't care one bit about your background though. He said you are dangerous, so I am simply taking the best measures after listening to his advice, you know? Purple. I see. Looks like he trusts the words of that man greatly. I have finished analyzing them. Let's try shaking them a bit. It seems like you were a princess of renown in your past life. I am impressed you can believe in a scoundrel like that. Rishal. Oh, I am impressed that you could tell? Purple. I have eyes that can see through the details of the person after all. I can roughly tell the process in which you became a demon lord. Rishal. Wrong. I am referring to the fact that he is a scoundrel. You know, he is pretty kind when speaking with people he has met for the first time, right? Purple. He was oozing with hostility from the moment we met, you see. I can tell that you are being used for his own convenience. That man is showing you a dreamscape of the world you wish and is trying to control you for the sake of his own objective. Rishal. And Purple. The purple demon lord purposely tilts her head while still showing an elegant smile. What I said just now should have been the impression she has internally and something that she is aware of. In that case, I should have reached her true feelings. Are you fine with that? Rishal. I am obviously fine with that. He is showing me a wonderful dream. He is doing his best for the sake of it. Even if he doesn't become mine, I can become his alone. I am allowed to. Don't you think that's a truly wonderful dream? Purple. You will eventually wake up from that dream. Rishal. But the memories remain. Even if it is a daydream, beautiful things are still beautiful, you know? Purple. Good grief. A maiden in love is blind. Looks like that doesn't change whether you are a human or a demon lord. No matter how far and wide you search in this world, the only one who can create doubts in the heart of this demon lord is most likely that man. If I am to do something about this situation, I will need to eliminate the threat of this devil called Duvilieri. Even if he is a subordinate of a demon lord, his strength far surpasses that of the purple demon lord. Also, he holds loyalty that doesn't lose to chivalry. It won't be possible to shake his heart either. In that case, I shall accept her invitation. I can fortunately keep in place the strongest fighting force here. Looks like I can't entice you with my words. Too bad. Rishal. Speaking of which, I have not heard your name. Rishal's entry. Can you tell me your true name? Purple. It seems like she knew my name was fake from the very beginning. I thought I would be able to create an opening through my acting if she uses her enticement on her target through the name of the person as I was told. Ha 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 ha. I am not so senile as to give my name to someone with the power of enticement. Rishal. Foo. Figures you would know. But fine. The only one I want to truly entice is that man after all. I will leave the interrogation to someone else. Purple. Then, allow me to see what a demon lord can offer. Brethren, the demon lords resurrect through the forbidden. But it will take several generations for her to resurrect if her current body dies. That will be a fruitful time for us Velitas. All units, bring upon justice for past grudges. Rishal. The people at the back of Rishal were swiftly deployed after the declaration of Rishal. Some would be clad in light, some would melt into the shadows, some would approach from the front, some would pincer them from the sides, and some would go for the back. They are pretty fast, too. I doubt my lord can see through all of them. But I am not agitated. I will simply observe the actions of Rishal calmly. The only one that can cause an eventuality is this man alone. But I am the only one who knows about the strength of my lord. My lord is following the people at our front with her eyes. But she must have judged it to be a hassle to follow the enemies that were zigzagging from the sides. She closed her eyes and laughed. No good. I can't follow them with my eyes. Not like I need to though. Purple. Would it be appropriate to compare it to darkness exploding? Countless shadows bursted out to the surroundings of my lord. Those shadows have innumerable claws, horns, and fangs protruding erratically, and gouged the flesh of the approaching humans. A wide area attack performed by returning the high devils wrapped around her body into their original volume. The oppressive power of overwhelming mass and volume transformed the approaching enemies into scraps of meat. Quite the numbers. It is not only your clothes, even the jewels you had were an amalgamation of devils, huh? Rishal. Yes. When I deploy the devils transformed in clothes, my skin gets exposed, you know. He pointed that out, but I am actually fine with that. But there's no need to show it to anyone aside from him, so I decided to just increase their numbers, you know? Purple. I think there's no need to show your skin even to that man. Duvilieri. The garments of my lord were weaved with the transformation of devils. But the jewels she wore were even denser than that. and an unbelievable amount of devils resided in them. Just releasing the mass out onto the world would be extremely dangerous for a human. If I had to point out a detriment, it would be that my lord can't unleash that power of hers satisfactorily with that man around. That wide area attack actually dragged me into it, too. It is an attack that's not suitable for precise actions because there's way too much mass. It is possible to block it with my barrier, but the possibility of allies getting dragged into the attack if nearby is high. The attack just now halved their numbers. What the humans learned after a great amount of casualties is that my lord is truly a demon lord. Everyone took distance, measured the range, and turned their brains. But that's pointless. No matter how much an insect struggles, they are just powerless in front of the strong that's trying to eliminate them. My lord waved her hand and the black walls stretched, sweeping away everything in the vision of my lord. The people who jumped to avoid it were skewered by the numerous stretched-out shadows the moment my lord directed her gaze there. The only ones who survived at the front were Rishal and a few of them. The ones at the sides and back were fearing entering the vision of my lord. That's quite a thoughtless fighting style. Rishal, is there a need for technique when crushing insects? Purple. You, Demon Lord. One of them tried to do a sneak attack, but the blade didn't reach my lord. The devils my lord is clad with have no will. However, they have functions. The countless eyes caught their movements and a dense barrier of devils blocked the attack. White smoke was coming out from the stopped blade. He must have enchanted the blade with purification magic. My lord faced back slowly and looked at the place where the sword was stabbed at. Oh my, good job, I guess. A single devil died there, you know? Purple. Damn it. What unbelievable sturdy. What? I shall fill that share with you, okay? Purple. The shadows creeping out from the ground captured the man. And then, the moment his limbs were grabbed, the bones of his legs being crushed to dust rang in the place. It is okay. It won't be a pointless death. The corpse of a trained human serves really well as a catalyst, you know? Purple. What's this? My body. Could it be I'm being transformed into a devil? I am creating devils in the shape of humans, so the fastest method would be to use people as ingredients, right? Purple. Stop it. I don't want to become a damn devil. Don't misunderstand. It is not like you will become a devil, you know? I am making a devil out of you, okay? However, I wouldn't want one in your shape, so I must grind you down first, right? Purple. AAA. The man was about to scream, but was swallowed by the shadows just like that. And then, a hard-to-describe sound rang over where my lord is, and a literal rain of blood came down. My lord, there's no need to go out of your way to bathe in blood. Devilery. Isn't it fine? That's more demon lord-like, right? Purple. It will dirty your body. Devilery. No issues. My devils will lick up every single drop of it after all. Purple. My lord was wrapped around in shadows in an instant. And then, a clean lord came out with not a single trace of blood left. But maybe he would lick it off me if I were to leave a bit of it on me? Purple. I don't think he is the type to lick the blood of people. Even if he is, I would stop it. Devilery. The battle after that. No, this isn't worthy of being called a battle. A one-sided slaughter unfolded. There were people who tried to escape, but their escape route was already blocked by a black wall hardened with devils. My lord was slowly but surely crushing the remaining ones. Enticement princess that controls countless devils like her limbs. This is battle power hard to imagine from how low your base capabilities are. Rishal. The only ones remaining are Rishal and the two around him. All the other ones have perished. My lord intentionally didn't aim for them, but she did try to drag Rishal into her attacks a few times. But he managed to avoid them all without breaking a sweat. I should consider him on the same level as Egdoik in terms of combat power. Are the two at your side not coming at me? I don't really feel like aiming for them if they are by his side, you know? Purple. Sorry about that. I kept them with me under my orders. Rishal. I see. Can't be helped then? Purple. My lord stretched the shadows and tried to attack. That speed doesn't lose to the left arm of gouging. But the three are not moving in the face of the approaching shadows. The huge mass of shadows were repelled just before the attack hit. Oh my. Purple. There's no need to even use my nose to sniff out the reason why the shadows were repelled. I could see it with my eyes. It was a barrier, moreover, an extremely sturdy one. It is most likely stronger than the ones I create. Devilery. Break it. Purple. As you will. Devilery. My lord looked at the barrier in front of her eyes and must have felt something ominous from it. She ordered me without hesitation. The moment I agreed to this, I closed the distance with the left leg of running and the right leg of roaring, smashing the top of the barrier. But the barrier did not budge at all. This sturdiness is far above that of the ones Rakura self-casted. The one who is putting up this barrier is the man that's by the left of Rishal. This sturdiness despite being at a scale that can cover 3 people. In that case, I should continue attacking until he runs out of mana or use the tongue of control. Rishal-sama, preparations are done. Good job. Now then, let's retreat. Rishal? The moment the woman at the right activated some sort of spell, the 3 disappear. I search the surroundings with my nose, but no hit. I search physically with my tail of shaving, but feel nothing around. They disappeared completely from this place. Just what in the world? That just now was teleport magic? It has been a while since I have been able to see it all the way to activation. Purple. Teleport magic. Devilery. Yes, it is similar to you devils moving in the shadows. It is a spell that allows them to move through space, you know. As far as I know, the only ones who can use teleport magic are Yugara, black, and colorless. But it seems like there was a human that could use it too? Purple. I don't think I will be able to chase after their scent either. They have escaped. Devilery. Oh my. What should we do? How should I report this to him? Purple. The smile of my lord disappeared and asked me with a serious face. There's sweat on her forehead. It looks like she is seriously flustered here. It was after you passed it on to me, so you can just blame it on me. Devilery. I was the one who made that judgment though. But being reprimanded might be a good memory in itself. I wonder how he will get angry at me. Purple. My lord hugged her own body and began to contemplate. This person has truly become strong. However, I don't know if this is good or bad. The person herself seems to be having fun, so it should be fine. Meaning that I am also happy, probably, maybe. This place is. Hey, you're finally awake. At one of the infirmaries of the Kiwama Castle, Rakura, who had been laid in bed at one of the beds there, had woken up. The medical treatments that can heal your wounds in the middle of battle are swift in their effects. But the pain would be left or would be incomplete treatments that are basically band-aids. In the case they are doing careful treatments, it would consume a large amount of mana from the person themselves. Because of this, the wounds of Rakura had completely healed, but she had been sleeping soundly for several days because of the side effects of the healing magic. Rakura moved her head and looked at me, who was sitting on the chair I placed by the side of her pillow. Counselor-sama, were you here with me the whole time until I woke up? Rakura, no. Around 1 hour ago. I am not so free as to stay the whole time by the side of someone sleeping for several days. I would have been happier if you had said you were watching over me with care. My body is clean despite having been sleeping for several days. Could it be that, Counselor-sama? Rakura, if you want to thank someone, thank Mix, who wiped your body every day. Figures. Rakura. Mix was the one who said, thank you instead. But let's not touch on that. I explained the developments to Rakura, who raised her upper body. We cornered Jestaf, exposed the identity of Rishal, and managed to deal heavy damage to the forces of Latus. I would have wanted to finish Rishal if possible, but he had something as convenient as teleport magic. Purple requested for punishment due to having let Rishal escape, but Devilery said he should be the one punished, and so I threw the matter to Devilery, telling him to think of a punishment for Purple. I have prohibited the intervention of Purple, so I want to believe he will think of a safe punishment. I see. So Ekdoik-san won against Hakutoku-san. Rakura. Well, I am planning on scolding him afterwards though. You haven't done so yet? Rakura. I was thinking about telling you first. You knew Ekdoik was nearby, yet didn't ask for his help, right? I don't know what you are talking about. Rakura. Your is very telling. How about I make an analysis of that time? You noticed the presence of someone in the middle of your battle against Hakutoku, and could immediately tell that it was an ally. It is a different direction from where Gyrustu and Mix went. If I was present, Ilias and Wolf would have jumped in immediately. That's why you could tell that person was Ekdoik, but he was simply watching the situation. You could have asked him to help, but you adhered to your one-on-one against Hakutoku. The reason for that is, that's good enough. I admit it. Sob. Even though the secrets in the heart of a maiden are the most important. Rakura. Then try to be more mysterious. Your thoughts are becoming more hot-blooded instead. Hot-blooded? Rakura. I could see signs of this in the matter with Blue, and that goes the same for this one. Rakura, who would take it easy when given the opportunity, must have taken an action like this because of Ecdoic. I did warn them to not create superiority through each other's talents, but it must have been impossible to prevent siblings from being conscious of it. We are talking about you here, so you must have seen the amount of mana and his precision and judged that you had plenty enough of a chance to win. How does it feel to be defeated in such a manner? It was honestly a thorough defeat. That's how it feels to be dancing in the palm of a hand. Huh. Rakura. Well, you should be able to win if you fight him again. Your base specs are higher than his after all, but I won't be able to fight Hakutoku anymore, right? Rakura. Yeah. In that sense, you could say Hakutoku won that one battle and has cemented himself as having more wins than you. Even if they were to fight more than 100 times afterwards, Rakura would be able to win more than 9 out of 10. But Hakutoku managed to get the necessary win in the fight that was needed. That's the reason why Rakura admitted thorough defeat. And Ecdoic-san won against Hakutoku-san. In the first place, you had judged we had won with it as the premise. Ha, so vexing. I lost again. Rakura. Rakura deliberately leaned against me languidly. But that way of placing her weight without reservations would make me tilt back if I don't stand firm. Oi, Rakura. Counselor-sama, is Ecdoic-san better as expected? Rakura. It is her usual tone, but I can't see the face of Rakura because she is rubbing her head against me. Pushing myself to look at her face would make me feel bad, so I refrain from doing so. What's with the as expected? Don't just decide on my evaluation on your own, then. Rakura. As I have said before, my evaluation of people who don't treasure their lives or are suicidal is low. You and Ecdoic should take care of yourselves a little bit better. There's no worth in comparing people who despise themselves. Mew mew. I think I like myself quite a bit though. Rakura. As if I can trust in the high self-evaluation of a person that compares herself to others and labels herself. So cruel. But aren't these and that two different matters? Rakura. Yeah, they are. That's why I like the usual Rakura. A brief silence. Her skin is getting color. That's good. Nice move, Counselor-sama. Rakura. Thanks. But you guys should stop comparing each other and creating superiority by yourselves. If you are too persistent, I will interfere in that competition of superiority. That would be a real confidence boost. Rakura. Ooh, your self-evaluation is pretty high when it is with me. Huh. Getting ahead of yourself. I can't see Rakura's face, so I grind my knuckles on her head. Rakura struggled, but she still didn't raise her head. I get reprimanded regardless of whether I raise it or lower it? Rakura. There's no way I wouldn't feel displeased in being looked down upon or when taking a self-denigrating attitude. Well, I do understand that you feel vexed by this. I can also sympathize with it. That's why, have your fill of being sad. Complain as much as you want. 2. I will tag along with you as long as you want if you are to return to your usual self. At the time when I couldn't take a step forward in the matter with Purple, Rakura was considerate with me in her own way. Having her be the only one being considerate would not feel right. Seriously. You won't tell me to change, huh? Rakura. At least fix your daily habits. Also, your spending habits. Sob. Rakura. Good grief. Don't try to act tough when you can't bear it by yourself. If I hadn't been present, you would have been doom and gloom too, you know? Yeah. If I had woken up alone, I would have cried from the vexation. And so, please comfort me. Rakura. Sorry, but I have business elsewhere. I can't use my time only on you. So cruel. Can't you casually say can't be helped at a time like this at least? Rakura. I'm being made to say that on the regular after all. I am merciless towards people that are normally pampered. Sob. Rakura. That's why it will only be for around 1 hour. Okay. Rakura. Rakura entrusted her body to me while silently looking down as she was. Her mind must have been running through a lot of thoughts. She didn't cry, but I could tell she was grinning in the middle of it. And then, after 1 hour, I stand up straight away. Rakura finally showed her face, but she is making a dissatisfied face. It still hasn't been 1 hour. Rakura. Katu, how much time has passed since I said I will only be staying for 1 hour? 1 hour and 1 minute. The internal clock of devil. No mistake. Katu, mew mew mew. Rakura, that's how it is. Kata can't lie after all. Also, you've been staying this room for 5 hours. Katu, oi, don't lie. Looks like it was a mistake to get Kata into a habit of adding explanations when telling others something. I should educate him properly later. It can't be helped. I shall compromise with this much for today. Rakura, Mix will soon be coming to wipe your body anyways, so I will allow you to compromise. I really would like you to compromise there. Counselor Sama, this might be selfish again, but if I had died, would you have been sad? Rakura, again? Well, her tone tells me she has regained her leeway. She is basically telling me what she thought when she was feeling down. Now that she had the chance, I would ponder on whether to place a whole ton of cheap alcohol at your grave or a bit of expensive alcohol. And then, I would find it a pain and compromise with water. So cruel. Rakura, humans die easily when the time comes. All events until now have been things that could take one's life in the blink of an eye. I would acknowledge it as things just developing in that fashion. I wouldn't have cried even if you had died at that time. Rakura, sob sob. You could cry a bit for my sake. Rakura, there are others who will cry for you instead. Ah. But if you had died, Jestaf and Hakutoku would have suffered a fate worse than death. In that sense, you could say it is truly miraculous that Gyrustu and Egdoik, purple and Diuvuliri, blue, and the extra gold ended up becoming friendly. I didn't see signs of Rakura responding to this, so I left the room just like that. My consciousness returned faintly. My head is throbbing slightly. This must be that. It is the headache when you sleep for a stupidly long time. I do that often on holidays, so there's no doubt about it. My whole body hurts. Right, I fought against Egdoik and lost. What about Bro? Right, is Bro okay? Ouch. The pain in my whole body woke up my brain in one go when I tried to forcefully raise my body. I curled up and desperately tried to injure tears. Finally up, Hakutoku. I have gotten used to this voice already, or more like, he is near me. I lose consciousness when I see you though, but Instinct Sama is silent here. What's going on? I realized the answer was simple when I directed my gaze there. It is true that that man is there, but it is through a veil that is hanging from the ceiling. I was fine when blindfolded, so it seems I am fine as long as I don't see him directly. I would have liked to wake up to a cute girl at least. Haku. Sorry about that. Most of the women I know are dangerous, you see. Oi. Now that you mention it, you are right. I would also like to refrain from women who are monsters on the inside. Haku. Oi. That female knight was within my vision by the time I noticed. I am truly careless when not using detection magic. The man explained what happened in the time I lost consciousness. They cornered the organization on the side of Ray 8 and partially destroyed them. Or more like, that guy was the guildmaster of Morgana. Jestaf has begun to gather people in preparation for the founding of the nation. He will arrange the specifics of what we will be doing next week, and he plans on preparing a place for negotiation with the Zenota King and Gani King. In the time I was sleeping, Bro really is impressive. It would be nice if I could help with something, but with my arm in this state. Haku. Right arm sand that was blown clean all the way to the shoulder. It has been wrapped up in bandages, so I can't tell what its state is, but I can feel a dull sensation from around my fingertips. Noticed just now? Wouldn't that be the first thing one notices normally? What's going on here? Haku. It is true that your right arm was blown up without any traces left. That's why I transplanted a different arm to you. However, it seems like there's no such techniques in this world, so I asked Purple, the Purple Demon Lord, to use one higher devil as a stopgap measure. Devil? Haku. The devils that Purple personally creates mostly lack any will. That's why we had it parasite you to serve as your arm. It was honestly possible to form it with just a devil, but the precision of the control would apparently increase to a point where even a novice would be able to control it if we were to transplant something that would serve as a core too. That's quite the unnerving topic. Haku. A person normally doesn't have such crazy thoughts like sticking an arm on someone. You know, I try using detection magic. It is true. A monster is wrapping up my whole right arm. So creepy. Within it, there's certainly the arm of a person. Oi, this arm. Haku. It was a strong request from the person himself. As you can tell, that's the right arm of Jestaf Hiriadora. My body moved faster than my brain. I jumped off the bed, ignoring the pain, and tried to punch the man through the veil. but my movements were read completely. My body was seized by the female knight before my fist reached the veil. Pain ran through my whole body, but that doesn't matter. Unforgivable. I definitely won't forgive him. And yet, I can't move. This female knight is not budging an inch. It is not about my body being injured. She doesn't budge with my strength. You really are like an open book. How dare you do that to bro's arm? Haku, don't just put the blame on me. As I said, he strongly requested it. I was thinking about digging it out from a grave somewhere or taking it away from a death row prisoner. But Jestaf even lowered his head and asked me when he heard about this. No way. As if I can believe that. Haku, Jestaf said so himself. If we don't go this far, he will belittle his own life. I don't want to die after him. I doubt he will do anything reckless if he has my arm. I got the detailed result of the mana detection for my right arm. This is not an arm that was cut off by force. I can tell that this was an arm entrusted to me by bro. Just what kind of emotions bro had when giving me this arm? I was asked to give you a message when you woke up. With this, you are literally and figuratively my right hand. Don't let an old man live his remaining life with just one hand, okay? Good grief, don't make me say that twice, bro. Even if so, giving the arm of bro to someone like me. Haku. The female knight releases me. It seems like she judged there was no need to anymore. I ignored my pained body and hugged my whole body with my right arm. I properly acknowledged the sensation of my right arm with my whole body. Sorry for ruining your emotional moment, but I have had a devil of purple parasitize Jestaf and turn into his right arm. He was actually pretty ecstatic that it was more pleasant than before. Ruined the moment and spitted on it. Haku. This guy seriously crushed one's emotional moment. No, that won't shake my emotions for this right arm though. By the way, what about the core stuff that serves for the right arm of bro? Haku. Jestaf said that a devil was enough, so there's no core. However, he showed surprising adaptability and managed to move it a long time ago. You normally begin from just being able to feel things with it though. It seems like he has good compatibility with the devil arm, as expected of bro. Haku. I don't know about expecting that from someone. Shut up. Anything is as expected for bro when it comes to his impressive feats. By the way, if it is compatible with the body of bro, isn't this right arm of bro also the case? Haku. You have bad compatibility. That's rough. Haku. Don't feel down in such a blatant manner. Having bad compatibility with the right arm of bro hurts. No, I should just acknowledge this as me being incompetent. That's right. This arm is too much for me. I just have to become a man worthy of this arm. Alright, back in action. Haku. I don't hate that part of you. Right. Jestaf will be shutting himself in office work. Also, your name is not within his personnel. Can you not go for the throat of a guy that just recovered? Haku. This guy. I can't see his face through the veil, but he is definitely grinning. The female knight there is looking at you with a face as if saying he is having fun. But why? Bro? No, it is not like I don't understand the reason, but, well, you can't do office work at all, right? I am bad at writing, so I was living in a world where studying was a far concept. Haku. Having someone like that nearby would just be a hindrance, so train here for the foreseeable future is what he said. Haku. In other words, you are doing odd jobs for me from here on. Wait. Why odd jobs? Shouldn't I be a bodyguard or something? Haku. I am fine with making you my bodyguard, but you will be treated on the same level as Ilias you know? I glance at the female knight called Ilias. She is puffing her chest out proudly. Yeah, that level is impossible for me, bro. If I am going to be competing with this, I would rather do odd jobs. Odd jobs? Huh. If I just think of it as me crawling out from the bottom of the pit, it isn't that bad. Haku. If you want me to drop you even lower, I can make you a servant in the base of the demon lords. Odd jobs. That sounds like the perfect starting line. Let's do this. Haku. I have only met this guy a few times, but I can tell he is a guy that does what he says without hesitation, or more like, he wants to do it. There's no doubt he is a dangerous guy, but it should be far better than being thrown into a place where there's apparently 3 demon lords as allies. Please let it be better. That's a bit unexpected. I thought you would be a bit more annoying about leaving the side of Jestaf. I of course don't want to leave the side of bro, but if he is telling me to train, I have to become stronger no matter the hellhole I have to plunge into. Haku. If you want a hellhole, I can give it to you. A good environment, please. Pushing oneself is not good. Even I can tell that. That's why, throw away the idea you were thinking, okay? Haku. I see. Don't look so dejected by it. By the way, aren't you worried about leaving a guy that tried to kill Rakura and Gyrosty by your side? Haku. You're not including Egdoik. That means that you have honestly admitted your defeat there. I don't. Egdoik is included. Haku. I did have my thoughts about that. If you hadn't spoken without shame at that time, even if I had left Jestaf alive to contribute as a consultant, I would have killed you. Don't make me remember. I said that with the intention of them being my dying words. Haku. Seriously, just thinking calmly about it, I feel ashamed to even meet bro. I vomited everything I wanted to say, and... yeah. Why am I alive? If you had said that while sober, I wouldn't have wanted to keep you close, but I did consider killing you, and you guys lost in a reading battle against me. However, you managed to survive despite all odds. In that sense, you could say you won the life you are holding right now. I can't deny that luck was on your side too though. I see. Then, I will be boldly proud of it. That would be more mortifying for you after all. Haku. Not at all. Honestly speaking, you being alive or not wouldn't have changed anything anyways. Isn't your evaluation towards someone who is going to become your comrade from here on way too low? Haku. Even if you tell me that, you are simply unbelievably stubborn, and have no other good points. Stabbing where it hurts. Haku. Get a weapon of your own. You will eventually hit a wall with just your instincts alone. I already hit one a long time ago. Haku. I know. It is rough for both of us, not being able to grow and all that. I have been living my life relying on instincts armor until now. But I have been made to realize that's not enough. This low life managed to deal with instincts armor, an invisible factor, as naturally as breathing. I can't tell if this guy will become an ally or an enemy of bro in the future. Bro acknowledged him, so the possibility of him just staying as an ally is high. But there's the possibility a dangerous guy like him will become an enemy. In that case, I should learn what I can from him. Just you wait, bro. I will become even more stubborn. I vow to this right arm you have given me that I will definitely become a man you will be proud of. Then, I will be counting on you. Wait, I haven't heard your name. Haku. Don't worry, I haven't told anyone. You gotta be kidding me. Haku. It is true. It is true. You gotta be kidding me. Haku. What's this? Bro, will I be able to do well with this guy? I don't know. After I finished talking with Hakutoku, we went to meet Gold, who is in Taizu, and we will be negotiating together with Jestaf. I used the Egdoik taxi the first time I came to Kuama. I don't know if it is because he has become a demon, but he is several times faster than before. It is truly wonderful that his headwind preventions are also perfect. But Egdoik himself is not speaking. Even at the time when I told him we would return to Taizu, he just responded with okay. He is most likely waiting for me to breach the topic. We are alone here. There's a high chance Golden Blue will be with us when we head to Kuama, so now is the time to talk about it. Egdoik, I will ask you straight. What is it you want me to say? That instead makes it hard. But, I would like words that allow me to arrange my current mental state. Egdoik, in that case, I would be doing the analysis that Elias dislikes. Is that okay with you? Yeah, I don't mind. I honestly can't see myself. It is as if haze is blinding my vision. Egdoik, they really are siblings on these occasions. Well, it wouldn't be fair to pamper just Rakura. To avoid beating around the bush, your view of things was vast. That's summarizing it too much. Please give me more bits and pieces. Egdoik, you were living just for the sake of the honor of Begligged and to prove your own worth, but you have achieved that objective and wanted to elevate your own worth. Rakura entered your vision as a criteria for your objective. But after meeting a variety of people and talking to them, you have learned of their worth. You would be touched by those events at times, be influenced, and would turn them into factors that pushed your heart. For someone like Egdoik, who lived in the underground society alone, even interacting with many people is a fresh experience. A strong-spirited person like Gozu, a flexible person like Bansan, a confident person like Lord Lino, a person with earnest loyalty like Diuvuliri. The more he learned about what was inside them, the more things he could see. That's why, when you were in front of Blue, you thought her life was not good. It is exactly because you thought that you held the desire of wanting to turn it into a good one. Well, Things are going fine and dandy from this point though. Right. When I managed to persuade the Blue Demon Lord, I felt something similar to satisfaction somewhere in my heart. It was different from elevating Rokura for my sake. I extended my hand for the sake of someone I purely wanted to help, and she held my hand back. I think that experience is irreplaceable even if I were to look back at my whole life. Egdoik, say that to the person herself. She is a pitiful girl, but with you having grown that much, your own evaluation of Rokura changed instead. Rokura was someone that you wanted to overcome, but it was hard to do so. However, you began to lower the hurdle of Rokura as your field of view expanded. Are you saying I began looking down on Rokura? I had no intention of doing so though. Egdoik, you not looking up at her doesn't mean you are looking down on her now. You simply began seeing her better as so that's the kind of person she was. Seeing her better? Egdoik, you believed Rokura would not lose and didn't cooperate. That's most likely what you think, but that's actually not all there is to it. You thought Rokura didn't wish for it. That's Egdoik, the reality is that Rokura noticed you, yet didn't ask for your help because of her sense of rivalry towards you. You could now feel those emotions from Rokura. That's why it ended up like that. Even though you thought you should help her out, you were held back by your feelings towards Rokura and the feelings of Rokura herself. I did feel Rokura wouldn't lose, but taking into consideration the feelings of Rokura. Egdoik, you were worried about Rokura when she lost, right? Comrade, I would at least be worried when my allies have collapsed, you know? Egdoik, I am not talking about worrying for the life of Rokura. Hakutoku crushed Rokura's feelings of not wanting to lose to you. You must have felt pity from that. That's why, even if you won against Hakutoku who defeated Rokura, a part of you couldn't be happy about it. It is because you could now understand even if vaguely the mortification that Rokura must be feeling right now. At the time when he declared war on Rokura, he must have only thought of it as I want to be acknowledged by comrade more than Rokura and show the difference between us. But Rokura had her own feelings as well. He can't just go how's that? It is my win. Serves you right. Now that he has learned those feelings, Egdoik, you can now see yourself as an individual instead of just zooming at just the objective of overcoming Rokura. The vision you use when seeing someone has expanded. That's why you began to cheapen your past actions, the actions you took when you still had your narrow vision. That's the identity of the haze in your heart as of present. I wouldn't really call it haze though. It is more like what you were aiming for before has gotten duller. Then, comrade, what should I do? Should I just throw away what I resolved myself to do in the past because their worth has waned? Egdoik, there's no need to throw it away. It is just that you now have more road in the paths you should tread forward on. Then, you just have to aim for even higher heights. That's like an extension of raising your own worth, right? I can't put into words just how I see the future. Egdoik, there's no need to put it into words. It is fine to just perceive it in a safe manner. My objective in life is just to live safely, you know? Live safely, huh? I see. I was looking at it cheaply, but it seems to be pretty deep. Egdoik, I may just be making you think like that, and it might actually be unexpectedly shallow. Phew. Then, I will just keep it as deep. I certainly did learn a lot about other people. I understand that there's many differences, but I still don't understand the truth behind your wish. That's why I will polish these eyes of mine so that I will be able to grasp the depths of it. Egdoik, I felt the expression of Egdoik soften. This is my first time seeing such a peaceful expression from him. That's the spirit. But as I said before, treasure yourself more. Don't go out of your way to create pedestals of superiority. I thought I had erased such signs. I'm impressed. You could tell. Egdoik, I knew you were hiding in the neighboring room and was by the side of Rokura 24/7 after all. Even if I can't see you or feel you, I knew that you would do that. I really can't match you. Egdoik, just for your information, Rokura would be taken aback if she were to know that. Learn moderation, okay? I will try. Egdoik, we arrived at the Villa of Purple in Taizu. The owner is in Kyoama, so only blue and gold are here as of present. These two have shown up aimlessly at the Taizu castle, and have researched magic together with Nora and Ruko. That said, gold is her land of Gani, too. She needs to move her consciousness to Gani for a certain period of time each day when she is in Taizu. At this time, she is probably asleep. She did say you can crawl into my bedding anytime you want. So let's do a table flip with her sheets in the Isekai style. There's the need for someone with the specified mana wavelengths to enter the residence. It goes without saying that the 3 demon lords are included in this, but there's also Deuvuliri and Egdoik who have a free pass. I also can. But I don't have mana, so Katu is serving as my mana key. Oi, Blue Tilda, are you the Tilda? Have you gone feral after being unable to get used to living in civilization? I'm here. Why would I turn feral? Wait, Egdoik. Blue. The one who welcomed us was Blue. Her appearance has changed quite a lot. When we met her before, she was wearing a blue dress that suited a demon lord, and some sort of frozen headband. But right now she is wearing a simple yet rough attire that's faintly blue. Should I call it tribal? Also, there's more stuff on her, like a single horn growing from her forehead, and a tail like that of a horse. Yeah, I came together with Comrade. Your atmosphere has changed. Egdoik. Really? I would overlap with purple if I used a dress after all. She compressed devils and made them jewels, so I can't win against her when it comes to extravagance. Blue. By the way, is the horn and tail a fetish of yours? As if I was born with them. They began regenerating after I became a demon lord, but I sealed them so they wouldn't grow. Blue. Speaking of which, they were called one-horned ogres and were one-sidedly persecuted. She was made to shoulder enormous trauma, and shaved off her horn and tore off her tail. She most likely didn't want to return to that appearance even after becoming a demon lord. Her trying to return to her origins like this is good. Quite the impressive horn. Yeah, but I have not seen an animal like this. Do you know of one, Comrade? Egdoik. The one-horned tribe. Huh. There's actually an animal like that, you know? Really? Blue. I draw an owl on a parchment. It is basically a horned dolphin. Whale. It lives in the sea, so it must be a pretty rare sight in this world. Comrade, you are good at drawing. Egdoik. There would often be cases when I would have to bring drawn documents in order to deceive people. After all, quite the sad reason. Egdoik. That's not it. It has a horn. But the one-horned tribe doesn't have the blood of a plump animal like this. Blue. But no matter how I look at your horn, the tail is completely different. See? Look at my tail closely. Blue. Even if you point your butt at me with such vigor. Well, it is true that an owl technically doesn't have a tail. If it is a horse tail and a horn, there's only the unicorn. Unicorn? Blue. I once again go and draw a unicorn. I have copied horses when I was free, so this was easy. I show the drawing to the two. A horse with a horn growing from it. Huh. Blue. It is indeed a horse with a horn. Egdoik. It didn't exist on Earth. It is a mythological creature. It is said that this horn could even cleanse poisonous waters. Also, it prefers pure maidens, or more like, it is a ferocious guy to anyone aside from them. I see. It fits quite well if that's the image. Egdoik. Right. I agree with the image of pure. Why are you covering your mouth and laughing? Blue. No, it is not about her purity or anything. It just hit my funny bone that Egdoik said it fit her image exactly when I thought that they are ferocious guys. Sorry. It is true that an unicorn fits you better. That said, it is a white horse though. Can't do anything about the color, I guess. White, huh. Don't really like that. It reminds me of Yugura, but unicorns aren't to blame for that. Blue. That said, Blue is pretty high-strung here. No. She is pretty high-strung when biting at a certain someone, but it feels like she is happy. It really must be because Egdoik has shown himself. Even though he is her first demon, he has been leaving her alone this whole time after all. Right, it fits the atmosphere of Blue well. That outfit also accentuates your traits as a demi-human. You look really beautiful. Egdoik. Oh, this guy praised her sincerely. I think he chose his words well. How is it, Blue-san? She is making a super red face. Wha? You said beautiful? More importantly, Blue. Blue. Yeah. We will be going outside together in the future, so I was told it would be bad if I were to call you Demon Lord at those times. Would you have preferred me to call you something else? Egdoik. No, it is fine. I wouldn't like it if he were the only one calling me that. Blue. I see. Then, I will call you Blue from here on. Now that I say it out loud, it is unexpectedly easy to say, and it sounds good. Egdoik. Yup, This easy demon lord has been cleansed from all the accumulated grievances. It even feels as if he has cleansed way too much. What's the matter? Your face is red. Do demon lords get fevers too? Ekdoik, teeth, that's not it. Blue. But no matter how you see it, your face is bright tree. Ekdoik, Ekdoik grovel on the ground. Blue. Oh ah. Ekdoik, ooh, that's impressive. She smashed Ekdoik on the ground. So this is the commanding power she has on a demon. Huh. How scary. Just thinking about becoming the demon of gold and purple sends shivers down my spine. Comrade, it might be harder to understand her than understand you. Ekdoik, no, it is probably super easy, you know. I see. So I am still lacking a lot. Ekdoik, maybe I should have him consult Marito next time. He is most likely the most versed when it comes to dealing with women after all. Author. The next chapter is most likely the last one for this arc. First arc, 24 chapters, second arcade, 26 chapters, third arcade, 27 chapters, fourth arcade, 37 chapters, fifth arc, 45 chapters, tentative. I see. Will the sixth arc be alright? Garni has no intention to claim the land of the Garni Nether. Do as you please. At a room in the Kiwama castle, the King Zenota, Gold, and Jestaf were having a meeting. The meeting is about Jestaf and the third faction taking leadership in reclaiming the Nether when it gets purified, and creating a new nation. The King of Garni, Gold, has consented in regards to the ownership of the Garni Nether. Garni has been expanding its capital every year and is accepting the villages in the vicinity. The ultimate goal would be to assimilate all of the settlements of Garni into the capital, and the remaining villages will be used as bases to collect resources. One wrong step and it could create a dystopia where all citizens are under supervision, but it should be fine for now. They have enough land, and they pride in a decent degree of specialty products just from their current territory. Garni is the one with the most stable production line within the major countries. As for the noteworthy points, it would be that their hand on remote places is pretty crude. But that's exactly why they are not as adhered to the land of the Garni Nether, which is annexed to the nation. If the King of Garni has given the permission, shouldn't it be fine for Kiwama to be on reserve at least? Zenota. The one who is being careful here is King Zenota. This is what's normal. It is the Nether they have been keeping an eye on for more than a century. No matter the reason, it is the natural duty as a king to be careful. If it is just in the case of securing land, then yeah. But our first and foremost request is the Kiwama Nether. That's the best place to manage now that the Blue Demon Lord has become our ally after all. The one who created the Garni Nether was Scarlet, so this one's influence is practically nil. Gold. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the monsters born in the Garni Nether are the subordinates of the Scarlet Demon Lord. Purple managed to secretly occupy part of that nether in the incident of before, so I doubt he is a demon lord that's too tied up with his own territory. Even if so, he is not someone we can negotiate with. We will be building a country inside your nether, so don't interfere. Okay, we can neutralize the threat of the monsters in the Kiwama Nether by having Blue join in on the reclaiming of it. Not only that, it should be possible to control the low-rank monsters who have almost no resistance and use them as manpower. Of course, we won't force you. If Kiwama wants to purify the Nether themselves and wants to reclaim it as new land, we won't get in your way. However, we won't be able to provide our full assistance. To be more concrete, Kiwama will have to deal with the remaining monsters as they have until now. You are saying quite the sad thing. Zenota. Now, we will retrieve a number of monsters to serve as manpower for our reclamation efforts, so their numbers will decrease greatly, and there's no denying it will be comparatively easier. If the Demon Lord gives the order, most monsters will obey without objections. The only exceptions would be uniques who have a strong sense of self. If Blue retrieves the monsters little by little, their total numbers will decrease a lot. But the burden of it is apparently unexpectedly heavy, so there's a limit to their frequency compared to Purple. You could say this is the difference in skill between Purple, who controls devils often, and Blue, who controls them haphazardly. So there's no downsides to it, but also not much benefit. Zenota. It is the same as Megis after all. However, Megis has many purification specialists within the Yugara Church. The Yugara Church may help out in the purification of the Nether, but they will most likely and understandably prioritize Megis. Megis has been invaded by Purple before, and most of its territory has been corroded by the nether. Even if they were to send some to Kurama, the priority would be lower. You're so petty, Kurama King. Getting rid of the Demon Lord's threat is already wonderful enough. You had your hands full with erecting a defensive wall and maintaining the status quo. Not feeling any benefits when in the face of the doors opening to purifying the nether and expanding your land is way too greedy, ya know? Gold. Even if you say so, Gani King. No, would it be best to call you Gold Demon Lord in this case? Zenata. I don't mind being called Gani King when this one is doing diplomatic work. Gold. Then, Gani King, Kurama doesn't have many clerics in comparison to mages. There are people of the Yugara Church, but there will most likely be more who will be leaving this land in order to purify the Magus Nether. In that case, we will simply be leaving the Nether as simply a land that can't be purified. Then more the reason you should just gift the land to the man there. Due to the relations of the territory, it is only adjoined to Kurama. You're in the front seat when it comes to giving favor or returning favor. Gold. That's true, but... Zenata. King Zenata groaned as he brushed his beard. By the way, it is not like this old man is that obsessive about getting benefits from the Kurama Nether. In other words, he wants one more push, a clear benefit that can convince the people of Kurama. Kurama is different from Gani where they rule all of the country. All places aside from the capital of Kurama are managed by nobles. In the case the Kurama Nether is seen as new land, King Zenata won't be the only one with targets in their eyes. The nobles who are greedy with expanding their territory will begin to pop their heads out. Therefore, if the Kurama capital were to decide by themselves to throw away the interest of the Nether, it would fan the anger of the nobles and citizens. Land is land even if it is hard to manage. It is a valuable resource. King Zenata understands this well and is prodding us here, confident that we have some sort of material to convince him. You could say he trusts in us, but he is seriously so stubborn. Then, we shall provide you with monsters to maintain the land of Kurama as payment. What do you mean by that? Zenata. The land of Kurama is already vast as it is, but it is not like you are making the best use of all of it. Forests and mountains exist. You can't really say your present supply line maximizes those resources, right? I spread parchment and explained the details. The making of roads to move through the forest and building bridges to cross rivers, and most of all, digging tunnels for the mountains. Even in modern Japan, accidents happen in the construction of tunnels. Making such things in the medieval times was a grueling endeavor, and it always comes with its fair share of dangers. But monsters can go at a faster pace than humans. Moreover, you can ignore casualties as you progress. If the communication environment is improved by leaps, the economy within the country will be smoothened even further. Kurama has a decent amount of forests and mountains even if not to the degree of Taizu, though there's most likely a few things to consider when compared to Gani who has the most level ground. Ho. I see. Zenata. Forests are a veritable resource, so it would be better to not deforestate a whole forest, but by maintaining it, you will have more locations that can serve for agriculture. As such, you will increase the amount of land you can use without the need to expand the land. I think you will be able to improve the land for 100 years worth. This may be unbecoming after the proposal, but if you were to dispatch monsters, won't it hinder your progress to found a nation? Zenata. No, it won't. In the end, what's most important in order for people to be able to live in it and cultivate crops is to purify the Nether. We are simply going to be providing you with the surplus of manpower in that period of time. The maintenance of Kurama will have taken a turn for the better by the time the purification reaches a satisfactory point. True. We will be able to persuade the nobles with this. By the way, what problems will arise from this? Zenata. He asked without hesitation. Well, it is more trustworthy than a person who only looks at the benefits. Even if it will improve the land of Kurama, it will also mean a large influx of monsters will be coming into the territory of Kurama even if for a brief period of time. There's the risk of this becoming mentally taxing for the citizens, so we would need to refrain from moving them at night. If merchants or adventurers were to encounter them, it would turn into a bit of a ruckus. If they were to advance through a path that's being opened up by an army of monsters in the middle of the night. I see, those points should be properly dealt with. I would like to have meetings with you in regards to ideas on how to improve this. You don't mind prioritizing my requests, right? Zenata, if you only make unreasonable requests, I will refuse, but I will trust in your common sense, King Zenata. I know. Then, I shall take responsibility and convince the retainers and nobles. Can I take the parchment? Zenata, I prepared it for that purpose. Man, it is great that you are so prepared. Zenata. King Zenata retrieves the presented documents with glee. That's seriously a good smile he's got there. But there's really a need to warn him about overdoing it. There's specialized lumberjacks and carpenters that are making roads right at present. We must avoid taking away all of their work. Jestaf raised his right arm silently just when the talk was about to end. King Zenata, can I ask one thing? Jestaf. You could see a peak of the bandaged right arm of Jestaf from his long sleeves. His current right arm is simply a devil shaping it up, so there's no flesh, bone, or blood flowing. Even if so, he has already mastered it to a degree where he can write. Wouldn't he have been stronger than Hakutoku if he were younger? I don't mind, but are you dissatisfied by something? Zenata. No, that youngster there has done a satisfactory negotiation already. Things should proceed smoothly even with just my private funds alone. But if we are going to be neighboring countries, there's something I must ask first. Tell me your honest opinion about me creating a country. Jestaf. It is true that Jestaf had accepted the invitation of Rishal and aimed to overthrow Kurama. Putting it in an extreme manner, terrorists of their own nation will be making a country right by their doorstep. It is hard to say they would feel happy about this. Fume. That's true. I have learned enough about the history of Heriadora contributing to Kurama. But the Kurama kings of history, including me, couldn't solve the cycle of hatred that the Heliodora household held to the point of wanting to take over Kurama. Your hatred is justified. Even if so, we can't just let you take away the country. If you are going to create a country and end that cycle of hatred, I shall happily watch over it. Zenata. This is a bad era. You could have left your name in history at any other time. Jestaf. True. Why is it that there are no normal leaders in the other countries? Zenata. Marito is the most exemplar in the history of Taizu. Gani has gold with her outlandish power. Megis has Popuparo whose reputation is extremely high. If we were to compare them, King Zenata would just look like a plain old man. But he is also one of the influential people, a king that watches over the path of his country. I asked something boorish. Please forget it. Jestaf. It is common sense. There's no need to go out of your way to remember it. But leaving that aside, is there no way for me to leave my name in history? Can you counsel me for a bit? Zenata. You are so shameless it is even refreshing. Jestaf. He really is one tough king. Ah, right. We got a certain degree of information about the illegitimate, so I would like to interrogate Ray 8. Ah. About that. Zenata. King Zenata suddenly made a sour face. I did have a faint feeling that was the case. But it really must be that. What King Zenata told me was that Ray 8 had died from the interrogation done under the supervision of Archbishop Serais. He ignored the fact that it was the body of a child and tortured him without reservation. The body of the person himself gave out before spitting out the information as a result of this. This is the natural result when people who only know how to torture adults do the same to a child. I hope he hasn't moved to a different body. But I heard there were no signs of him using magic in the middle of the torture though. Zenata. At the time when he was cornered by Archbishop Yuka, he moved his soul despite being in a situation where magic seal stones were laying around. There's no assurance he can't pull off the same even without a specialized tool for it. I see. Sorry. Zenata. Ray 8 was a necessary ingredient for negotiation in order to bring in Blue as a comrade. It was impossible to say anything about how they would treat him anyways. I did try to warn them to a certain degree, but the impression Archbishop Serais has of me is the worst. It can't be helped. There's no issue if he stays dead. I should ask Blue about it. The corpse has already been burned with purifying flames, and the ashes were buried, but Blue can cast necromancy to create undead from just remains, so we can at least confirm if he is dead. I just don't feel like he would die easily. I should take action with the assumption that he is alive. I feel like his face clouded a bit again once he heard about the death of Ray 8. I have been with him for a long time, so it seems like I have become sensitive to his changes to a certain degree. He has two faces, but they are not things that just flip cleanly. It is like the split of water and alcohol. If his normal self is water, his other self would be high purity alcohol. I could faintly feel it getting denser, but the ratio of water is far higher. The meeting ended and Jestaf returned to his residence, and King Zenatu and the Gold Demon Lord decided to stay to talk for a bit since it was a rare opportunity. Right now I am waiting for the Gold Demon Lord to finish her talk with him. Has there been an event in the past where the Kiwama King and the Gani King have met face to face? But it is not good to put those two together. They are the type that like to get pampered after all. Yeah, but that's because you are fulfilling their wishes. People who are good at asking for things are present in any world. And so, Ilias, how about telling me why you are so absent-minded? It is not like I want to be though. Ilias, you are wary of the surroundings, but you are making a really troubled face, you know. It gives the feeling that there's something lodged in your brain. I want to believe I can't keep anything hidden from him because he is perceptive. It is just because the people around me are a bit too perceptive. Yeah, let's just believe that. Right. There's words that still remain in my ears. Ilias, the words that Trishul told you. I nod an answer. At the time when we rushed into the guild headquarters of Morgana and faced Trishul, he whispered to me, the demon that your father put his life on the line to defeat is still alive, you know? That's what he told me. Ilias, speaking of which, I never heard the details of it. I would hear it was because of an attack from monsters or an attack from a demon. It was both. A large number of monsters appeared in Taiza when I was young. I heard there was a demon within that, too. Ilias, did the demon appear with the monsters in tow? What objective did they have? There's no way of knowing. But the knights of Taizu rushed to the villages that were attacked, fought the monsters, and somehow managed to fight them off. Mother and father joined that battle, and faced the demon. According to accounts from other people, it was 2-on-1, and they struck each other down. I still remember how Lord Ragudo lowered his head deeply and told me how he regretted not being there. He was the most injured among the people who survived. He protected the most villages by himself, ended the most monsters, and saved the most people. Even when young, I could tell how painful it was for him. Who would be able to blame Lord Ragudo for this? Mother and father fought bravely. The harm brought by that demon would have been unimaginable if those two hadn't stopped them. That's why I resolved myself that I would become a wonderful knight like my father and protect the country on his stead. I explained the flow of events to him even if not in the most skilled manner. When I did, he fell into thought for a while and resumed the talk. All right. Got it. I will try to investigate this demon. I am happy about the sentiment, but this is a personal issue. Ilias, you are saying that at this point in time, if you are going to play that card, the issues until now have all been my personal problems, you know. Are you going to try and play cool by shouldering them all by yourself? Mew, it is not my intention to act cool though. Ilias, you wouldn't be able to find a single clue even if you were to sneak out to investigate by yourself in the first place. That's true. The only thing I have an idea about is that this demon is most likely not a subordinate of the Green Demon Lord. Even if that demon is alive, I don't know if they are in the Taizu Nether or how to find them. If I rely on him, I am sure he would be able to get it. But is that really okay? I am aiming to be a knight that's relied on by him. And yet, you really suck at being pampered in comparison to King Zenatu and Gold. He used both hands to grab both cheeks of mine. It is kind of like his habit when teasing me. I suck at being pampered. Obviously, I have been avoiding such a lifestyle after all. Ilias, then practice. Not being able to perform at full power when the time requires it would make you a waste of a treasure. If you want to make full use of your strength, learn the methods to make the best use of them. Make the best of me. Ilias, you just have to silently prepare for your revenge. Leave the groundwork to me at least, he said full of confidence. I felt a bit jealous of that appearance of his. I understand that we are in a relationship where we are both relying on each other, but I am sure I feel like I want to rely more on him than he wants to rely on me. I see. Then, I shall rely on you. But there's something that must be prioritized. Ilias, yeah, we have to wrap up the matter with the Scarlet Demon Lord. We have safely resolved the Blue Demon Lord's invasion that had Kiwama as the stage in the series of events that dragged the guilds. But they are just the beacons signaling the opening of curtains for the fierce battle that will be unfolding from here on. The battle between the Demon Lords and humans that will drag the whole continent. It is time to settle accounts in this event that Europe postponed. It will be impossible to forget about the revenge for my parents. Even if so, There's no need to worry. If he is present, I will continue holding my sword as the knight that protects him. That's the only thing I can do for him at this point. The Garni Nether and the Megis Nether, one mountain serves as the boundary between the two. There's a giant cave located in this place. The deeper you go in, the dimmer the light of the sun becomes, and magic stones shine the inside of the cave instead. What was there was a castle built underground. There's no color at all. An emotionless castle built from shaved and piled up rocks. There were countless monsters crowding the place. Goblins, orcs, kobolds, monsters that have the shape of a human, but are not. All those monsters were working in the disordered facilities, stepping on the bellows, making fire, melting metal, and creating tools. The armed monsters were swinging their weapons at each other and honing their technique. That sight was not something to admire even as a compliment compared to the sight of the Knights of Taizu's training. But if there were humans there, they would have felt a sense of dread. There was someone sitting deep inside the castle, the Scarlet Demon Lord. He is also a demon lord that has the blood of a demi-human. It is hard to say which animal he is a mixed race of. He has a manly mane, a strong yet rough horn, a body that would make you think of a rock, and most of all, his body was shining red as if his whole body was hot steel. The outfitting of armaments is proceeding smoothly, but the production of high-quality weapons for the ones who have the qualifications are not keeping up. The one who spoke to the Scarlet Demon Lord at the throne was one of the monsters on standby by his side. The ones in that place were all equipped with outstanding weapons that far outmatch that of a private army. They are the direct subordinates of the Scarlet Demon Lord, and they are uniques that command their respective division of monsters. In that case, have them compete with each other, and select from the ones who are worthy of holding them. Scarlet, our numbers would decrease a bit with this. Are you okay with that? That's fine. The only ones who would lose their lives in a mere selection would be weaklings who fear death and lose. The true warriors wouldn't have their flame of life extinguished just because they were defeated. Scarlet, then, I shall do as commanded. 2 months should be enough for preparations to be done. But if we are aiming for perfection, shouldn't it be fine to take a bit more time? It had been decided from the start. The day my resurrection is known to the world is the day where we announce the restart of the war. Scarlet, that human was of no use in the end. Wanting to become a demon when he is only of that metal. There should be a limit to being conceited. Ray 8's group. No, I should call them Letus. They didn't lay out their trusted retainers. But even if so, that organization provided decently useful information. His original objective wasn't to become a demon to begin with. Scarlet, what? Then, just what? I have a general idea as to what it is. But it is trifling. It is good enough to just be in a relationship where we both use each other. Scarlet, using the Demon Lord's armor. Looks like there's the need to kill him the next time we meet. Do as you please. He has cut off his contact with me. In that case, he is already a pebble in the middle of the road. Scarlet. The Scarlet Demon Lord gives a glance at the two monsters by both of his sides. They are both different Therianthroponiques, the most outstanding individuals within their packs. Gold said this sometime in the past. You monsters are ones that have changed form depending on the excitement of mine heart. I see. So my heart is always that of a beast. Makes sense. Scarlet. The mouth of the Scarlet Demon Lord warped slightly. The smile on the face of a boorish warrior had faint scorn mixed in it. You are the beasts that were created from my heart seeking conflict. But the beast in mine heart holds no such emotion of fear. It just wishes to flail weapons, finds slaughter as righteous, and seeks endless strife. That's mine desire. The reason I formed a contract with Yugara and got eternal life. Learned that our reason for being is to become the natural enemies of both humans and demi-humans. Scarlet. The monsters around raised thunderous roars to respond to the words of the Scarlet Demon Lord. Those roars echoed outside the castle, and all the monsters outside roared in concert. The roar of the beasts seeking strife made the air tremble and the earth quake. It is as if the continent was fearing the battle lying ahead.